Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 6 of What If I Was Reborn into the world of Avatar as the Prince Zuko and took over the world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 21, Tremor and Flame. The instant the last word left General Fong's mouth, Zuko moved. His left heel shifted back, drawing power from the ball of his foot as his right hand snapped down and carved a sharp crescent in the air. Fire surged forward in a twisting arc, a whip of orange and white-hot flame that tore across the cracked stone ground like a viper. Fong didn't flinch. He stomped once. A wall of earth burst up at an angle, catching the flame mid-curve and splitting it along its edge. The heat scorched the stone, but didn't breach it. Zuko was already in motion. He launched forward, low and fast, right hand drawing inward at his hip while his left foot dragged flame in a wide circle behind him. He vaulted into a spin, bringing both legs up into a double kick as his fists fired twin jets of fire, a tight, crisscrossing blaze aimed straight at Fong's chest. Fong ducked low, one hand driving into the dirt. The ground beneath Zuko's landing spot shattered, and a thick spike of earth burst upward. Zuko twisted midair, barely dodging it as the shockwave punched through his left boot sole. His foot landed skidding, sparks flying off his metal heel. He didn't stop. Zuko lunged forward, slammed his left palm into the ground, and kicked backward. A ring of fire erupted in a wide pulse, spreading like a shockwave across the battlefield. Fong leapt high, crouching midair as if weightless. Both palms slammed downward, a hammer of stone broke free from the crumbling upper plaza behind him and hurled itself into the air toward Zuko. Zuko stood into a rising kick, flame blooming off his shin in a sweeping arc. The hammer and the fire collided. A shockwave erupted. Debris rained. Flames licked the stone. Zuko rolled under a falling beam, swept his leg wide, and from his outstretched fingertips cast a horizontal spiral of flame. Fong landed hard and drove his palm into the ground. The flame sank. The ground under it swallowed the fire whole. Fong had reshaped the terrain mid-strike, rerouting Zuko's flames into an underground fissure. But Zuko was already midair again. He dropped, one hand gripping his wrist, and fired a stream of concentrated flame downward, like a jet engine roaring. Fong raised a column of stone, but Zuko crashed through it, shoulder first, smashing it in half with the momentum of the fall. He landed in a slide, elbow first, sending a fire burst across the ground as he spun on his hip to avoid a second earth spike. Fong met him there. Fist against fist. Stone against heat. The impact was seismic. A pillar of dust exploded outward from their collision. The shockwave knocked back a ring of stunned Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom soldiers who had frozen to watch the fight. Zuko slid back 10 feet, boots carving black lines in the dust. Fong staggered but barely. He cracked his neck once. Zuko sprinted forward again, dragging fire from the soles of his boots in curling trails. He launched a low fire sweep. Fong vaulted backward and raised a vertical wedge of stone to split the path. Zuko broke through it, arms wide, a flame coiled around each limb. He pivoted mid-step, twisting, driving the fire into a double arc. Fong caught it with a dome of packed earth, the shell glowing red with heat but holding. Zuko leapt, using the dome as a launch pad. Fire burst from his back like twin wings. He shot up, twisted midair, and flipped, dropping heel first like a burning meteor aimed for the general's head. Fong raised both arms and met him with a rising column of stone fists, 3, layered atop each other in a vertical cascade. Zuko collided with the top fist. Explosion. Dust. Stone shards. Fire sparks. Zuko was thrown sideways, arms bracing over his face as he twisted and slammed into the ground in a hard roll. He came up bleeding from the right temple. Fong stood tall, arms at his sides, breathing hard now. A small burn sizzled at his left shoulder. Zuko rotated his neck once. Then planted both feet. They stared. The earth quaked again. And the battle resumed. Fong cracked his knuckles. Zuko wiped blood from his cheek. For a moment, there was silence, only the howl of distant fire, the shifting rubble under their feet, and the quiet creak of cracked metal plates in Zuko's boots. Then Fong stepped forward. "You've improved," the general said, voice calm but resonant. "No longer just your father's stray mongrel." Zuko didn't answer. He moved. A sharp stomp and spin, fire erupted from his heel, curling like a scythe. Fong ducked and countered with a straight uppercut of earth, catching Zuko mid-step. The stone burst through the ground like a battering ram. Zuko blocked with crossed forearms, flames hardening around his wrists. Still, he was flung backward. He landed on both feet, skidding, barely keeping his balance. "You're not the only one who's been training," Zuko muttered, rotating his left wrist to shake off the impact sting. Fong charged. Zuko met him with a forward roll, then launched a flurry of short, explosive jabs, each one sending tight bursts of fire aimed at Fong's joints. Fong absorbed 3. On the 4th, he stomped and raised a platform under Zuko mid-strike, throwing the prince off balance. Before Zuko could recover, a slab of rock slammed into his ribcage, sent by Fong's backhand. Crack! Zuko let out a grunt of pain as he crashed against the plaza wall, coughing smoke and blood. "Too slow," Fong said flatly, lifting a chunk of debris and hurling it like a cannonball. Zuko rolled, narrowly avoiding the strike, the boulder shattering the stone wall behind him. "Your flames," Fong continued, stepping forward, each footstep dragging up chunks of earth like armor, "they dance. But they don't bite." Zuko's eyes narrowed. He exhaled once. Then again. The flame at his feet began to ripple, brighter. Hotter. No longer orange. Flickers of white at the core. Then he disappeared in a flash of flame, jetting low, like a fiery blur straight at Fong's flank. Fong turned, but Zuko had already slid beneath his strike, arms sweeping wide in a flame cyclone aimed at his spine. Fong grunted as his back scorched. Zuko kept moving, hands flaming, spinning into a twin kick that caught Fong's temple. Blood sprayed. The general staggered, but did not fall. Instead, he roared and drove both fists into the ground. The stone beneath them exploded upward in a shockwave ring, like a pond being shattered by a meteor. Zuko was thrown clear off the ground. He twisted midair and launched a fire burst to stabilize. Too late. Fong burst from below with a roar, delivering a brutal shoulder ram midair, slamming Zuko through a stone arch. The prince hit the ground with a choking gasp. Blood trailed from his lip. One eye already swelling. His armor dented. Fong approached, arms layered in gauntlets of stone. "You can't win this," he said. "Your fire is fury. My earth is fate." Zuko pushed himself up slowly, one knee down, hand braced on a scorched stone tile. He spat blood and flame together. "You talk too much." Fong lunged again. Zuko brought both arms forward and unleashed a focused inferno, the heat so intense it melted the cobblestone between them. The air distorted. Soldiers watching in the distance had to shield their faces. Fong plowed through it. Roaring, he crashed into Zuko like a bull, grabbing him by the collar and driving him into the ground, where a crater cracked beneath them. Zuko's armor shattered at the shoulder. He gasped as his back struck jagged stone. Another punch came down. Zuko twisted, letting it graze past, and retaliated with a direct flame burst from his mouth, catching Fong in the face at point blank. The general reeled back, blinded momentarily, but not beaten. Both men staggered apart. Zuko's knuckles were skinned. His left side bruised, possibly broken. His flame was still burning bright, but his balance now showed the price. Across the plaza, Fong wiped charred flesh from his jaw, his eye bloodshot, his knuckles scorched raw. And still, he grinned. "You're starting to bleed properly now." Zuko stood again. Wiped his mouth. And said nothing. Zuko stood. His legs trembled. Blood streaked his left temple and pooled beneath the cracked edge of his shoulder plate. His breath came in short bursts, teeth clenched against the weight of every bruise. But he smiled. It was small. Quiet. Then he raised both hands. Flames erupted. Not like before. This wasn't the broad, pulsing fire of classic bending. This was refined heat, burning hotter than it had any right to. The color flickered erratically, starting orange, shifting to white at the core, then surging into a pulse of blue that hissed in the open air like metal against water. Blue. White. Orange. Blue again. It didn't settle. It didn't need to. It was alive. Fawn stepped back half a pace. Just one. His brow furrowed, not in fear, but in caution. In calculation. He squinted at the flames dancing in Zuko's palms, watching the heat rise, the way the surrounding air shimmered with distortion. A long breath passed between them. Then, a voice cut through the chaos. Reinforcements. Reinforcements are here. Zuko's head twitched toward the sound. Fawn turned sharply, eyes narrowing. General. More firebenders at the harbor gate, an Earth Kingdom soldier called out. And then another voice. Calm. Cool. Drawled with purpose. Long time, General Fong. All heads turned. High above, on the sloped rooftop of a half-collapsed storage building, stood a man in rich crimson armor, patterned identically to the Fire Nation elite, but without the theatrical mask or crested helmet. His hair was tied back in a short topknot. His frame was broad but lean, posture relaxed. He stood with hands behind his back, observing like a nobleman at a festival. General Rulo. So you finally showed up, Rulo, Fong called up, voice dry. Rulo shrugged with a half-smile. We received the messages late. You know how bureaucracy is. Thunder. From the harbor came a deafening boom. Then another. The forward-mounted catapults on Zuko's flagship had found their range. The barrels roared in unison, and flaming boulders launched into the air like comets, smashing into Earth Kingdom barricades along the inner causeway. The impact splintered stone, sending shockwaves through the lower streets. The air turned thick with dust and fire again. Zuko straightened, breathing harder now. The blue in his flames flickered once more before fading to orange, his energy pulling inward, conserving itself. Fawn laughed. Really laughed. A deep, throaty bellow that echoed between the crumbling buildings and shattered walkways. Looks like your lapdog brought fireworks, he called, flashing a wide grin. He turned to his men, dust clinging to his bare torso. Let's move out, boys. This fight's gone soft. Retreat? Tactical relocation, he barked, still laughing. Earthbenders began to pull back. Some laid down temporary cover, walls of stone, lifted chunks of rubble to block line of sight as others carried the wounded. Fawn gave Zuko one last look. Not bad, Prince. But this ain't the capital. You're in my land now. Then he slammed his foot down, the ground split behind him, forming a sliding path of crumbling earth. He surf-launched himself backward, disappearing into the rising dust, his laughter still ringing long after his silhouette vanished. From the rooftop, Rulo watched, arms still behind his back. He turned his head slightly toward the artillery teams now assembling below, giving a simple nod. Zuko remained standing. Smoke in his lungs. Blood in his teeth. But alive. Just barely. Chapter 22, Aftermath and Regroup. The battlefield was quiet. Not silent, no, never that, but the cries of the dying had faded. The screaming had stopped. The tremors of battle had ebbed. All that remained were the moans of the wounded, the groaning of broken stone, and the constant hiss of burning wreckage, still licking the edges of shattered supply carts and splintered dock pylons. Zuko was limping. His right leg dragged just slightly, armor buckled and scorched around the thigh. His left shoulder bore a fresh dressing, hastily tied by a field medic who trembled under his gaze. Blood was still crusted along his jawline. The side of his face was bruised, and his knuckles ached. But his spine remained straight. His gait was steady. And when the soldiers saluted him as he passed, they did so with a kind of wary awe. Not as a prince, but as a survivor of something far greater than them. The healer's tent was raised quickly, tucked into the shadow of the cliffside fortification behind the harbor. Fire Nation standards hung limp over the canopy, their edges blackened by soot. Inside, the scent of herbs and blood mingled with antiseptic smoke. Zuko sat on a padded mat, shirt peeled off, the air cool on the fresh bruising across his ribs. A healer, a middle-aged woman with sharp eyes and deft hands, inspected the edge of a second-degree burn along his side. "You're lucky he didn't rupture a lung," she muttered as she ran a thin salve along the wound. "He wasn't aiming for a lung," Zuko replied quietly. "He was aiming for my spine." The flap of the tent pulled aside. General Rulo stepped inside, his silhouette outlined by the orange haze of sunset still staining the harbor. Without his helmet, Rulo's hair was visible, salt and pepper tied into a clean topknot, with streaks of gray at the temples giving him the look of a man who had seen one war too many and didn't plan to miss the next one either. His crimson armor gleamed faintly in the lantern light, but it bore no decorative crests. Only the black steel trim of command. He stood a moment at the entrance, then nodded once. "Prince Zuko." Zuko didn't stand but inclined his head slightly. "General Rulo." "I apologize for arriving late," Rulo said as he stepped closer, arms behind his back. "We received the dispatches after the second assault. By then, half the runners were missing, and the others had been intercepted. A symptom of fragmented territory and leadership. A condition I suspect you're here to remedy." Zuko's eyes narrowed faintly. "I'm here to win." A brief smile touched Rulo's lips. "Same goal, fewer words." The healer finished tying a fresh wrap over Zuko's ribs and moved away without a word. Rulo remained standing. "How bad?" Zuko asked. Before Rulo could answer, Lieutenant Commander Donji entered through the tent flap, arms tight behind his back. His armor had been cleaned, but his face still bore the soot lines of command and chaos. "Report," Rulo prompted. Donji cleared his throat. "Preliminary casualty lists are incomplete, but early estimates put the number at 65 dead, 142 wounded, most from the first day's ambush at the west end of the port. We're still pulling men out from the collapsed watchtower." Zuko exhaled sharply through his nose. "Reinforcements?" 3 platoons from the 2nd Naval Battalion are en route. Should arrive by morning. "And the Earthbenders?" Donji shifted. "Retreated through the jungle path west of the river gorge. Scouts say they're regrouping 2 clicks out, possibly more. They move fast back to the other side of Nanhai." "They didn't expect Rulo," Zuko said flatly. "No," Rulo replied, "but they'll adjust. Fawn's not a coward. He retreated because he saw no reason to waste his men while your ship's catapults were within range." Zuko looked up at him, eyes narrowed. "You fought him before?" Rulo nodded once. "At the eastern barricade 2 years ago. He cracked our siege line using nothing but 6 benders and a dam. He's reckless, brutal, and dangerous." Zuko's jaw clenched. "I noticed." Rulo took 1 step forward, then another, until he was beside the healer's table. He looked down at Zuko, not with condescension, but with the quiet scrutiny of one soldier to another. "You held your own," he said. "I expected a prince. I saw a fighter." Zuko didn't answer. The tent shifted again as a junior officer entered with fresh papers. Donji moved to receive them. "Early reconstruction estimates will take at least 2 weeks. Ammunition losses are minor, we saved the coastal stockpile. But the inner grain reserves," he grimaced. "Gone. Burned during the fighting. We'll ration and reroute," Rulo said. "I'll have requisitions drawn up," Donji nodded, then paused. "Sir, the men. They're talking about the prince." Zuko looked over at him. Donji straightened. "They're saying, you fought General Fawn to a standstill. They're saying you forced him to retreat." Zuko's lip curled faintly, not in arrogance, but in fatigue. "Let them talk," he said. It'll make the next fight easier. Or harder, Rulo said under his breath. They'll expect you to bleed lightning next. Zuko finally stood slowly, 1 foot at a time, gritting his teeth as his bandaged ribs pulled under the strain. He reached for his coat and slung it over his shoulder. We'll let them believe what they want. But I'm not done bleeding yet. The healer had told him to rest. Zuko ignored her. He stepped beyond the tense canopy and into the waning light of evening, the last golden threads of the sun flickering through plumes of rising smoke. The battlefield was still warm, both in temperature and memory. Broken carts lay strewn across scorched stone. Torn banners drooped from shattered pylons. Ash drifted with the breeze like dark snow. His boots crunched across charred debris and scattered shrapnel, pieces of flame-shot stone, scorched spears, shattered helmets. The blood on the ground was already drying, caked into the grit like old rust. Around him, soldiers worked in quiet clusters, stacking the dead, sorting salvage, patching barricades with the grim rhythm of men who knew this wouldn't be the last time. And then came the whispers. He's still walking. That's him? He fought Fong and walked away? Did you see the blue fire? I thought that was just a myth. Zuko didn't slow. He didn't glance at them. He moved through the battlefield like a ghost in red and black. His coat hung open at the collar, bandages barely hidden beneath the heavy fabric. His hair had fallen loose from the high knot, strands matted to the sweat still clinging to his brow. The whispers faded behind him. Ahead, the harbor opened once more. Or what was left of it. Half the main pier was scorched through. 2 smaller skiffs lay overturned in the surf, their hulls split by earlier barges. One of the mangonels, a massive, 2-wheeled catapult used to hurl fire-laced stone, was shattered in place, its arms still smoldering where Zuko's ship had returned fire during the peak of the siege. And there, at the edge of the repaired dock, his ship waited. Still intact. Still proud. But not untouched. A fresh black burn stained the side of its hull. A gash of deep scoring ran along the port rail. Sailors were already tightening ropes and resecuring supplies along the gangway. And on the dock, standing quietly in the orange evening light, Rin. His arms were crossed over his chest, eyes tracking Zuko's every step as the prince approached. Beside him, standing just slightly apart, were Lee and Hinero. Lee looked more composed than he had any right to be, hands behind his back, posture stiff. His armor was clean, his eyes alert, but Zuko caught the faint twitch of nerves in his fingers as they clenched and unclenched behind him. Hinero stood with her arms folded tightly, her weight shifted to one side, expression guarded. She'd changed into standard-issue Fire Nation attire, form-fitting red over black, but it was clear she still hated every inch of it. Her hair was tied into a rough knot, and her mouth was drawn into a line. As Zuko's boots thudded softly onto the dock's wooden planks, Rin was the first to speak. "You look like shit." Zuko stopped. "Thank you," he said flatly. Rin smirked. "Heard the first 3 minutes of your fight shook the entire port. Heard the last 3 minutes nearly broke it in half." "It felt longer," Zuko muttered. Lee stepped forward slightly, brows creased. "My prince, are you injured beyond what we observed?" Zuko shook his head once. "Just sore." Lee studied his gait. Possibly fractured left scapula. Bruising on the ribcage. 2 shallow cuts across the temple and forearm. Fatigue. "You require sleep." "I'll sleep when we win." "Statistically, that is nada." "Let it go, Lee," Rin muttered. Zuko looked past them, toward the ship. "Anything from Azula or Kuvak?" he asked. Rin shook his head. "No message. No courier. They're still 2 days out, if the storm held them." Zuko nodded once. Then his eyes flicked to Hinero. She met his gaze. Didn't flinch. Didn't bow. But she didn't look away either. "Welcome to Nanhai," he said quietly. Her jaw tightened. "Your hospitality is overwhelming." Zuko didn't smile. He didn't expect her to either. He stepped past them and ascended the gangway slowly, his shoulders heavy with the weight of too many eyes watching from the wreckage. As he reached the middeck, he turned back. Full briefing at dawn. Rest until then. Eat. Clean your gear. They saluted. Zuko turned and vanished below deck. And the wind carried ash across the harbor once more. The creak of old timber followed him down the narrow hallway of the ship's interior. The air inside was cooler than the dock, laced with the scent of salt, metal polish, and lingering smoke from the lower forges. Zuko passed 2 guards standing by the door to his quarters. Both saluted without a word and entered. "Rin," he called over his shoulder, "with me." Rin followed silently, the door swinging shut behind them. Zuko's quarters were Spartan. The ship had been designed for war, not comfort. A single lacquered desk in the far corner, bolted to the floor. Scroll racks lined the upper walls. A small cot with red-black Fire Nation silk tucked into military creases sat along the far wall. A war map of Nanhai's coastline, now dog-eared and soot-streaked, hung pinned to a corkboard between 2 oil lamps. Zuko sat down slowly, the bandages at his ribs stretching as he adjusted his coat. Rin remained standing. "So here's the full situation," Zuko began. Rin folded his arms, face serious. "The base is under more strain than we calculated. Fresh water stores are adequate, but food's another matter. The Earth Kingdom raiders took most of the portside grain silos on the first day. If we don't start rationing by morning, we'll be dry within the week." Zuko stared at the corner of the desk, then exhaled. "According to the General's plan, we will begin drawing up schedules. Prioritize the wounded and those on perimeter rotations." Rin nodded. "And morale?" Zuko's mouth pulled into a thin line. "That's your department." Rin cracked a faint grin. "Oh good. I love talking to hungry soldiers with swords." Zuko's eyes shifted to the map behind him. "You saw the cliffs. The jungle to the north. The far river forks. Fawn has us boxed in." Rin followed his gaze. "If we try to send word by land, they'll intercept. They've likely overrun the old Courier's Ridge by now." Zuko nodded slowly. "Which means reinforcements aren't coming. Unless," Rin added, "we make reinforcements come to us." Zuko looked up. They locked eyes. "You're thinking of a counteroffensive?" Rin asked. "No," Zuko said. "Not yet. Not with these numbers." He stood and walked to the map, finger trailing the coastline. "But if we bait them, let them think they've won more ground than they have. Give them a false gap." Rin crossed his arms again. "It's a risk. You're betting on Fawn's arrogance." "I'm betting on his pride," Zuko muttered. They stood in silence a moment longer. Then Rin asked, quietly, "And what about him?" Zuko didn't need clarification. His eyes slid to the window port on the far side of the room. He knew what Rin meant. "Captain Su." Zuko could still feel the pirate's scorched blade pressing to his throat. Still hear the distant creak of Su's ship moored in a hidden inlet just beyond the bay's reach. Like a specter with sails. "He won't move yet," Zuko said. Rin raised a brow. "You're sure?" "He's waiting. Watching. Looking for the one moment where we lose balance." "You make him sound like a vulture." Zuko turned from the window. "No. Vultures feed on the dead. Su kills his meals himself." Rin's jaw twitched. "What do you want done?" Zuko crossed back to his desk and pulled open the middle drawer. "Send every hawk we have to Kuvak. Not one message. Not 3. All of them. If even one breaks through, we'll get extra supplies within maybe a few hours. Isn't that?" "Yes," Zuko said sharply. "I know it risks exposing our need. But we don't have a choice. Fawn's intercepting our runners inland. Somehow." Rin's gaze hardened. "Yes, my prince." He turned, saluted, and left the cabin with no further words. When the door clicked shut, silence fell. Zuko exhaled. He leaned back against the edge of the desk and let the stillness wrap around him. His shoulders ached. His ribs throbbed. His left arm was swollen beneath the dressing. And his head. He closed his eyes. Fong had been stronger than expected. Not just skilled. Not just dangerous. Dominant. The general fought like a man born from stone, indestructible, unyielding, ancient. Zuko had given everything in that fight. Every move he'd learned from training, from experience, from the knowledge of his previous life. And yet he barely walked away. He gritted his teeth. The world had changed. Because of him. But maybe not in the way he'd thought. If Fong could fight like that, what about others? What would it be like to face Toph? Or Bumi? His brow tightened as he straightened and reached slowly for the side shelf. A jug of tea sat cooling on a tray. He poured one cup with his unburned hand. Brought it to his lips. And let the bitter warmth burn his tongue. Not anymore. Chapter 23, The Great City of Omashu. A swirl of wind, dust, and engine oil greeted Appa's descent. The flying bison's great flaps stirred the air as he coasted in over the jagged gorge surrounding Omashu, its massive stone walls carved into the mountainside. Zipline chutes, part of the city's legendary mainland transport system, glinted beside steep terraces carved into the hill. Appa landed on a hidden ledge, far from the polished terracotta causeways below, tucked between natural outcroppings of rock. Aang's heart surged at the sight of Omashu's layered houses, green-tiled rooftops stacking like ancient steps up the mountainside. He, Katara, and Sokka dismounted quietly, guiding Appa into dim shadows behind thick stone outcroppings. "He's too big to sneak in," Sokka whispered. "He's going to need a new address." Aang nodded and slipped away with Katara. They tucked Appa out of sight, securing a thick chain around a petrified log. With final pats for reassurance, they stepped back toward the city's gate towers. Walking the stone-paved causeway into Omashu, Aang felt each footfall echo between towers over 30 feet tall. The gates, hewn from solid carved stone, were as wide as a Fire Nation cart, requiring earthbenders to open them by sliding panels that rumbled like tectonic plates. A pair of guardbenders leaned on their carved pillars. One, a stocky man with a dark grease-braided beard, stepped forward. "Traveler," he said, voice echoing. "Your business?" Aang replied quickly, with Katara and Sokka stepping up side by side. "We're pilgrims visiting the holy routes, studying the causeways for spring festivals up north." The guards exchanged a glance. One bent knee, pressed a palm to the gate's rune carving. The stone slided. The gate opened with a grumble. "Keep your bows sheathed," the guard cautioned. "The causeways aren't always safe." They bowed. Aang's small smile belied his excitement. The gates of Omashu groaned open behind them with the power of embedded earthbending, and the city swallowed them whole. The sheer scale hit Sokka first. "Okay, wow," he murmured, craning his neck. "This place looks like someone stacked 100 towns on top of each other." The winding stone streets wrapped up the mountain's body in layers of terraces, rooftops, and slopes. Green-tiled towers stabbed the sky like spears. Over a dozen causeway chutes, narrow stone channels that twisted between buildings zigzagged through the air with the grace of serpent coils. Market stalls lined the lower tier, woven in the earth with tight pathways where kids darted barefoot and vendors barked offers of spiced rice, clay flutes, and melon slushes. Katara's mouth was open, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's beautiful." Aang smiled faintly as he walked between them, hands tucked into his robe sleeves, glancing up at the intricate causeway system laced into the city's spine. He paused. For a second, his breath caught in his chest. "I used to come visit a friend of mine here," he said softly. Katara blinked. "You mean like a century ago?" Aang nodded. "Yes, for my friend. His name was Bumi. He was this wild little earthbender, absolutely nuts," he said, his voice faintly drifting as if carried by the breeze itself. "We used to cause trouble with the guards." He chuckled quietly to himself, but it was short-lived. Sokka crossed his arms. 100 years ago, right? So he's probably dead. Aang froze. Just like that, the laughter died in his throat. Sokka's words hadn't been cruel. Just honest. Aang stared up at the endless stone rooftops, at the highest tower spearing into the fading afternoon light. There had been so much laughter up there once. Wild yells. Reckless leaps into the wind. A friend whose smile could disarm any lecture the monks gave. A boy who could bend the earth like it was water. Now that boy was probably dust beneath it. Aang's smile fell away. His shoulders slumped. The world had moved on without him. Again. Katara noticed the shift in his face and stepped closer. Hey, what were the causeways like? Aang blinked, looking at her. She smiled. Just enough to soften the silence. Aang exhaled and motioned to the nearest chute slithering up the street above them. Everything in this city moves using those causeways. Packages, food, construction supplies, and apparently these days, weapons. Gravity takes things down, he said, pointing downhill, and earthbenders bring them back up. Sokka shrugged. So they get their mail on time. Aang, missing the sarcasm, nodded. They do! But my friend, he had better ideas. He reached out and touched the wall beside him. You must look beyond what they want you to see, he quoted quietly. Katara tilted her head. What does that mean? Aang just smiled again. This time, with a little more life. It means we're wasting time. 15 minutes later, they stood at the top of Omashu's highest hill, the late afternoon sun casting golden streaks through the hanging banners above. A stone cart rattled beneath their feet, smooth, carved directly into the chute, with room enough for 3. Sokka peered over the edge. Okay. This is high. Like, plummet to your death if you sneeze high. Katara's grip on the side tightened. Aang, are you sure about this? We just need to ride the causeways, Aang said, his voice steady. Then we're off to the North Pole. He crouched in the back, his staff braced behind him to steer like a rudder. Katara slid in beside him reluctantly. Sokka stared one more time over the lip. Then groaned and climbed in. Aang tapped the chute wall with the flat of his hand. The stone groaned, the locks released, and gravity answered the call. The cart lunged forward. And they plunged into the heart of Omashu. The stone cart rocketed off the first drop, sliding and screeching against polished granite. Wind tore at hair and robes, Katara's braid cracked like a whip behind her. Aang whooped, pure, reckless joy, and leaned his staff to the left. The cart banked, Sokka's stomach stayed behind. They whipped past a produce barge on a lower tier. Watermelons burst into green-pink shrapnel, rind and juice sprayed bystanders. Sorry! Aang shouted, voice trailing as the cart plunged down the next incline. Rooftop ricochet. A fork in the chute shot them onto a steeper channel, then straight off its broken end. The cart left the track, sailed in open air, and slammed onto a slanted tile roof. Tiles shattered, momentum carried them down the slope and through a stone awning, scattering clay cups. Katara gasped, half laughing, half terrified. Sokka clutched the rim. This is why we can't. The cart dropped off the roof, re-entered a lower chute, and kept going. The chase begins. Guards on the terraces spotted the runaway cart. 2 earthbenders stomped, a section of the next track popped up as a makeshift barrier. Aang jammed his staff under the front axle, vaulted the obstruction, landed on a side spur, and shot into a market tunnel filled with pottery vendors. Shelves toppled in their wake, teapots and bowls smashing like thunder. Shards tinkled behind them as the cart burst back into daylight. Final impact. Near the central plaza, the chute curved too sharply, the cart hopped the rim, skidded across open stone, and plowed into a cabbage merchant stand. My cabbages. Greens flew, the cart slumped to a stop, half buried in produce. Arrest. Dust settled. Booths surrounded them, 8 guards in layered green armor, spears leveled. Out of the cart, growled the captain, a burly man with square shoulders. They obeyed, hands up, smiles weak. What in Omashu's name possessed you to use a restricted male slide? He barked. Aang rubbed the back of his neck. Sightseeing? With the Fire Nation turning thins up to 11, we don't have the time for this. One of the guards said. What are you talking about? Katara asked. The captain's glare could have cracked stone. With the Fire Nation pressing Nanhai and the Crown Prince himself landing troops just 2 days away, you think we have time for tourist stunts? Another guard added, General Fong nearly pushed them into the seaport till that prince showed up and dueled the general to a standstill. We lost good men. Now every soldier's on edge, and you're breaking city property. Sokka's eyes widened. Prince Zuko fought General Fong? Aye, the guard spat. Fong had him on the ropes, earth catapults wrecked half the harbor, then the prince arrived with his own catapults of flaming boulders, bought just enough time for some Fire Nation general called Rulo to reinforce. He shook his head. Could have rid Nanhai of firebenders once and for all. Katara stepped forward, voice gentle. We're sorry. We didn't realize the situation was so tense. We only wanted a quick thrill before traveling on. Thrill's over, the captain said. You'll answer to the king for damage and disruption. 2 guards bound the cart with earthbending, others prodded Aang's group toward a ramp that spiraled to the palace level. As they walked, Aang's shoulders sagged. 100 years gone, a friend likely buried, and now the city he loved sat beneath the shadow of war. Katara touched his arm, whisper soft, we'll make this right. He managed a grateful nod, though the weight of century-old memories pressed hard against his chest. The palace gates loomed ahead, carved stone jaws ready to close. Their fate would wait inside. Stone columns flanked them as they passed beneath the high arch of the palace's inner sanctum. The floor was a cold, polished jade, reflecting torchlight like dull gold. A long walkway led forward, flanked by silent guards on either side, each armored in layered green plate, spears at their side, helms down low over their brows. And at the far end of the throne room, he sat. Slouched. Crooked. Ancient. His throne was carved from dark emerald stone, spiraling upward like twisted vines. His robes were layered and wide, shaded deep forest green with lighter moss trim. A long silver beard curled out from his chin like an untamed stream, his eyebrows like gray clouds drifting toward madness. And on his head, a delicate, golden crown, curled upward into twin horns, bent like wisps of smoke frozen in time. 2 guards stood at his sides, stone-faced, armored identically, their presence silent but imposing. The king leaned lazily on one elbow, half-lidded eyes watching the approaching criminals with amusement rather than ire. The captain of the guard stepped forward and bowed. He lifted his hand toward the children. Your Majesty. These 3 are the offenders who disrupted the mail chute system, destroyed civilian property, and caused general chaos across 3 levels of the city. Names, Sokka, Katara. And the bald one refuses to give his. Aang squinted slightly but said nothing. The king's eyelids flicked upward, just a little as he took in the boy with the arrow on his head. His posture didn't shift. But his eyes sharpened. He leaned forward slightly on his throne. Come closer, boy, he said softly, voice dry and creaky with age, but not without strength. Aang stepped forward hesitantly, flanked by Katara and Sokka. The king's gaze lingered on the arrow etched into Aang's skin. His hands twitched in his sleeves, fingers curling beneath the cloth. He leaned in a little more. Airbender tattoos, the king muttered, as if to himself. Funny. I thought those were long since extinct. The room stirred. A hush swept through the hall like a wind brushing old stone. A ripple of surprise crossed the guards' faces. One even shifted slightly, just a step, as if expecting something more. Explain yourself, boy, the king said, louder now. You bear the markings of a dead nation. Aang's mouth parted, but the words caught in his throat. He looked to Katara, then to Sokka. Before he could answer, Sokka stepped forward, hands raised. Your Majesty, he said, stumbling over the title. We're from the Southern Water Tribe. We're just traveling north. That's all. We stopped by the old air temples because the bald one over here, he jabbed a thumb toward Aang, thought the airbenders looked cool. Katara added quickly, so he shaved his head. And we painted those tattoos on him to match. It was just in good fun, really. Kids being kids. The king blinked once. Then burst into laughter. Wild, raspy laughter that echoed through the hall like cracked bells. He slapped his knee and leaned back in his throne, eyes almost watering from amusement. Oh, yes, yes. Of course, the king said, wiping at the corner of his eye. Because why wouldn't 3 children from the Southern Water Tribe mock the lost civilization of airbenders for a laugh? He giggled again. I mean, surely the actual airbenders were wiped out a century ago, so it wouldn't make perfect sense to find one alive and well now. Right, Katara said awkwardly. Because this boy doesn't look a day over 15. The laughter stopped. The king's eyes locked on Aang again. Then, without warning, his hand flew from his robe. A gleam of silver cut through the air. A knife. It zipped across the space between them in a blink. Sokka shouted. Katara gasped. But Aang didn't flinch. Instinct guided him. Without even thinking, he raised his hands, air surged forward in a tight spiral around him, forming a dense sphere of wind. The knife hit the swirling current and bounced harmlessly to the ground with a clink. The king leaned forward. The throne room fell deathly still. We have an airbender in our midst, boys, the king declared, his voice now clear and unmistakable. He stood. Not slouched now. Not crooked. Straight. Proud. And powerful. Not just any airbender. He extended a gnarled finger. The Avatar. Chapter 24, The Princess Returns. The first thing Zuko felt was pain. It was not the sharp, searing kind that exploded through the body. No, this was dull, grinding, and relentless. Like a hand wrapped around his lungs, pressing down. Every breath scraped the inside of his ribs like sandpaper. Every muscle ached with bruises. The burns, though bandaged, itched with a maddening pulse that seemed synced to his heartbeat. He lay there for a moment on his cot, staring at the low wooden ceiling of his private quarters. The light bleeding through the small porthole was pale, filtered through thick morning mist. The tray beside him held a bowl of rice, a half-steamed bun, and a slice of dried seaweed. His breakfast. Untouched. He couldn't bring himself to eat it. When he tried to sit up, the pain made his body freeze. Not out of fear but defiance. His body had limits. He didn't. The knot came just as he was adjusting his robe, one hand still braced over his bandaged ribs. Knock. Knock. Come on in, he said, voice hoarse and thin. Not sharp. Not commanding. Just tired. The door creaked open. Zuko expected Rin, or perhaps Lee bringing some mind-numbing logistical update. Instead, it was her. Hinaro. Still in Fire Nation uniform, still walking like she'd rather be anywhere else. Her hands were behind her back, posture stiff. No bow. No pause. Lieutenant Commander Donji is here, she said. He's arrived on board to debrief and discuss the next phase of operations. Zuko blinked. Not even a good morning, he said, forcing his back straight, jaw twitching from the strain. She raised an eyebrow. It's a horrible morning. Like every morning I'm not on Kyoshi. Zuko nodded slightly. Fair enough. She turned to leave. Wait, he said. She stopped. Glanced over her shoulder. Come back in, he said casually. We need to talk. Hinaro stepped inside fully and closed the door behind her. Her expression didn't change. She was wary, but not afraid. Not yet. Zuko shifted on the cot, wincing as he reached for his bowl and took a bite of the cold rice. Swallowing was like dragging fire down his throat. Still, he chewed and forced it down. So, he began, with all the casual air of a man asking about the weather. About this plan of yours. She blinked. What plan? I'd suggest you be careful, he continued, chewing again, wincing just slightly. If you don't give me a reason to be, I won't be the bad guy. He looked at her now. Calm. Collected. His face unreadable. But if you force my hand, he paused. Well, I promise you. Your whole world will go down in flames. Hinaro held her ground. I don't know what you're talking about. Zuko didn't flinch. Didn't frown. He just looked at her with the faintest trace of amusement. Oh, I know you do, he said. There's always a plan. Everyone has a plan. That's the only real constant in this game we're all playing. Her eyes narrowed. There is no plan, Zuko. He tilted his head. You're lying better than before. I'll give you that. I'm not lying, she said, and this time her voice cracked just slightly. Not with emotion. With conviction. Zuko took another bite of the now cold bun. It felt like eating clay, but he swallowed anyway. Well, he said between chews. Let me tell you this, Hinaro. There are a lot of players already in this war. Kuvak. Azula. My father. The Earth Kingdom generals. That pirate bastard. Everyone's already making their moves. But... He swallowed, face tightening for half a second. Then he smiled. Genuinely. None of them. Not one. Has the slightest idea what I have in store. He leaned back, exhaling slowly through his nose. The room was quiet. His smile faded to something softer. More neutral. You can go now. I'll be out in a few. Hinaro didn't speak. She turned. Opened the door. But before she stepped out, she glanced back at him just once. Her face was unreadable, her eyes unreadable. But she left. And Zuko sat there, body aching, breakfast uneaten, fire in his chest barely held at bay. It took Zuko longer than he wanted to rise from the cot. He pulled on his formal crimson overcoat, one shoulder stiff with dried blood, and fastened it at the collar with slow, deliberate movements. The dull ache in his ribs flared every time he turned, but he forced the pain down. Pain was constant. Pain was predictable. It reminded him he was still alive. He stepped out of his quarters into the brisk sea wind, walking the short corridor to the ship's mid-deck war room. The wooden door was already open, the fire lanterns inside glowing gently against the emerald light spilling through the narrow portholes. Rin stood at the table, already reviewing the province map etched into a sand table. He looked up with a slight nod as Zuko entered. Lieutenant Commander Donji was also present now, early 30s, sharp-eyed, with a war-cut beard and a bandage across his temple. He saluted quickly and bowed as Zuko approached. 3 more soldiers stood by the wall. One was a communications officer. Another, a grizzled sergeant with burn scars along his left arm, held a stack of parchment reports. The last was an ensign from the repair teams, oil still smeared across his sleeves. Zuko moved to the center of the table, nodded once, and spoke. Begin. Rin gave a respectful bow, then gestured to the ensign. First, an update from the eastern quarter, Rin said. Casualty reports and infrastructure damage. Commander Donji? Donji motioned the sergeant forward. The man stepped up with the practiced precision of someone used to bad news. Of the garrison troops stationed here before the siege, the sergeant began, we've lost 83 confirmed dead, 217 wounded, with 58 of those still in critical condition. Zuko said nothing. His expression didn't change. The man continued. Local militia reinforcements brought in by General Rulo are faring better. 34 minor injuries among them. But morale is low. Because they didn't see Fong fight, Rin muttered. They only saw us bleed. Zuko glanced down at the map. harbor?" he asked, not bothering entertaining the extra antics. The repair officer stepped forward next. "For shipping cranes destroyed. 2 warehouses burned to ash. 1 partially collapsed and unusable. 1 causeway completely destabilized. Our engineers say we can reinforce the docking piers, but only with proper material. Mostly we need steel rivets, pressure-treated beams, fireproof mortar, and bulk copper for our lifting mechanisms." He hesitated. "We'll also need dry rations. More than half of the stored rice was destroyed in the fighting. Fresh vegetables are scarce. Locals have begun restricting trade, worried we won't hold the province." "Of course they are," Zuko muttered. "They're betting on the stronger horse." Donji straightened. "There's a win we can give them, my prince." Zuko raised a brow. "Supply Hawk returned this morning. Admiral Kuvak received our messages. A resupply ship is en route, estimated arrival by sundown." Rin nodded. "He also said that due to the urgency, Princess Azula will be arriving aboard the same vessel. Apparently, she insisted." Zuko's gaze darkened. "Of course she did," he said, letting out a long sigh afterwards. He stepped to the map table, fingers tracing the northern approach routes. "And what of the Earth Kingdom?" Donji answered quickly. "We believe General Fong has pulled back to one of his forest encampments, roughly 15 kilometers west. Our scouts tracked his retreat, but his trail vanished in the thick of the jungle. He's waiting. Planning." Zuko nodded. "And reinforcements?" The communications officer stepped forward this time, saluting first. "We intercepted a landrunner 2 hours ago near the edge of the rice marshes. Carried Earth Kingdom seal, coded message. Not for us, but it was bound north." Zuko looked up. "To Omashu." "Yes, my prince," the man said. "To King Bumi." Zuko exhaled slowly, jaw flexing. Donji folded his arms. "We believe General Fong has formally petitioned the king to send more troops." Rin added, "There's more. We have reason to believe the Avatar is there in Omashu." That changed the air in the room. Even the officers along the wall glanced at each other. Zuko remained still. "He's already being welcomed by the king?" Zuko asked, voice low. "It appears so," Rin answered. "We don't know in what capacity, whether as a guest or a tool, but if Bumi is truly sheltering the Avatar, the Earth Kingdom will feel emboldened." Zuko's fingers curled over the edge of the map table. "Good," he muttered. Rin raised a brow. "Good? If he's there, then I know where he'll be." No one said anything for a moment. Then the repair officer broke the silence again. "There's one last report, my prince. From the Western Scout Patrols." He stepped forward, unfurled a coastal chart, and pointed to a red sketch mark etched just south of a cove. A large vessel, black sails, wide hull, running low on the sea. Likely a converted galleon. No insignias. Doesn't match Earth Kingdom or Fire Navy registries. "Pirates," Donji said. "Likely," the scout officer agreed. "But they're not making landfall. Just sitting in open water. Watching." Zuko said nothing. Rin didn't blink. If they noticed the flicker of recognition in Zuko's eyes, they said nothing about it. Donji exhaled. "I say we send a warning ship to investigate." "No," Zuko said, finally speaking. "We wait." Donji frowned. "My prince? If they haven't moved, then let them rot where they are. We've got a wounded city, a half-starved port, and an Earth Kingdom general sharpening his stones in the forest. Let the pirates play lookout." Rin nodded subtly. "Better not to antagonize them unless they act first." Zuko turned to the window. The mist outside was slowly lifting. Sunlight was breaking through in ribbons over the harbor. Beyond the docks, black smoke still curled faintly where ruins had once been homes. And far out, just past the horizon, he knew a ship waited. Like a hungry wolf. Sue wouldn't move yet. But he would. Soon. As the day continued, the war room slowly emptied after the final command was given. Reports were gathered, salutes offered, boots marched out in tight formation. Zuko remained behind, silent at the table, his hand resting near the sand table's edge. Rin lingered beside him, arms crossed. The scent of ash still lingered on Zuko's uniform. Beneath his coat, the bandages around his torso tightened with every breath. The weight of what lay ahead settled on them both. And then, the silence was broken. Boom! A dull thud rippled from outside, followed by the heavy groan of the harbor's eastern gate chain retracting. Rin looked up. Supply ship. Zuko didn't move. His eyes remained fixed on the map. Admiral Kuvak sending early, I suppose, he asked. I doubt Kuvak himself would even travel on a supply run, Rin replied. But I wouldn't be surprised if he sent someone else to accompany the princess. Another thud echoed, this time louder, sharper. Metallic boots against the wooden pier. Zuko finally turned toward the door. He didn't need a report. He already knew. They stood at the top of the gangplank, 3 figures descending from the black-streaked supply ship. The harbor, still smoldering at the edges, fell quiet around them. At the front was Azula. She walked with calm purpose, her movements precise, even as her cloak billowed behind her. Her golden eyes scanned the harbor with cool calculation, noting every crumbled wall, every bent beam, every smudge of ash. Her high-collared Royal Fire Nation uniform shimmered with polished embroidery. Her hair was as perfect as ever, tied back with a band of obsidian silk. Her boots didn't make a sound. Behind her, moving like a hummingbird across the deck, was Ty Lee, all cheerful bounce and open curiosity, her pink uniform standing out like a flower in a burned field. And to her left, cloaked in melancholy and silence, walked Mai. Hands in her sleeves. Boredom already written across her pale face. Her every step was quiet. Controlled. Her eyes never stopped scanning the shadowed corners of the shipyard. Zuko stood at the edge of the pier, arms folded, Rin just behind him. The tension between them was as palpable as the rising heat in the afternoon sun. Azula reached the end of the dock and paused a few paces away. She didn't bow. She smiled. Brother. Zuko's mouth twitched. Azula. Her smile widened, though it never reached her eyes. I see you've been having a rough couple of days, she said, glancing at the scorched crane in the background. I should have known you'd dive headfirst into the fire without a helmet. Some of us don't need helmets, he replied. We fight. We bleed. Then we win. Ty Lee waved enthusiastically. Hi, Zuko. Mai just nodded once in vague acknowledgement. Zuko's eyes flicked between them. I wasn't informed you'd be traveling as a unit. Azula stepped past the last plank and onto the stone. Oh, you know how it is, she said casually. Father wanted to keep a close eye on the Crown Prince and his growing ambitions. He sent me. I brought company. Rin's gaze narrowed slightly behind Zuko, but he said nothing. Zuko exhaled through his nose. How nice, he said flatly. Azula looked around, then raised her brows slightly. So this is Nanhai. Not exactly postcard material. I'm surprised you haven't set it on fire yet. It's already burning, Zuko said. You're just in time. Ty Lee leaned in, looking at one of the Fire Nation soldiers standing off to the side. So, are we winning? No, Rin answered bluntly. We're surviving. Mai looked at the smoldering remains of a warehouse. That sounds like something Zuko would do. Azula stepped in closer, eyes studying her brother's face. She saw the stiffness in his stance, the pain masked behind discipline, the bandages just barely concealed beneath his coat. You fought General Fong, she said, like it was a passing comment. And lived. Zuko didn't respond. Azula tilted her head slightly, smile sharpening. I heard it was impressive. Father will want a full report. I'm sure you'll dramatize it well. Zuko met her gaze evenly. You're welcome to attend the next duel and write your own. Ty Lee laughed nervously. I think I'll stay in the back with the medics. Azula turned slightly, her long coat trailing behind her. Well then. I assume you've arranged quarters for us. Zuko motioned vaguely toward the western dockside garrison. Rin will show you. Excellent, she said, her tone sweetly venomous. We'll talk later, big brother. So much to catch up on. She turned with a snap of her cloak, Ty Lee skipping behind her, my trailing without a word. Only once they were gone did Zuko let out the breath he'd been holding. Rin muttered under his breath, that's going to go well. Zuko didn't answer. He simply stared after them, face unreadable. Chapter 25, Masks and Motives. The walk from the ship to the central command quarter was quiet at first. Sergeant Rin walked a few steps ahead, arms behind his back, posture like iron. He didn't need to speak. He had nothing to say. Princess Azula, Ty Lee, and Mai followed, their boots tapping against the dock's charred stone. Even in its partially ruined state, the Fire Nation base stood tall, crimson banners still fluttering, signal horns mounted atop scaffolding, ash-blackened tiles now glinting beneath fresh water poured over them. Rin kept his eyes forward. He'd dealt with Azula before. Briefly. Once. It was more than enough. But before they could reach the base of the path leading up the central cliffside. Sergeant Rin, a voice called. He turned. Ensign Lee, moving briskly in his dark, pressed uniform, came to a clean stop beside them. His scholar's face was calm as ever, not a hair out of place despite the midday heat. The prince requests your presence elsewhere, Sergeant, Lee said, voice clear and formal. He has asked that I escort the princess and her companions to their quarters in your stead. Rin blinked once. He wasn't one for visible emotion, but the flicker of relief, expertly buried beneath years of discipline, almost cracked through. He bowed to Azula with flawless precision. My apologies, Princess. I trust the ensign will meet your standards. Azula nodded faintly, that unreadable smile hovering on her lips. I'm sure he will. Rin turned and left immediately, boots vanishing into the controlled chaos of the rebuilding camp. Lee gestured up the walkway. If you'll follow me, Your Highness. Your quarters are prepared in the Officers' Ridge compound, overlooking the port. Azula didn't move immediately. She observed Lee with a slow glance. Calculated. Quiet. Measuring. Then she gestured to Ty Lee and Mai with a flick of her wrist. Let's go. They had only gone a few steps up the path when another figure emerged from the commotion near the supply tents. Humph, Lee, Hinaro called, crossing her arms as she approached from the side. Her usual scowl rested on her face like it belonged there. I was looking for you. Lee turned to her with a straight back, never once missing a beat. Then walk with me. I've been reassigned to escort the princess. Hinaro frowned, glancing between the three strangers she hadn't seen before. What princess? Without slowing his pace, Lee gestured respectfully. Princess Azula, younger sister to Prince Zuko. Daughter of Fire Lord Ozai. Hinaro's posture shifted instantly. Her frown softened, and her arms uncrossed with a sudden, practiced grace. She dipped her head, not too low, not too shallow. My apologies, Princess, she said smoothly. I've spent most of my life posted abroad, rarely within the capital's inner court. I didn't recognize you. Her voice was respectful, her tone polished, but the edges were too clean. Too precise. Azula noticed. Of course she did. She'd built a lifetime recognizing false submission. But she didn't call it out. Instead, she smiled with that delicate, venom-laced composure that made generals sweat. No need to apologize, Azula said lightly. It's not your fault you weren't born into better company. Ty Lee giggled. Mai exhaled slowly through her nose. Lee smiled awkwardly, missing entirely the subtle knife behind Azula's words. Lee then turned, as if remembering protocol, and motioned to the two women beside the princess. "This is Tai Li, daughter of one of the Fire Nation's noble clans. And Mai, daughter of General Shainu of the Inner Guard." Hinaro bowed to them as well. "An honor. I've heard of your families." Tai Li bowed in return, smiling brightly. "We've never met before, right? I'm usually really good with faces." "Never," Hinaro said smoothly. "But I've read of you." Another lie. Another clean delivery. Mai gave the smallest nod, her eyes drifting lazily toward Hinaro's boots and back again. She'd read her in seconds. All mask. All teeth. The girl was clearly a trained liar. Interesting. Azula turned her gaze back to Lee. "This woman works under you?" Lee nodded. "Hinaro. My wife." The air shifted. Just slightly. Tai Li's eyes widened. "Wife?" Mai's brow twitched. Azula's gaze narrowed, not with offense but curiosity. "Married already?" she asked, the tone velvet soft. "Mai, you move quickly." Lee, entirely missing the sarcasm, nodded matter-of-factly. The marriage was recently suggested as part of the prince's directive on subordinates having something to care for, as well as legacy being an important aspect. Consolidation of influence. Political harmony through strategic unions. Hinaro was selected for me by circumstance and geography. Azula's smile stretched slowly. "How charming." "Congratulations," Tai Li offered sincerely. "Condolences," Mai added, voice flat. As they reached the crest of the hill, the central harbor lay spread out below them, a broken puzzle slowly being reassembled. Smoke still drifted faintly from the eastern quadrant where the battle had been fiercest. Fire Nation engineers bent over damaged cranes and scorched carts. Troops ferried supplies in wheelbarrows. Burned wood was stacked near fire pits. Civilian workers and soldiers alike moved in anxious, coordinated disorder. The docks, though functional, looked like they barely survived a siege. Azula stopped, hands on her hips. She took it all in. The chaos. The disrepair. The sheer disorder of it. And standing at the top of it all, her brother. Zuko. She blinked once, masking her thoughts. Replacing Rin with this boy? She thought coldly. Has he completely lost his mind? The ensign was bright, clearly, but far too academic. Naive. Obvious. Easy to read and even easier to bend if you knew where to press. She'd known men like Lee. They cracked under pressure, or worse, became idealists. Both were fatal. Azula turned, hiding her distaste behind a pleasant smirk. "Well then. I do hope the rooms come with windows," she said. "Watching this mess might be the most entertainment we'll get." The slope curved up the final bend toward the officers' ridge, a collection of newly reconstructed quarters nestled in a sandstone cliff overlooking the bay. The path here was freshly swept, though the scent of smoke still clung to the wooden overhangs. The windows bore fresh hinges, the doors were dark lacquered pine, well-maintained, albeit hastily repurposed to house nobility. Ensign Lee walked 2 paces ahead, posture ramrod straight, arms behind his back as he led Azula and her companions toward the final door at the end of the corridor. "This is the best suite available," he explained, tone matter-of-fact. "It belonged to a general quartermaster before the siege began. You'll find private wash access, personal armory storage, and fresh linens." Azula said nothing as the door was unlocked and pushed open. Her gaze swept the room in one smooth motion, eyes scanning every corner with surgical precision. Tai Li peeked inside. "Oh! This is actually kinda cute." Mai walked past her, poking the tatami mat with her boot. "Bit too polished. Like they're trying to distract us from something." Behind them, Hinaro leaned toward Lee as he closed the door behind the princess. "I came looking for you," she said in a tone quieter than before. Lee turned to her, brows raised. "Why?" She gave a light shrug, arms crossing again in her usual defiance. The sudden ship. I was wondering what you knew about it. Thought you said supply ships weren't expected for another week. Lee didn't even blink. The ship is from Prince Zuko's southern fleet, he explained in his usual scholarly calm. After the prince's urgent request, a dispatch was sent ahead of the main fleet. Admiral Kuvak, citing Prince Zuko's royal authority, deployed a resupply vessel immediately. It's carrying provisions, replacement equipment, and Princess Azula. Hinaro nodded, hiding her frown behind a neutral tilt of her head. Of course. Just a coincidence she was the one sent. Lee, ever oblivious to subtext, responded plainly. The timing was logistically sound. The fleet was caught in a severe storm north of here and required repairs. Rather than delay aid, a single ship was sent ahead. Her Highness insisted on being aboard. I'm sure she did, Hinaro muttered under her breath. Lee glanced at her. Was that sarcasm? No, she lied, poorly. Then we're aligned in understanding, Lee replied, completely misreading the tone. She sighed. Never mind. I'm going to grab something to eat. He nodded. I will return to the prince and report that the princess and her attendants have been accommodated. Of course you will, she said, and walked off in the opposite direction. Inside the suite, the atmosphere shifted now that the doors were closed. The silence hummed with calculation. Azula peeled off her gloves first, setting them neatly by the table. Then her cloak. Then she turned and examined the space fully. The windows gave an excellent view of the port and, more importantly, of the command paths leading up the eastern cliffs. She could see the repair teams scrambling like ants. Smoke curled from a half-collapsed tower. Soldiers ran drills on uneven terrain. The harbor was still barely holding together. Perfect. She turned to face Ty Lee and Mai. Zuko's more hurt than he's letting on, Azula said. His fight with General Fong wasn't a victory. It was survival. He's walking around with cracked ribs and probably half-healed burns, and he's still pretending to be in control. Ty Lee leaned against the wall. He looked really beat up. Mai sat by the window, arms folded. That doesn't make him weak. You know how he gets when he's desperate. Last time. She trailed off, but the message hung in the air like smoke from a fresh fire. Azula's eyes narrowed. Yes. Last time. Ty Lee glanced between them. I mean, you did try to outmaneuver him. And it kinda backfired. Azula didn't flinch, but her voice thinned like a thread pulled too tight. I remember. She walked to the center of the room and placed her hands on the small strategy table, already stocked with parchment and Fire Nation cartography. Her reflection glinted on its polished surface. Zhao was executed. His failure gave Zuko leverage he should never have had. I underestimated how deep he'd planned. I won't do that again. Mai raised an eyebrow. You think it's different this time? Azula smirked. It is. Ty Lee tilted her head. Why? Azula didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned toward the window again. Her fingers folded gently in front of her as she stared out at the half-broken harbor. This time, she thought, I already have my hand around his throat. He just doesn't know it yet. She wouldn't say it aloud. Not to Ty Lee. Not to Mai. But it was there. A slow-burn secret weapon wrapped in silken lies and whispered promises. She would let Zuko think she was playing fair. Let him think the past was behind them. Let him lie beside her again, unguarded, smug, predictable. And when he finally showed his neck, Azula's gaze sharpened. I have a secret advantage, she said aloud, finally. Something he's not prepared for. Mai leaned her head against the wall, unconvinced. And we're just supposed to follow you into this again? Azula turned toward them, her expression composed and terrifyingly calm. I don't expect you to follow. I expect you to obey. Ty Lee looked at Mai. Mai sighed. You know I hate when you make that face. Azula smiled. Then we're agreed. First things first. She lifted one finger, pointing down toward the harbor. Zuko's trust is stretched too thin. That ensign he's so fond of? Lee. He's green. Young. Idealistic. Utterly out of his depth. And his wife? Ty Lee asked. Azula's smile curved further. She's the wrong kind of liar. Pretending to be harmless. But I can see it. Sooner or later, she'll slip. Mai tapped a small throwing knife against her boot. So what's the play? Azula's eyes gleamed. We exploit their weaknesses. Isolate their loyalties. Sow doubt. Create chaos where there was once unity. She sat at the edge of the table, elegant and still. And then, we take everything. Far to the north of Nanhai, just beyond the range of the recent storm, a small naval repair base nestled along the spine of a jagged coastal inlet. The sea here was calmer now, the winds tapering after days of relentless gale. The docks were alive with firebenders, engineers, and shipwrights moving in tight coordination beneath rising scaffolds and restrung signal lines. A dozen warships, black-hulled and crimson, sat tethered offshore. The rest of the 25th Naval Division, all 25 ships and over 5,000 men, were staggered along the cove, receiving final repairs after having barely weathered a devastating 3-day sea storm. Inside the command building, at the highest structure on the ridge, the office of Admiral Kuvak remained cloaked in lamplight. The man himself stood hunched over his desk, broad-shouldered, head lowered. His armor was formal but unpolished, sleeves rolled to the elbows as he read from several bamboo paper scrolls, each sealed in crimson and black wax. Ink stains marked his fingers, proof of hours spent writing missives, reviewing ship repair estimates, and tallying casualty reports from the storm. He scratched at the sharp line of his jaw. The repairs were ahead of schedule, barely. If the sea held calm, the full division would be mobile again within 3 days. 3 days. That would be enough. A knock broke the silence. He didn't look up. Enter. The door opened with a creak. A standard-bearer stepped in standard armor, mid-rank. Thin, wiry. Face emotionless. Admiral, the soldier said, bowing. Confirmation from the advance operatives. They've arrived in the Nanhai harbor. Kuvak's eyes flicked up. His expression didn't change, but a slight tilt of the head signaled attention. Alongside Princess Azula? Yes, sir. They accompanied her under covert assignment. One placed among her escort, the other seated among Zuko's inner circle. Eyes and ears on both. Kuvak leaned back slightly in his chair. Excellent. He folded his arms behind him and turned to the side window, staring out at the ships bobbing on the repaired moorings. So, the prince disappears in the middle of the night. Abandons his flagship. Travels light, no fanfare, no notice, and reappears days later asking for emergency supplies, requesting reinforcements, and bleeding from a duel with an Earth Kingdom general. He chuckled softly. Curious. The soldier remained silent. Kuvak turned back toward the desk and tapped a finger against a detailed map of the Nanhai province, pinned by brass studs to the wood. It was his father's idea to give him the 25th Division, Kuvak said slowly. Not mine. He wanted the boy tested. He wanted the fire tempered. Well, let's see how many cracks appear before it finishes baking. He looked at the report again, tiny, coded writing woven into mundane parchment. Azula had arrived. Her retainers were in place. Zuko's movements were now under full observation. The pieces were falling into their proper positions. Send a raven to the embedded agents, Kuvak said. Tell them the game is on. I want daily updates. Every meeting. Every private council. Every suspicious gesture. Yes, Admiral. The soldier turned to go. Kuvak paused. Oh, and one more thing. The soldier stopped at the threshold. Kuvak smiled faintly, almost amused, almost disappointed. If the prince proves unworthy of this command, you know what must be done. The soldier bowed lower. Of course, Admiral. He left, closing the door quietly behind him. Kuvak returned to his map, his shadow long in the low lamplight. 3 days. That was all the time Zuko had left before judgment arrived. Chapter 26, Under the Same Flame. Evening fell with a heavy silence over Nanhai. The chaos of the day had softened into something almost structured. The burning smell that had haunted the harbor for days had faded beneath the salt of the sea breeze. Fresh torches lined the outpost's pathways, their flames dancing across repaired scaffolding and open stonework. Inside the main dining hall, the clatter of bowls and quiet laughter of weary soldiers gave the place a false warmth. The room was long, built with function in mind, not comfort, sturdy walls, no decor, and wooden rafters blackened from years of oil lamp soot. A line of war maps hung at the far end near the elevated table where senior officers gathered. Zuko sat at the center, a bandage peeking beneath his collar, his hair tied back in a loose knot, the shadows under his eyes darker than usual. Beside him sat Commander Donji, back straight, face stony, his armor half unbuckled at the chest. Sergeant Rin nursed a ceramic flask of bitter leaf tea, already 3 sips in. Around them, a few lower-ranking officers filled seats at either side of the hall, each engaged in their own needed conversations. The grain reserves should last us now, Donji said, tapping the edge of his plate with a pair of lacquered chopsticks. With the princess's supply ship unloaded, we'll be able to minimize rationing for at least a fortnight. More than enough time to plan a counterstrike, Rin muttered. Assuming Fong doesn't decide to start flinging boulders again tomorrow. He won't, Zuko said, his voice low. He's regrouping. Pulling resources. Now that he's sent for reinforcements, he'll wait. Donji nodded. If King Bumi gets involved, though. He will, Zuko cut in. We have to assume he already has. And now the Avatar's with him, Rin added. He's not just a wild card anymore. Zuko was silent a moment, swirling the broth in his bowl. Nanhai isn't just a staging ground anymore, he said finally. It's become a front. If we lose this province, we lose the southeast coast and access to the lower Earth Kingdom territories. Donji leaned back, arms crossed. If we win, though. Zuko's eyes flickered. Then this becomes the proving ground for who controls the direction of this war. The conversation paused as the dining hall door opened again. The quiet murmurs of the room shifted. Heads turned. Princess Azula entered. She moved with her usual grace, gliding between tables without a single step out of rhythm. Her coat was formal, though looser than before. Her golden eyes gleamed beneath the warm torchlight. Behind her trailed Ty Lee, her pink uniform spotless, and Mai, silent as a shadow, eyes already half-lidded with boredom. Every soldier they passed stood instinctively. Not out of duty. Out of reflex. Azula's gaze swept the room until it landed at the long table and the empty seat beside her brother. Zuko didn't stand. He simply nodded. Princess. Prince, she answered coolly, as she slipped into the chair beside him. Ty Lee and Mai peeled off wordlessly, taking up 2 open seats further down the table near the officers, where conversation dulled instantly out of respect and subtle fear. Donji offered a formal bow from where he sat at Your Highness. Welcome. I wish we could have received you under better circumstances. Azula smiled faintly, her voice smooth. It's all right, Commander. War never lends itself to beauty. But chaos, after all, has its uses. Zuko's fingers tightened slightly around his teacup. Donji, to his credit, only nodded. I trust your quarters are adequate? Azula offered a breath of a laugh. Let's just say they're not quite fit for a princess, but we'll survive. Rin hid a smirk behind his cup. The structural integrity is functional, Lee's voice rang out from down the table, he'd just joined. According to quartermaster logs, the suites were refurbished only last month. The floors are lacquered red cedar, and I oversaw the bedding request myself. Azula glanced toward him, blinking once. You oversaw it personally? She asked, voice lilting. Lee didn't notice the tone. Of course. As per the prince's directives, among my many duties I serve in a logistical capacity as well as a field coordination role. Remarkable, Azula said, turning back toward her brother with amusement in her voice. Where do you find them? Libraries, Zuko muttered. Rin chuckled into his drink. Ty Lee laughed across the table, waving at Lee. You're adorable, you know that? Lee tilted his head. Thank you. Azula returned her attention to the meal as the first of the warm dishes were brought forward by the quartermaster's staff. Braised eel, fermented cabbage rolls, and wild rice steamed from iron trays. The scent of sesame oil filled the air. As bowls were filled, the conversation shifted again. Donji leaned slightly toward Zuko. We've confirmed small Earth Kingdom skirmish camps being assembled along the northern ridgeline. Scouts say they're staying out of artillery range, but they're watching us. Let them, Zuko said. We'll return the favor. Azula toyed with her rice for a moment before speaking. You'll be launching a counteroffensive soon, I assume? Zuko didn't answer right away. He chewed. Swallowed. Then glanced at her. Yes. Good, Azula said softly. I came here expecting things to move quickly. I'd hate to be disappointed. Rin leaned in. You may get your wish, Your Highness. Azula smiled. But beneath the table, her fingers drummed lightly against the lacquered wood, perfect rhythm, perfect calm, hiding the gears already turning in her mind. So this was the stage. And all the pieces were now in place. The clatter of bowls and cutlery had dulled to a low murmur, the communal dining hall now thick with the warmth of firelit shadows and the unspoken weariness of officers who'd seen too much in too little time. The lull didn't last. Azula tilted her head, her gold eyes locked on her brother. So, dear brother, she began smoothly, letting her voice cut through the background hum like a drawn dagger, what was in the message you received that night? Zuko didn't look at her right away. He kept his gaze on the rising steam of his soup. What message? He asked flatly. The one you burned, Azula said, her smile razor thin. The one delivered just before you left the capital in the dead of night. Zuko's jaw didn't clench. His face didn't flinch. But he set his chopsticks down, slowly, purposefully. I received many messages. Azula leaned in, voice velvet. Do you burn them all in front of Iroh and storm off without alerting your guards? The table tensed. A few of the other soldiers nearby exchanged subtle glances before wisely returning to their food. Zuko gave a small shrug. There was a situation in Taranaki, he said simply. A matter left unresolved from my time in exile. Donji looked up. Even he hadn't heard this version yet. Rin said nothing. Azula's tone dipped into mock sympathy. Oh, how quaint. A sudden emergency and, what was it? Her eyes gleamed. Ah yes, Taranaki, wasn't it? That charming little moldy corner of the world. I had supplies stored there, Zuko said, lifting his cup and taking a long, slow sip. Salvaged weapons. Communications equipment. Powder stores buried in a cliff vault. We didn't have time to send formal dispatches. Azula leaned back in her chair, eyebrows raised with dramatic amusement. How convenient. Zuko didn't blink. She pressed on, her voice sharpening with each word. Father was furious. He said you humiliated him before the entire war council. Said you disappeared like a petty thief in the night. I had orders to secure Nanhai, Zuko replied calmly. The province was under imminent threat. I acted accordingly. Then why the detour? Azula's voice darkened. Why vanish for 4 days before arriving here? Zuko turned his head slightly, eyes finally meeting hers. My decisions are my own, he said, voice low, resolute. And if father has questions, he can ask me himself. Azula's smile returned. But now it was thin. Cold. Controlled. Just try to come up with better lies when he does, she said softly. Because that one? She tapped the table once with her finger. That one's pathetic. The silence hung long enough to make the stew in their bowls grow cold. Then, mercifully, Ring cleared his throat, breaking the spell. We've received confirmation that the Avatar has been seen in Omashu, he said, directing the room's energy away from the siblings. Traveling with 2 companions. Likely arrived only yesterday. Azula sat back, visibly relaxing into her new angle. Well, the boy lives. We never confirmed his death, Rin said. Only Commander Zhao's incompetence. Zuko's eyes narrowed. The Avatar is being protected by King Bumi. Azula raised an eyebrow. The old madman? He's more than that, Zuko said, tone firm. He's an elite. One of the greatest earthbenders alive. Maybe the greatest. Donji nodded in agreement. He's been king of Omashu for nearly a century. They say he can bend entire causeways with one hand. He personally destroyed 3 Fire Nation siege engines during the first campaign alone. He survived the White Dagger Rebellion, Lee added quietly. That wasn't even a war. That was a purge. Azula laughed once, sharp and dismissive. He's a crazy old man who talks to rocks. Don't glorify his tantrums. Zuko set his cup down. I'm not glorifying him, he said. I'm respecting the danger. The same way I'd respect stepping into a wildfire or challenging Uncle Iroh or father in a duel. Azula's stare held him for a long moment. You're afraid, she said. Zuko didn't rise to the bait. I'm cautious. No, Azula said, her voice now carrying an edge. You're backing away from the deal. The words dropped like coals on dry wood. Donji's brows creased. Rin blinked once. But no one dared ask what that deal meant. Zuko didn't deny it. I remember the agreement, he said, voice low. And I plan to honor it. But I'm not going to march into Omashu with a half-healed ribcage and pick a fight with a man who could bury us all in a landslide. Azula studied him. Her eyes flicked to his collar, where the bruises from Fong's assault still peeked through. She smiled again. Of course. Let's be smart, then. Let's be strategic. But in her head, a different thought burned. You're slipping, Zuzu. And I will be the one to catch your fall and push you over the edge. A little later, after dinner. The room was dim. The oil lamp on the corner desk flickered gently, casting its warm glow over sprawled scrolls and charcoal parchment, each page filled not with orders or tactics, but lines curved, precise, mathematical. Zuko sat hunched over the desk, his robe loosened, one arm gently resting across his wrapped ribs, the pain dulled but ever present. His brush glided in smooth, deliberate movements, strokes refined by habit rather than need. He wasn't writing a speech. He wasn't charting a battle. He was listing equations. One after another. The quadratic equation formula. Sharp symmetry stretching across a clean row. A few inches below, the nth term formula for arithmetic sequences. Then the sum formula. Then the geometric sequence structure, variables aligned like ancient poetry and Fire Nation glyphs. On the next scroll, the cosine rule, written twice, as if verifying itself. None of this had anything to do with Nanhai. Or Fong. Or Azula. This was him. Back when he was Victor Crane, slouched on a desk with a notebook open, battered Casio calculator nearby, chewing the back of a pen cap as the ceiling fan spun above. He used to do this when things got difficult. Not because it solved anything. He wasn't some super genius with a calculator for a mind, but it soothed him. Distracted him from all the troubles that would be going on in his life. But because math didn't lie. It didn't play politics. It didn't bleed or betray. The numbers were what they were. Beautiful in their truth. Elegant in their cold order. Now, With half the province on fire and a dozen lives between him and every person he trusted, it was the closest thing to peace he had left. He dipped the brush again. Wrote it out. Then repeated it in Fire Nation script. He frowned. This one doesn't feel right anymore. His fingers flexed. The pain in his ribs flared. He leaned back with a soft exhale and looked at what he'd written. Back home, he thought, I used to need the book to give me problems. I couldn't trust my mind to make up something I didn't already know how to solve. Now, it was worse. He knew too much. His memories overlapped like waves crashing into one another. Earth and fire, past and present. The numbers blurred. The parchment wrinkled under his fingertips. And then, a knock. Not loud. Not urgent. But clear. He blinked. His hand slowly went to his side as he stood wincing slightly at the pull in his ribs. He pulled his robe tighter and crossed to the door. With one hand braced against the frame, he opened it. Standing there was Hinero. She wasn't in armor. Nor was she in her Kyoshi uniform. Just a deep red wrap over her shoulders, her hair slightly windblown from the harbor breeze. Her arms were folded. But there was no hostility in her stance. Not tonight. Zuko stared at her a moment, wary. What are you doing here? He asked, his voice more tired than sharp. She met his gaze. Calm. Focused. I think, she said, it's time we spoke honestly. The oil lamp behind him flickered. The numbers on the page waited. Zuko stepped aside. Said nothing. And let her in. Chapter 27, Beneath Still Waters. The next day, the sun dipped low across the western cliffs of Nanhai, staining the harbor waters a molten amber. The echoes of hammers and orders rang across the battered shoreline, repair crews moving like ants across shattered docks and scorched supply warehouses. Amid the chaos of reconstruction, few noticed the lone figure walking calmly along the upper balconies of the central compound. Azula's steps were soft, measured. She moved without her usual royal parade of trumpeting guards or fanfare. She preferred it that way. Ty Lee and I followed behind her at a respectful distance. Both had changed into field uniforms, simple but tailored, each bearing the unmistakable red flame insignia of the Fire Nation. It was a mark of command, but also of expectation. Neither spoke. Azula paused at the overlook of the harbor. From this vantage point, she could see nearly everything, the dockhands moving crates from the freshly arrived supply ship, the flicker of flamebenders practicing basic forms by the barracks, the shift rotations among the guards at the perimeter. Her eyes scanned each detail with the precision of a knife drawn slow. She didn't speak to Ty Lee or Mai as she walked back inside the compound. Instead, her mind was already plotting. She found her first opportunity in the form of Captain Maruto, a broad-shouldered officer standing over a field report near the war map station. He was arguing with two younger soldiers, his tone clipped and tense. Azula lingered nearby, listening. I said we reposition to the north cliffside. If the enemy launches another assault, we won't get caught with our backs to the sea again. One of the soldiers shifted uncomfortably. But sir, that contradicts the Crown Prince's latest. Prince or not, he's not thinking like a commander, Maruto snapped. Azula's eyes flickered with interest. She approached, graceful as silk. Captain, she said, her voice a whisper wrapped in formality. Maruto stiffened and turned, bowing sharply. Princess Azula. I didn't realize. Relax, she said with a smile far too gentle to be sincere. I'm merely observing. I've been told you have a sharp mind for troop maneuvering. He seemed to straighten at the compliment. I only serve the Fire Nation, Princess. Good, she replied. Then perhaps we'll speak more formally tomorrow. I may have insights I'd like your opinion on. He bowed again, but there was a different glint in his eyes now, 1 part pride, 2 parts curiosity. Ty Lee leaned in as Azula walked past him. He's got an ego, she whispered. You'll have him dancing in 3 days. Azula didn't answer. She was already thinking of the others. The next evening, she met with Logistics Officer Seiki, a woman in her late 40s with thin silver streaks in her otherwise black bun. Seiki had been assigned to oversee ration control and local civilian trade approvals. A woman overlooked by many, but one with ink access to half the base's inner workings. They met under the guise of an inspection. Princess, I wasn't informed. You weren't supposed to be, Azula said, thumbing through the ledger on Seiki's table. I find people are more truthful when they're not prepared. Seiki gave a nervous chuckle, unsure if it was meant to be a joke. Do you find the Crown Prince's resource distribution method sufficient? Azula asked. The woman hesitated. Honest answer, please, Azula added softly, her voice like silk dipped in vinegar. I believe some of his choices prioritize speed over sustainability. Azula closed the book with a snap and gave a short nod. Then we will have a private discussion tomorrow. I believe your experience is wasted here. Seiki blinked. Princess? You'll be reassigned. To me, Azula clarified. Temporarily. By the third day, it was clear to Mai and Ty Lee what was happening. They watched Azula from a shaded alcove near the upper-tier mess. She sat alone with an officer whose name neither of them recognized, a naval man, not from Zuko's usual roster. She laughed gently, fingers to her lips, eyes never leaving the man's face. He was talking too much. She was barely talking at all. When she returned to them later that evening in the quarters, Mai didn't ask anything. She simply offered a dry observation. You've talked to almost every non-ranked officer with a pulse and a pair of opinions. Azula stripped off her tunic and tossed it onto the cot. That's because Zuko's made it too easy. This place is held together by pride and tape. Everyone's frustrated. Everyone's tired. They're starting to resent the golden boy. All they need is a mirror to look into and see someone better. And that's you? Ty Lee asked, pulling her hair up into a bun. Azula smirked. Who else? But what if Zuko catches on? Mai said, eyes narrowing slightly. He's not stupid. You've been quiet about this before. Why so loud now? Azula's face cooled. She sat on the edge of her bed, chin in her hands, elbows on her knees. Because this is war. And in war, timing is everything, she said. He's weakened. Battered. The harbor still stinks of blood and broken stone. That girl Hanero is a snake pretending to be a sheep. That ensign boy is loyal but soft. And Zuko is too many things all at once. You still fear him, Ty Lee said gently. Azula didn't blink. I still intend to win. Neither friend said anything for a while. The silence of the room stretched between them like a drawn bowstring. Finally, Azula stood, walked to the mirror, and examined her reflection. Her fingers traced the curve of her jaw, then the faint shimmer of the bruise just under her collarbone from yesterday's sparring session. She whispered to herself, everyone has a weakness. Even Zuko. Especially Zuko. The whisper of wind tapped against the thin window screens, carrying the smell of scorched stone and sea salt from the half-ruined harbor below. The quarters were dim, only a single oil lantern hanging on the corner wall bathing the room in amber gold. Azula was mid-step toward the wash basin when the knock came. A firm 3 taps. The girls all turned. Ty Lee, closest to the door, exchanged a glance with Azula before walking over, bare feet making little sound on the stone floor. She opened the door to reveal the polite posture and sharp eyes of Ensign Lee. Evening, Lady Ty Lee, the boy said formally. Apologies for the disturbance. I've been sent by order of the Crown Prince. Azula straightened at the mention, but said nothing yet. The prince requests Princess Azula's presence in his chambers, Lee continued, hands folded behind his back, eyes unreadable. He says he's recovered sufficiently from his injuries, and wishes to confront the princess regarding her recent behavior. Ty Lee blinked at the peculiar phrasing. Confront her, she echoed. That was the word he used, Lee confirmed, bowing slightly. He gave no further instructions. Just that I deliver the message and say it plainly. Mai, sitting on her bed with one leg crossed over the other, leaned slightly forward. Is he angry? Lee didn't answer. He simply bowed again. Good night, ladies. Then he turned and walked away, not looking back. Ty Lee gently closed the door and turned around slowly. So, that was weird. Azula didn't move. She was still by the mirror, the curve of her spine perfectly erect, hands clasped behind her back. Her reflection stared calmly back at her, but her eyes danced with calculation. Mai let out a slow breath. That didn't sound like a formal summons. That sounded like a trap. Maybe he's figured out you've been poking around with officers and scribes and captains, Ty Lee added, voice slightly higher now. I told you you're being bolder than usual. Azula turned slowly, finally facing them. If he knew, she said calmly, then I wouldn't be receiving an invitation. I'd be receiving chains. But it's still strange, Mai muttered. He's too smart to be this straightforward. Azula walked over to the lantern, tilted it slightly, and stared into the flame. It fluttered and bent, dancing like it feared her gaze. He's not being straightforward, she said after a pause. He's bluffing. Or testing you, Ty Lee offered. Azula smirked. He always is. Mai stood up. So what are you going to do? Go? Of course, Azula answered immediately. Ty Lee looked nervous. Should we go with you? No, Azula said without hesitation. He won't speak honestly with an audience. She picked up her red sash from the chair, tying it tightly around her waist in a practiced motion. Do you think he suspects anything? Mai asked. Azula gave a short breath of amusement. Zuko? Please. He barely notices what's happening under his own nose. He's too busy playing strategist, pretending to be a great prince. He forgets one thing. She paused at the door, casting one glance over her shoulder. I have something he wants. She didn't elaborate. Ty Lee blinked and looked away. Mai didn't react. Azula opened the door and stepped out, alone, her steps echoing down the corridor as she made her way through the now dim hallways of the base's central structure. The stone walls were still warm from the day's heat, but the corridors were silent. Most of the soldiers had already returned to their bunks. The few still on watch shifted upright when they saw her pass, saluting quietly. She offered no acknowledgement. Every corridor, every turn, was a memory from her first time through. She could still smell the burnt wood from the previous week's battle. She could hear the groan of stone being moved, the sea wind trying to sneak through the cracks. When she arrived at the prince's private quarters, she paused before the heavy fire oak door. There were no guards outside. Typical Zuko. She knocked once, not too loud. Come in, came his voice, calm and even, but it lacked its usual commanding pitch. It sounded thoughtful. Possibly tired. She stepped in. The door creaked slightly as it opened. His quarters were quiet, lit only by a pair of small candles. He was seated at his desk, shirtless, his ribs bandaged in tight black wraps. There was a half-finished parchment before him, ink still fresh, mathematical formulae trailing across it like ancient runes from another world. He didn't bother hiding it. His gold eyes flicked up to meet hers. Azula, he said simply. She crossed her arms and closed the door behind her. You sent for me. I did. There was a long pause. She tilted her head. So? Zuko exhaled and stood, slow and steady, like a man made of stone trying to remember how to move. He winced slightly but straightened. The firelight kissed the edges of his jaw and collarbone. I wanted to see how far you were willing to go, he said quietly. Azula didn't answer, not yet. Her face was still and unreadable. I've heard a few things, he went on. Whispers. Sighs in the corridors. Soldiers who speak too freely after wine. I see the ripples now. The Way Command is starting to question me when they didn't almost a week ago. You've stirred the waters. She gave the faintest smile. And what are you going to do about it? Zuko didn't reply immediately. Instead, he walked to the far corner of the room, retrieved a small bottle of fire liqueur, and poured 2 cups. He walked back, handed her one. Azula raised an eyebrow but took it. He lifted his own cup. To the game. She touched hers to his with a faint clink. Neither drank. Not yet. He looked her dead in the eyes. Just remember, Azula, you're not the only one who knows how to play. Then he drank. Azula smirked, then followed. The silence that followed was loud enough to be thunder. Zuko set his cup down gently, letting the echo of its base against the wooden desk ring out once. His eyes hadn't left her. You've disappointed me, Azula. The words came softly, not in anger but in something worse. Something quieter. Something that spoke of cold judgment. Azula blinked, just once. Disappointed you? You made it too obvious. He leaned forward, just a little. Too easy. I expected better from you. There was no fire in his tone. No rise of voice. But the weight in his words was undeniable. Azula tilted her head slightly, eyes narrowing, but her smile never wavered. I never said I wouldn't try my own methods. You said you didn't mind competition, remember? Zuko smiled faintly, though not with amusement. Right. But since you arrived, 3, 4 days ago, you've been distant. Cold. Not once did you speak to me alone, until now. And then there's your little covert operations lately. Whispers exchanged behind stone walls with those 2 simpletons you brought along. He straightened. And with it, his voice transformed. Gone was the flirtatious banter. Gone was the languid tone and the half-teasing glances. What came in its place was a voice made of stone and smoke and death. I'll ask you once, he said. His gaze held hers like a sword against the throat. Is our deal off, Azula? He didn't shout. He didn't need to. Azula felt it again, that cold, sick weight that settled into her stomach whenever Zuko got like this. Whenever his golden eyes stopped seeing and started calculating. It was like staring into the eyes of a dragon just before it decided whether to roast you or go back to sleep. No, she said quickly. Of course not. He leaned back, relaxed once more. The chill lifted as suddenly as it had arrived. Is that right? He asked, sipping his drink again. Azula nodded once, controlled. I just have to make contingencies of my own. I can't leave everything to you. That would be irresponsible. Her voice never trembled, but the lie crawled like ash down her tongue. In truth, she wanted to set the entire room on fire. To incinerate him down to bone and ash, to remind him he was nothing more than the weak little brother who once cried over their mother's absence and flinched at their father's glare. But she couldn't, not anymore. Not when the boy she once mocked now spoke like he had the Fire Lord's breath in his lungs. Not when every day he surprised her with his restraint and his darkness. Good, Zuko said, voice easy again. You had me worried there for a second. He stood up, stretching slightly despite the pain in his ribs. I actually like that you didn't come to my room that first night. Azula arched a brow. Oh? I thought you'd be insulted. He gave her a smirk, more heat in it now. No. It made it safer for us to do it now. She walked toward the desk slowly, running a single finger along the edge of the wood as she passed it. Of course. It would have raised suspicion. Especially with roommates. Exactly, Zuko nodded. Not like we're back at the palace. There was silence for a moment. Then he turned to pour himself another small cup, the firelight catching the edges of his scar like a second mask. But his thoughts were nowhere near as calm as his tone. She's plotting something. She always is. That was one of the reasons he liked her. Her ambition. Her cunning. The way she never let herself be outmaneuvered for long. It made their dance worth doing. But she wasn't the only one preparing. Zuko had seen the signs. The small changes. The way she tested him, first with distance, now with closeness. Her arrival hadn't been a rescue. It was a probe. And probes could become knives. He would need contingencies of his own. Not far from the chaos of Nanhai, far from the crumbling harbor walls and the fractured city battlements, there was only ocean. The kind of still, unbroken water that whispered secrets between waves. Midnight clung to the waves like silk. And above it all, under a pale moon, there floated a ghost. A lone vessel. Dark sails. Black hole. No banners. It made no sound, and yet somehow it sang danger. This was no trade ship. No Navy scout. No wandering merchant lost on the tides. This was a predator. The Bloodwind, infamous across the western seas. Captain Su's ship. Feared by outposts, whispered about in taverns, and marked with the invisible stain of 100 unsolved raids. It moved like a rumor. Struck like a memory. And when it was done, it vanished like a ghost. Inside the cabin, the low creak of old wood and the occasional sway of lantern light painted shadows along the walls. A meal sat halfway eaten on the table, sea snake roasted in fermented red spice, and a bowl of ginger rice nearly knocked over by the ship's lurch. Captain Su leaned back in his chair, bare chest inked with a serpent tattoo curling from clavicle to wrist. His eyes were narrow. Calm. Too calm. Across from him sat his first mate, a woman with storm-colored eyes and a knife always within arm's reach. The door creaked open. A young deckhand stepped in, soaked to the knees, scroll in hand. He didn't even take off his boots before stepping onto the patterned rugs of the captain's quarters. "Captain," the boy said, breathless. "A hawk just arrived, carrying this." Su didn't take it. He just glanced at the scroll with a slow blink. "Who sent it?" he asked, voice like driftwood dragging across rock. "Prince Zuko, sir." That made the room still. The first mate set his cup down, very deliberately. Su leaned forward slowly, finally extending a hand. The scroll was placed in his palm. The pirate captain studied the wax seal. Not the Fire Nation crest. Something else. Zuko's personal mark. Su exhaled through his nose. "Huh." The first mate raised an eyebrow. "Didn't think he'd contact us so soon." "Neither did I," Su murmured, weighing the scroll in his hand as if it carried iron. "Not unless things were getting interesting." He didn't open it. Not yet. Just stared at the fire dancing in the lantern, the flames casting long shadows across his face. He and Zuko had unfinished business. Now this. The first mate leaned back, eyes gleaming. "What do you think he wants?" Captain Su smiled. The kind of smile men made when they tasted blood on the wind. "Let's find out." As he broke the seal, the candlelight flickered, just once, casting both their faces into shadow as the parchment slowly unrolled. Outside, above them, the Bloodwind drifted quietly across the sea like a blade waiting to be drawn. Chapter 28, The Forgotten. There was no sound. No wind, no water, no fire. No soil. No light. Only black. It wasn't the kind of darkness one found under a blanket or behind closed eyelids. This was primordial silence. A void that pressed in on the senses, thick and alive, like being submerged in ink that neither drowned nor released. Zuko stood in the middle of it, breath shallow. His chest rose and fell, his ribs still aching, yet there was no pain here. No weight. No firelight. No heartbeat in his ears. Just a presence. A voice echoed softly behind him. "So you're back." Zuko turned sharply. There he was again. That man. The same one from before. Hovering in the abyss as if gravity was optional, his body reclining on nothing, robes floating as though underwater. In one hand, he casually spun a staff, the kind airbenders used, but not quite like Aang's. It had sharper angles. A lacquered finish. Worn. And the man himself, Zuko, still couldn't make sense of him. He was clearly air nomad. The arrow tattoo ran clean from his forehead down the back of his neck and hands. But his clothes were an insult to classification. Fire Nation leather pauldrons maybe. Water Tribe fur-lined sash. Earth Kingdom bracers. The colors were chaos red, blue, green, orange, and even obsidian black. Worn like a rebellion against balance itself. The man's face was stern. Hardened. Mid-aged, with sun-weathered skin and cheekbones like carved stone. Not wise like Iroh, not naive like Aang. Dangerous. That was the word that came to Zuko's mind. Zuko squinted. Who are you? What is this place? The man's spinning staff stopped. He turned in midair to face him fully, one boot lightly tapping an invisible floor as if to remind Zuko that he floated only because he allowed it. Tell me, the man said. What age is it outside this place? Zuko blinked. What? The airbender's tone didn't change. It wasn't hostile. But there was an expectation behind it. Like a teacher waiting for a student to finish stumbling. What year is it? Who sits on my throne? Is Raya still around? Zuko's brows furrowed. What are you talking about? Who's Raya? That made the man pause. He tilted his head. For a moment, he simply studied Zuko. Not his body, his essence. The stranger's gaze passed through him. You're not just out of place, he murmured. Yes, you're a foreign soul, but it is more than that, more than I noticed the last time you were here. He floated closer, eyes narrowed. You've seen what was. What will be. You're not bound by the river of time like the rest of us. That's why he pulled you into our universe. He? Zuko asked. Who is he? Who pulled me here? The man didn't answer. Instead, he asked, do you know of one? Zuko's pulse spiked. The name hit like a gong in his chest. One. The first Avatar. The beginning of it all. He'd seen the two-part special years ago on Earth. Remembered the cosmic lion turtles, Rava, Vatu, the harmonic convergence. Zuko nodded slowly. I know the story. The man's eyes flickered with something unreadable. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. Something like a smile, but too cold to be real joy. Then answer me this, he said, voice lowering. Who is the Avatar? Zuko blinked. What? Who is the current vessel of Rava? Zuko tensed. He realized, this wasn't some idle spirit. This wasn't some fever dream. He was being tested. Why do you care? Zuko shot back. I want answers too. You tell me where this place is. You tell me why I'm here again. Answer my question first, the man said, voice sharpening. Zuko folded his arms. You shoved me out of this place the last time. You don't get to order me around. The airbender's eyes went still. Flat. You're not ready. Zuko's mouth opened to argue, but he felt it, the shift. The man's presence rippled like a pressure wave. The still air turned heavy, and before Zuko could breathe, the man raised his staff. Then you'll come back when you are. A rush of air hit Zuko's body like a hurricane compressed into a single second. It blew through his chest and spine, no time to dodge, no time to brace. Zuko flew backwards into the void. Everything blurred. And then... gasp. He bolted upright in bed. His chest rose and fell like thunder. Sweat clung to his hair, and his bandaged ribs screamed in protest. His sheets were twisted. Moonlight spilled through the small port window of his room aboard the base. His hands trembled slightly. Zuko dragged a palm down his face, exhaling slowly. Again, he whispered. It was the second time now. That man, that place, that void. The black abyss didn't feel like a dream anymore. Not a hallucination. Not even a spirit realm. Something older. He stood up gingerly, chest tight with bruises and thoughts. Whoever that man was, he knew one. Knew Rava. Knew things that didn't make sense. Knew things nobody should know. And worst of all, yet again he recognized that Zuko or Victor was not of this world. He looked down at his hands. His breath finally slowing. And then he muttered under it. "What the hell is going on?" he asked aloud. "Zuko?" The voice was faint at first, filtered through the haze of breath and sweat and memory. He blinked, pulse still erratic from the black abyss, from the man with too many colors and too much power, and from words that sounded like prophecy and riddles woven into threats. Azula stirred beside him, half curled in the tangled sheets, her long hair messily draped across her shoulder as she looked at him with narrowed eyes. There was no warmth in her expression, just mild irritation, laced with the natural sharpness that never left her voice. "You're sweating?" Zuko opened his mouth, then hesitated. "Nothing. Just a nightmare." Azula rolled onto her side, brushing her hair back with an impatient hand. But before she could retort, something outside caught her eye. A soft orange glow had crept through the edge of the thick curtains. Her gaze snapped toward it. "No," she breathed. "No, no, no." She sat upright with sudden urgency, pressing the curtain aside just enough to see the horizon. The first rays of dawn. The sea outside the harbor glimmered under the earliest light, a sliver of molten gold peeking out from behind the cloud line. The shadows of the fleet's docked ships loomed large against it. Fires still burned in braziers along the broken port wall where repairs had yet to be completed. Azula's amber eyes widened. "I fell asleep," she whispered harshly. "Ty Lee and Mai." She spun back toward Zuko, sheets rustling. "They're going to know we slept together. What else could I have possibly done last night? Where else could I have spent the night? If they're not complete idiots, they'll realize I was here with you." Zuko, still half propped up on one elbow, rubbed his eyes. "Relax," he said tiredly, voice rough with the weight of his interrupted rest. "It's still early. The sun's just starting to rise. You can slip back before they even wake up." Azula was already gathering her underrobe and pants, fumbling into them with practiced speed. Her armor was carefully laying over a nearby bench, untouched since the night before. "You're not helping," she hissed, slipping her outer robe over her shoulders. "You don't get it. It was part of our agreement to keep this as quiet as long as possible. We're in a war zone. People talk. They'll think." "Let them think," Zuko muttered, finally sitting up fully. His ribs protested. "You've never cared what anyone thinks." Azula glared. "I care what others think of me. And you should care as well." But she didn't wait for him to respond. With one last fix to her belt and boots, she swung the door open and vanished into the stone hallway, her footsteps fading down the corridor like the lingering heat of a flame just snuffed out. Zuko stared at the door. She was gone. And now, the silence returned. But not the peaceful kind. Not anymore. He sat back slowly, one hand running through his damp hair. His skin was still clammy. His thoughts worse. Raya. That name. It still echoed in the back of his mind. Why did it sound so familiar? He tried to track the timeline before. Tried to sort the memories of Victor Crane and those of Zuko, blending knowledge from two worlds like mixing oil and water. But nothing about Raya was clear. It hadn't been mentioned in any scrolls or tales. Not in Roku's life, nor Kyoshi's accounts. Not even in Wan's. And yet, the man in the abyss asked about her as if she were alive. Alive. Zuko frowned. "Raya, who are you?" He whispered it to the empty room, hoping it would settle his mind. It didn't. He looked toward his desk, half-finished parchment still waiting. The page had been filled with equations. Mathematical formulas in his clumsy brushstrokes. He'd filled almost the entire scroll with them last night before he had coitus with Azula. He stood and walked slowly to the desk, his body reminding him of the beating he took from Fong. He stared at the scrolls. 9 avatars he knew by name. 1. Sito. Yangchen. Kuvak. Kyoshi. Roku. Aang. Korra. If she could still even exist now. And the mysterious avatar Turo, whose mention had only appeared since he'd arrived in this world. But Raya? Nothing. She's not in Zuko's memories, he muttered aloud, and she wasn't in the show. Not even in the deep lore. But something in him whispered otherwise. That maybe Raya wasn't an avatar. Or maybe she was. Maybe she was lost, erased, forgotten. Buried before even the fire sages carved their early texts. He pressed a palm to his forehead. There were so many questions. Too many. He had more immediate things to worry about, Fong's reinforcements. Bumi's looming influence. The Avatar, now emboldened. His father's tightening leash through Kuvak. Azula's scheming. But even so, he looked back at the desk. At the empty seat. The black ink drying on old paper. He knew he'd be back in that abyss. The man with the staff wasn't done. The questions weren't done. And Zuko Victor would need answers. Sooner than he liked. He returned to bed for a brief 5-minute nap, but sleep wouldn't return. The bed felt colder without her in it, though Zuko didn't admit it aloud. The sheets were still warm from where her body had been, but his mind was already elsewhere, drawn back to the echo of the dream, the name Raya, and the pressure mounting in every corner of Nanhai. He rose from the bed, joints stiff, ribs sore. The dull pain across his side pulsed with every deep breath, a reminder that General Fong had pushed him to his limits and nearly beyond them. He pushed aside the ache. He needed clarity. Crossing to the far corner of the chamber, he sat down in a kneeling posture, hands resting gently on his thighs. The scent of faint incense still clung to the air from last night. He exhaled slowly, straightened his spine, and closed his eyes. He began the technique, something more advanced than traditional firebending meditation. Something Victor Crane had seen in all kinds of anime and TV shows. It wasn't about fire, not exactly. It was about the balance within. The self between body and spirit. Mind and energy. He breathed in. Then out. And again. Control your ki. Find the rhythm. The pain faded into the background, swallowed by stillness. His pulse slowed. Thoughts flowed, but they no longer crashed into each other. He focused on the warmth deep within his core, the spark, the flame, the center of his soul. He didn't know how much time passed. It could have been minutes. Could have been an hour. But then... Knock knock. The sound shattered the stillness like a pebble thrown into calm water. His eyes opened slowly. The sun was visible now through the high window slats, a golden band rising above the sea, flooding the chamber in honeyed light. He'd been at it longer than he thought. Come on in, he called, not even needing to stand. His voice was calm. Measured. Still grounded in the key's center. The heavy door creaked open. In stepped Ensign Lee, spine straight, armor polished, holding a scroll in one hand and a clean-swept composure on his face. Beside him, Hinaro, dressed in a simple officer's robe with her hair tied into a short warrior's tail, her expression unreadable as ever. Morning, sire, Lee said with scholarly cheer. Morning, was all Hinaro offered, short and crisp. Zuko tilted his head, a faint grin touching his lips. Lee, are you that terrible in bed, or is Hinaro always this rude in the mornings? The words landed like a slap. Hinaro's cheeks colored instantly, just enough for someone who rarely showed any emotion. Her eyes widened in offense and disbelief. But Lee? He blinked. Took a moment to process the question. Then answered with the same analytical cadence he always used when explaining battle logistics or scroll translations. We have yet to consummate the marriage, Your Highness. So I have no frame of reference for my performance. In such matters, I imagine experience is a helpful metric. Zuko choked on breath, then laughed. A genuine, short laugh that made his bruised ribs ache. He grimaced and waved a hand at the boyish-faced ensign. Spirits, Lee. I didn't realize how much I needed that laugh. The young man furrowed his brow. I do not understand what part of that was humorous, but if it improved your mood, then I consider it a success. Unbelievable, Hinaro muttered, still staring at the floor in horror. You absolute idiot. Lee turned to her, confused. Was I inappropriate? Yes, very much so. Oh, he said, processing that. I see. Zuko waved a hand to calm them both, expression turning more composed again. The amusement faded, replaced with that iron stare he used only when the room needed to understand who truly held the power. Hinaro, he said, voice low. It is the duty of a wife to lie with her husband. That is not political, it is biological. Marriages like yours exist for a reason. It is why we're all here. He turned vaguely to the bed, the twisted sheets, the half-drunk tea. The silence. Something unreadable flickered in his eyes, something too vulnerable to pin down, but it vanished quickly, like mist burnt off by fire. Hinaro noticed. I understand, she said quietly, stiffening her stance. Zuko nodded. I know it's private. And I will not press you beyond reason. But I expect consummation within 72 hours. He turned his gaze to Ensign Lee, who blinked in surprise. All 5 marriage unions are vital. The others on Kyoshi? I guarantee you they've already gone through with it. Probably the first night. Lee frowned at that. With all due respect, Your Highness. I am not convinced. Lieutenant Commander G is disciplined. Quartermaster Kyujin is strictly traditional. The others are. Zuko lifted a brow. Just once. That's all it takes. Try it. I promise you, you'll see why I said what I said. The boy hesitated. Hinaro took a breath, clearing her throat and redirecting the awkward energy. Why did you tell us to come here at first light? She asked, voice tight but composed again. Zuko's gaze lingered on her just long enough to let her know the shift hadn't gone unnoticed. Then he nodded, rising fully and stretching his sore muscles. Right. Yes. He reached for his robe, sliding it on slowly, wincing slightly at the pull across his ribs. You two are accompanying me to meet with the general this morning. New developments are incoming. I want both your ears in that room. He turned toward the mirror, adjusting the collar and brushing out his hair with one hand. Wait outside while I finish getting ready. Lee bowed once, then again. Understood, Your Highness. The two exited quietly, the door closing behind them. Zuko exhaled. The meditation had helped. The laughter helped more. But the storm hadn't passed. Not even close. And whatever was coming next, whether from Fong, Kuvak, Azula, or the strange spirit with an airbender's markings and a soul full of riddles, he would need every ally he could trust. Or at least predict. He turned toward the rising sun once more, his reflection faint in the polished metal of his chest plate. Let's see what today brings. Chapter 29, The Fire Beneath. The sun had barely lifted past the ridgelines when Prince Zuko stepped out onto the inner balcony of the command hall, flanked by Ensign Lee to his right and Hinaro just a half-step behind to the left. The morning air still carried the scent of sea brine and scorched wood residue of the battles fought just days before, now seeping into the very bones of the province. The harbor below still bore fresh scars. Gaping holes along the lower dock planks had yet to be patched. Soot-colored stains remained on stone and steel. Supply lines now slithered through the streets like arteries, bustling, noisy arteries. Fire Nation engineers, civilian contractors, and military officers shouted over one another to coordinate. Zuko paused a moment to observe. Repairs were ongoing, but the soul of the province was restless. Hinaro leaned slightly toward him as they walked. There's still structural weakness along the southern hold of the waterfront, she said quietly. If a battle breaks out again too soon, it'll collapse under artillery fire. Noted, Zuko replied. We'll make sure that front is reinforced before dusk. They passed 2 guards at the entrance of the command rotunda. Each straightened at the sight of the Crown Prince. The heavy iron door creaked open, revealing a dark stone chamber illuminated by hanging red lanterns and one low-burning hearth. A massive rectangular map table stood at the center, carved from marble and inlaid with brass, etched with topography, troop symbols, and siege marks. There, hunched over the maps like a wolf ready to pounce, stood General Rulo. His presence dominated the room, not by sheer size, though he was tall and thickly built, but by the coiled stillness of his posture. The general was a man of fire and patience, an unusual contradiction. His armor was blackened at the edges from years of use, the crimson of his sash faded, but there was nothing dulled in the way his dark eyes locked onto the trio as they entered. A few aides scurried off from the side benches. The moment belonged to leaders now. Crown Prince, Rulo said without bowing, his voice rough like gravel. I was told you'd be arriving. Zuko stepped forward, chin high. General Rulo. Thank you for seeing me this early. Rulo's eyes flicked to Lee and Hinero, assessing but not greeting them. He gestured with a single hand to the side of the map table. We're out of time. You're just in time. They took their places. Rulo didn't waste words. He pointed to several markers near the southern edge of the Nanhai border, black figurines with faded green brush marks. Fong is moving northwest. Reports say he's massing a full brigade east of Gonmin Cliffs. We have maybe 4 days until they strike again. 5 if they reroute through the hills. Zuko folded his arms. Have the reinforcements arrived from Omashu? Just under 300 troops, Rulo answered. The rest are still en route. King Bumi sent earthbenders and infantry, no cavalry or heavy artillery of any kind as far as we can tell. No cavalry? Zuko asked. Odd, given the terrain. Not odd, Rulo grunted. Strategic. He wants to test how we respond without tipping his full hand. Zuko leaned forward. So the Avatar is there. Omashu is fully aware of this province's importance. Rulo gave a tight nod. Confirmed. Scouts intercepted transmissions from the outer city wall. The boy Avatar has been formally received by the king. The morale of the Earthbenders with the Avatar in their corner is sky high. Lee scribbled a note. That would explain the sudden call for caution among the Earth Kingdom patrols. Rulo raised an eyebrow at the ensign but said nothing. The boy is more dangerous now, he said instead. He has allies. A legend guarding his flank. And the populace rising behind him. Zuko remained quiet for a moment. Then, I still believe we can push Fong back if we act decisively. You'll get your chance, Rulo said. He pointed toward another section of the map. Tomorrow evening, a firebender unit will arrive under Admiral Kuvak's banner. They'll land at Northport and push inland. That gives us an opening. Zuko's fingers hovered above the brass piece marked Gonmen. We trap them in the valley? That's the idea. But they'll smell it if we're not subtle. Then we let them come to us. Show them disarray. A fractured front. They'll take the bait if they think we're scattered. A classic misdirect, Rulo said. High risk. But effective. They shared a look. Something passed between them, an understanding that came from bleeding together on the same soil. Rulo had doubted the boy prince before, but no longer. Not after Nanhai. Not after that duel. Lee, meanwhile, reached into his robe and produced a scroll. As requested, sire. Updates on the Northern Naval Fleet. Admiral Kuvak's division reports full restoration of all ships. All operational and arrival expected within 24 to 30 hours. Zuko nodded, taking the scroll and quickly scanning it. Good. And what of the pirate vessel? Lee hesitated. Uncertain, Your Highness. Scout ships observed it drifting to the south again. It hasn't made port, nor sent emissaries. then it remains a phantom. Let's keep it that way, Zuko said, carefully not meeting anyone's eyes. Zuko stepped closer to the map. What about evacuation plans for the coastal towns? If this drags into a full campaign, civilians will be caught in the crossfire. Rulo sighed. The council in Shui Harbor refuses to leave. They think this is just another skirmish. Then make them understand, Zuko said. Use whatever means possible to convince them. But this is our province now. And I won't have its people standing in my way. Rulo nodded once, silently approving. The meeting wore on another half hour. Discussion of food logistics. Water filtration. Rotating troop schedules and artillery resupply. A young soldier, a lieutenant under Donji's wing, entered with updated casualty figures from the previous battle. 52 more have died, 108 still injured. Too many, Zuko muttered under his breath. Better than it could have been, Rulo offered. Finally, they broke ranks. Rulo saluted stiffly. You've grown into something dangerous, boy. Maybe it's time the Fire Lord starts seeing it. Zuko didn't respond. He simply turned in motion for Lee and Hinaro to follow him out of the chamber. The steel doors closed behind them with a thud that echoed down the long corridor. As they walked, Lee glanced up at his prince. So the counteroffensive begins tomorrow? Zuko exhaled slowly. Yes. But we'll need more than fire and swords to win this. He looked up toward the overcast sky, clouds beginning to gather. We'll need shadows. And misdirection. And a reason. Far from the dust-choked winds of Nanhai, across the yawning blue maw of the sea, an island rose from the ocean like a forgotten tooth. It had no name on any map, not anymore. Its once-stamped designation had long been stripped from the naval records, struck through in black ink and quietly erased from memory. But to a few, it remained known, whispered in shadows, spoken only among those who still served the order. The surf hissed against jagged black cliffs as a small vessel neared the southern shore. Its sails were muted gray, its hull low and narrow, built not for confrontation, but stealth. Upon its deck, 6 figures stood, cloaked and silent, their eyes fixed ahead as the silhouette of the island loomed larger. Former Lieutenant Tao stood at the bow, his head drawn low over his brow as the first rays of sun struggled through the morning haze behind him. He did not look back at his team. He did not need to. These were operatives like him, loyal to the same unseen master, survivors of the Order's culling, handpicked after Zhao's fall to operate without question. The vessel creaked as it docked against a crude wooden jetty, aged and rotting in places, but still intact. No welcome party awaited them. No torches, no banners. Only the keening call of seabirds and the soft rustle of jungle canopy beyond. Tao was the first to step onto the dock, his boots pressing into the old timber. Behind him came his 5, the woman with the half-mask and twin butterfly blades, the enormous firebender with arms like stone pillars, the twitchy one whose fingers moved like ghosts in the air, the wiry one with the dual Dao swords, and finally, the shadow walker, the quietest of them all, whose feet made no sound even on rotting wood. One of the others, Dao, the twin-bladed one, spoke first. Are you certain this is the place? Tao nodded without looking back. Commander Zhao brought me here once. Years ago. Said the man we were to contact was unreliable. But powerful. Said he was fire the world forgot how to control. Then why are we here? Dao asked again. Why go looking for someone who never wanted to be found? Because, Tao replied, stepping off the dock and onto the jungle path, he wants to be found now. He's been waiting. Waiting for the war to end. But now that Zhao is dead, and Zuko's star is rising, the board has shifted. The order needs a new piece. The path was almost gone, swallowed by foliage and creeping vines. But Tao remembered it well. It twisted inland, leading to a clearing shaped like a crater. At its center, the jungle broke, and a lonely wooden cottage rose from the earth like a wound stitched over in vines and branches. The structure was large, built wide rather than tall, with odd curves in the walls that suggested it was grown as much as it was built. They approached in silence. Then the voice came. "Step no closer or I'll reduce you all to ash." It wasn't shouted. It was spoken. But it carried weight. Force. As if the very air thickened with the sound. Tao stopped. Raised both hands slowly. "It's me," he said. "Lieutenant Tao." No answer. "I brought others. They're operatives. From the order. Assigned to me." Still no response. "They're loyal." A rustle above. Movement in the trees. Leaves shifted, and there, perched high on a massive branch, cross-legged as if lounging on the back of a dragon, was the man. He wasn't what most would expect. He was lean, almost wiry. A thick, braided beard wrapped his jaw like armor, with flecks of silver throughout. His eyes were sharp, wolf-like, watching every movement. He wore no shirt, only a vest made of stitched leaves and rough cloth. His trousers were reinforced with leather at the knees, but they too were patched from years of survival. A satchel of vials and dried herbs hung at his side, and across his back was a long black iron staff, etched with glyphs worn smooth by time. The jungle had made him part of it. "Where is that fool of a commander, Zhao?" he asked. His voice was unreadable. Tao lowered his hands. "Executed. Prince Zuko, we underestimated him." The man's eyes didn't flinch. "What about you?" "I was spared, lost all my rankings. I was called by the council. Brought back into the fold. They gave me a team." "And the Avatar?" "Escaped. With the Earth Kingdom. The Fire Prince let him slip through, or so it appears. For what, only he knows at the moment." That seemed to draw a reaction. The bearded man shifted, dropping down from the tree with casual grace. He landed in a crouch, then stood tall. Even from a dozen feet away, his presence was undeniable. "And so now, you come to me." Tao nodded. "I came to find you." I realized what the commander was waiting for. The man paced forward, each step slow and deliberate. He studied each of Tao's operatives with piercing eyes. "Does the order know you're here?" "Yes. I believe they do." "Then they've chosen sides," the man murmured. "And that means the time for hiding is over." He walked past Tao, pausing only once to glance at the sky. "Zuko has played well. Zhao underestimated him. Many have. But the order knows better. They want the flame watched, and steered." Tao turned to follow. "Is it finally time for what you told me that day, sir?" The man looked over his shoulder, and for the first time, a faint smile tugged at his lips beneath the beard. "I didn't stay here for peace. I stayed because I was waiting for the fire to get interesting again." He gestured toward the jungle behind them. "Come. We have much to prepare. It is about time I take back what is rightfully mine." Chapter 30, The Mad King. Dawn peeled over Nanhai like a slow blade, casting long, golden shadows over the worn and cracked fields to the west of the ruined harbor. The morning mist curled low across the flattened hills, obscuring the footprints of marching boots, the clatter of armored men, and the quiet tension of men tasked with war. Zuko stood silently on the crest of one such hill, his arms folded behind him, flanked by General Rulo and Sergeant Rin. His golden eyes studied the scattered farmlands below, abandoned rice paddies, scorched trees, broken irrigation canals. Ideal terrain for concealment, yet treacherous in its potential for ambush. "We've kept the outer patrols light on purpose," Rulo muttered beside him, his eyes narrow and hard. "Fawn's scouts will see our men and think we're pushing east. We leave the western flank soft and bait them in." Zuko didn't respond. He simply watched the horizon. There, far off, columns of smoke rose like wounded flags into the air, signals lit by hidden Fire Nation scouts embedded deep in the countryside. "Confirmation. They've taken it," Rin said from his other side. "The bait convoy is under attack." Zuko exhaled through his nose, the warm breath fogging for a moment in the chill. Then it begins. The so-called bait convoy was a simple merchant train, 3 carts, half a dozen soldiers dressed as civilian guards, and a few ragged oxgoats pulling crates filled with straw and junk scrap dressed as weapons and supplies. It was already ablaze now, the carts overturned and broken, as Fawn's splinter unit poured into the ravine under the belief they had routed an exposed supply route. From the cliffside above, Fire Nation archers and elite firebenders lay waiting behind stone and sandbag bunkers. Among them, Sergeant Luhan stood at the edge, one hand raised, watching through a spyglass. The war paint on his face was smeared with sweat, but his breath was steady. 50. No, 64, he whispered. Earthbenders. Most of them standard infantry. 5 heavy types with armor. 2 advanced scouts, chi blockers, maybe. They're fanning out to secure the hills. A messenger hawk was released immediately. It flew low toward the main command post hidden in the pine woods to the north, where Donji and his strike force were preparing to encircle the ravine from the other side. Zuko, now on the move with a small flanking team, read the parchment as it arrived. 64 confirmed, he said. Orders? Donji glanced at the sun's position. Give them 2 more minutes to dig in. Then we collapse the ravine. The moment was tense. Precise. All at once, it happened. A horn echoed across the cliffs, 3 sharp blasts. Fire erupted from the treetops as flame and steel descended. Arrows rained from above. Boulder traps disguised as rockfalls slammed shut the exits on both ends of the narrow pass. From the tree line and the eastern ridge, Zuko's hidden forces emerged. Advance! Donji barked. The Fire Nation infantry surged in with precision, pincer movements with benders at the center, spearmen forming the outer wall, and demolitions teams rushing to disrupt earthbender footing with controlled explosions of blasting jelly. Thick clouds of dust and debris rose from below, darkening the battlefield. Zuko himself descended the far western slope, moving through the smoke like a shadow of death. His ribs still ached from the last battle, but his will pressed forward. Flames bloomed around his fists as he leapt into a formation of 3 earthbenders, unleashing a sweeping arc of fire that forced them into retreat before he slammed his foot into the ground, sending an eruption up from the soil behind them to box them in. Push west! Donji shouted from below. Don't let them regroup. One of the chi blockers lunged toward Zuko with twin daggers, dashing through the flames unfazed. Zuko turned just in time to catch a blade along his bracer. Sparks flew. He ducked under a swipe and slammed his palm into the man's gut, releasing a concentrated blast of flame that hurled the attacker backward like a ragdoll. Above, Luhan gave the signal. Explosions erupted from the upper ridges. Controlled demolition charges buried into the weakened cliffside blasted the rocks loose, triggering a thunderous landslide. Earthbenders screamed as boulders crushed their lines, the terrain itself shifting and collapsing around them. The ravine was death now, walls of fire and rock, smoke choking out sight, screams lost in the rolling fury of battle. A mile away, back at the command camp, Rin watched through another scope as fire flashed like a storm cloud on the horizon. Beside him, a scout whispered, "Sir, General Fawn's remaining forces aren't moving." "Because he knows," Rin replied. "He's testing us." The battle raged for another 20 minutes before the fires began to dwindle. Survivors from Fawn's unit were routed. Captives bound. A few wounded were allowed to escape on purpose, as Zuko had ordered. Let them carry word of what happened here. Let Fawn know what it meant to underestimate the Crown Prince. Standing atop the broken earth, his robes scorched and his brow streaked with ash and sweat, Zuko stared down at the ruins of the ambush. His fire still burned in his hands. Around him, Fire Nation banners were raised. Donji arrived, bruised but smiling. "A good day, my prince." Zuko didn't smile. "It's not over." The smoke from the last firebomb was still curling into the sky when Rin finished reporting the final numbers. 32 Earthbender prisoners, 15 dead on their side. 3 of ours lost. 8 more wounded, but they'll live, he recited, voice sharp and clipped from exhaustion. "We've also secured 2 catapults, damaged but reparable." Commander Donji, face smeared with ash and sweat, nodded as he wiped his brow. All things considered, a decisive blow. Around them, the encampment buzzed with nervous energy. Medics scrambled between the wounded, soldiers dragged broken equipment off to the side, and engineers argued over makeshift repairs on the remaining siege weapons. For once, morale was high, men were laughing, exchanging jokes over canteens of water, boasting about prisoners taken or the way they'd seen their brothers fight. But Zuko couldn't feel any of it. He sat on a crate-turned makeshift bench, elbows on his knees, hands clenched tight. There was something in his chest, tightness, unease. Like the world was leaning a fraction to one side and no one else could feel it but him. His ribs still ached from the fight with General Fong, but this wasn't physical. This was something else. It was then that he saw it. There, just beyond the camp, in the shimmer of heat haze where the scorched fields met the tree line, he was standing. Again. The Airbender from the abyss. No warning. No words. Just that same unreadable expression, half cloaked in shadows and whirls of wind. His clothes danced on currents no one else felt. His staff spun in one hand slowly, almost lazily, and then... gone. Zuko stood suddenly. The blood in his body had gone cold. He knew, deep down, the same way animals knew when storms were coming, that something was about to break. An explosion cracked across the edge of the camp, followed by a tremor that rocked the ground under his feet. Shouts went up. Screams. The metallic clang of gongs and bells blaring alarms. Zuko raced toward the edge of camp. A second explosion lit the sky, a pillar of orange fire spearing toward the heavens. Then another. And another. Debris rained down. Barracks were burning. What the hell is happening? Zuko barked, smoke rushing into his lungs. Rin appeared at his side, coughing. It's not General Fong. Our scouts, none saw this coming. Then who? Zuko demanded, his eyes scanning through the haze, the crumbling lines of defense, the chaos of soldiers scrambling to their stations. Is this another Earth Kingdom unit? Not just any unit, came General Rulo's voice, grim and hardened as steel. He had appeared beside them like a shadow, expression etched with disbelief. You need to see this. Zuko followed the older general, ducking beneath a burst of shrapnel from a fresh explosion. The trio made their way to the forward ridge of the camp. Smoke and dust clawed at their lungs, but Zuko pressed on until they reached the crest. And then he saw it. Beyond the camp's outer walls, just past the craters torn into the earth by blasting jelly, stood an army. 1,000 strong. They weren't a ragged mix of conscripts and rebels like the last wave. These were soldiers. Trained. Equipped. Marching in formation. The green standards of Omashu snapped in the wind. And at their center, towering above them all, riding atop a massive slab of rock floating through the air with impossible grace, stood a man who radiated power. A man old in years but unbowed by time. King Bumi. His beard blew wild in the wind. His eyes gleamed like molten rock. One hand rested on his knee, the other twitched with the faint motion of bending. He wasn't speaking. He didn't have to. His presence alone shook the courage of men. Zuko stared, stunned into silence. It can't be, Rin whispered. Oh, it is, General Rulo said, voice heavy. The king himself has joined the battle. Zuko felt it again, that tightness in his chest. Only now it was a warning. It was a prophecy come true. Bumi had come. And the true war for Nanhai had just begun. From the ridge where they stood, Zuko, Rin, and General Rulo watched in stunned silence. The enemy formation held tight like a living wall of jade. Thousands upon thousands of earthbenders stood shoulder to shoulder, their green and bronze armor shimmering under the broken morning light. The burning skies above cast shadows over their helmets, but the glint in their eyes, even from a distance, felt as clear as if they stood face to face. For a long breath, No one moved. Then, wah! The cackle cut through the air like a sword. Maniacal. Wild. Familiar. King Bumi. With no ceremony, no trumpet, no order from his generals, he leapt down from his floating slab of stone, landing on the scorched battlefield with a boom that cracked the ground beneath his bare feet. Dust curled around him in reverence, like even the earth bowed at his arrival. Rulo flinched. What is that madman doing? Zuko didn't answer. He couldn't. All he could do was stare. King Bumi reached up and flung off his royal cloak. It twirled through the air and landed behind him with a lazy plop. Beneath, his old body betrayed every stereotype of age: taut, powerful muscles, arms shaped like sculpted stone. His haunch straightened. Vertebrae snapped back into place with audible cracks. It was as if gravity itself had no dominion over him anymore. And then, he began. His arms rose, then bent inward at the elbow. His hands moved in a square motion, one corner at a time. The movement seemed slow, but deliberate. Like drawing a box into the world with his bare will. The earth beneath him rumbled. Then it groaned. Rin gasped. What's he? A square of stone erupted from the earth. Massive. No, colossal. A perfect cube, 10 meters on each side, lifted from the very bones of the land. It rose like a god's monument, casting a long and terrifying shadow over the battlefield, blotting the sun with its presence. Bumi stomped, and the ground shook again. With his left hand raised, fingers curled slightly, he held the impossible structure in the air like it weighed nothing. With his right, he moved with rapid flicks, spirals, and jerks like he was winding a crank. The cube shuddered, cracked at its corners. Then, like a Gatling gun, shards of the cube's surface exploded outward, precision cut into boulder-sized bullets. They launched toward the Fire Nation camp in a terrifying rain of stone. Take cover, someone screamed from the lines. But there was no time. Zuko didn't think. He ran forward, planting his feet in the dirt. His ribs screamed in protest, but he didn't stop. He drew his breath deep, the pain anchoring his will, and thrust both hands upward. Whoosh! A wall of fire surged from the ground, tall, bright, and roaring like a dragon's breath. The flames curved into a wide barrier, a molten shield between his men and the storm of stone. The first wave of projectiles hit the fire wall and disintegrated, turning to molten splinters in midair. But the cube wasn't done. Bumi grinned wide, eyes wild with joy. With a single stomp and a push of both arms, he hurled the remaining half of the cube. It didn't break apart. It flew. A 10-meter cube of earth launched straight at the center of the Fire Nation encampment like a meteor shot from the gods. Zuko widened his stance. He drew more fire. His arms shook with the effort. The flames screamed, rising higher to meet the oncoming mass. The edges of the cube caught fire. Stone cracked. Molten chunks fell like hail. But it wasn't enough. Boom! The cube crashed into the heart of the camp. The impact obliterated everything. Barracks, siege engines, watchtowers turned to splinters, smoke, and flame. A crater swallowed the center of the field. Shockwaves rippled out in all directions, knocking men off their feet. Zuko was thrown backward. He hit the ground hard, sliding through the dirt before he could even catch his breath. All around him, his soldiers cried out in confusion and terror. Rulo stumbled to his feet, blood running from his scalp. Rin helped another soldier up as medics screamed for stretchers. Fire licked at the edges of tents and scattered weapons. Zuko groaned as he pushed himself up onto his elbows. From across the field, through smoke and destruction, Bumi stood like a monument. Smiling. Let's begin, the old king roared. Chapter 31, The Mad King's Wrath. The sun had barely moved when the real attack began. From the fractured earth beyond the camp's ruins, the cry came. Charge! Like a tide of green armor and crushing might, the Earthbender infantry surged forward. Tens of thousands. Dust plumed into the sky like a storm made of bones. The sound of stomping boots and shifting stone was deafening, a rhythmic thunder that made the air itself quake. Their front line was led by iron-shouldered boulder hurlers, reinforced with steel bracers. Behind them, rank upon rank of hardened warriors moved like a wall, bending and throwing slabs, spears of compressed rock, and molten debris as they advanced. The sky, already clouded from the earlier explosion, darkened even more, not by weather, but by projectiles. Stones the size of heads rained down from mid-range benders who created slingshot launchers of solid earth. They flung missiles that tore through flesh and armor alike. Screams erupted as Fire Nation soldiers were ripped apart, limbs crushed, skulls caved in, torsos thrown backwards like ragdolls. The once ordered camp had become a graveyard maze of half-destroyed tents, fire-scorched ground, and broken barricades. Prince Zuko stood in the center of it all, eyes blazing, twin streams of fire erupting from his fists as he deflected stone after stone. His bandaged ribs screamed with every movement, but he bit through the pain. No time now. No space for weakness. Beside him, General Rulo held his ground with terrifying ferocity. A massive boulder smashed down at him, and with a single upward stomp, he broke it into gravel midair. He punched a second rock and sent it flying back toward the enemy line, shattering one of the lead benders' heads into pulp. Rulo shouted, "Form the wedge! Channel them into the narrows!" But there was no wedge. There was no formation left to reform. The line had already broken. Screams tore through the smoke. Not far off, Commander Donji had formed a small knot of survivors. He wielded a pair of fire daggers in a whirlwind of strikes, slashing through oncoming boulders and slicing at the throats of any earthbender who came too close. But his right arm hung limp, dislocated or broken, it didn't matter. He fought one-handed, and every time he turned, another man fell beside him. "Where's the medic? Where's the fucking medic?" he bellowed as a stone spike impaled one of his officers beside him. The poor bastard didn't even scream, just slumped, the jagged rock jutting from his abdomen like a gruesome banner. Rin was barely faring better. His fire was fierce, fast, almost artistic, but he had never faced a siege of this magnitude. He dueled 3 benders at once, dodging pillars that shot from beneath his feet and redirecting waves of compressed sand that moved like scythes. Blood trickled from his temple. He wasn't going to last. Zuko saw him. He moved. He lunged between waves of fire and stone, parrying a slab of jagged shale midair with a spinning kick that ignited into a crescent-shaped arc of flame. He rolled over debris and flung a flame whip toward Rin's attackers. It coiled around the nearest one's neck and burned through bone and flesh. He fell without a sound. Rin collapsed to her knees. "Thank." "No time," Zuko said, pulling him up. "Fall back to the supply trench. Use the tents for cover." "But Donji." "I know," Zuko growled. "We'll get him." Behind them, another massive wave of enemy benders surged forth. They hurled platforms of earth that exploded on impact, shattering into molten shards. The smell of burning flesh and oil choked the air. From above, King Bumi watched, his grin impossibly wider than before. He hadn't even joined the battle. He was watching it like a composer listens to his symphony of screams. "Beautiful," he said aloud. "Such chaos, such madness. That's how you shake a war awake." And then, he jumped again. This time, he landed near the rear flank of the Fire Nation defenders. Zuko saw him, and his blood ran cold. "Shit! Rulo! He's flanking!" But it was too late. Bumi dropped into a crouch, punched the ground with both fists, and the earth exploded upward. A wave of spiked pillars raced outward in a line, like a giant hand unzipping the field. Fire Nation soldiers screamed as they were launched skyward, impaled, or buried alive in the rolling quake. Rulo turned, just in time to see Bumi sprinting at him, arms waving, laughter echoing. I've always loved a good brawl. Bumi screamed. Rulo charged. They met in an eruption of stone and flame, two titans clashing, fire and earth locked in raw, unyielding power. Zuko stood, catching his breath, helping Rin back to the trench as burning fragments and shattered stone whizzed past. This wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. And it had only just begun. Smoke hissed off the shattered terrain, the ground still trembling from the colossal crater Bumi's assault had carved into Zuko's camp. The sky above Nanhai's coastline dimmed unnaturally, not from cloud cover, but from the settling ash and scattered stone dust hanging in the air like a veil. Through the haze, a massive surge of earthbenders, soldiers clad in moss-colored armor, their arms and legs caked in clay, roared forward like a living avalanche. They poured down from the higher ridges surrounding the flattened camp like angry water down an open sinkhole, flanked by support benders who hurled slabs of stone and debris from makeshift catapults anchored on natural elevations. The silence shattered in an instant. It was a massacre. Fire Nation troops scrambled, some too green to form defensive formations, others tripping over the wreckage of what used to be watchtowers or half-burnt tents. Blood sprayed the mud, arrows whistled into torsos, and bodies shattered against the broken ground like glass. But in the heart of it, holding ground like pillars, stood Commander Donji, Sergeant Rin, and General Rulo. Rulo was a giant of a man, not in stature but presence. His armor clung to his muscular frame, and the ends of his mustache had long since been singed from war. His fists blazed with heat as he weaved fire like twin dragons snapping at the earth. From the ridge opposite, King Bumi watched, calm as a corpse, wild eyes gleaming beneath white eyebrows. And then, without ceremony, he stepped forward. No rallying cry. No bellow. No war chant. Only a slight roll of the shoulders, and the snap of his knuckles. King Bumi, Rulo muttered, narrowing his eyes. Damn ghost of a man. Then, he lunged forward. The duel began like thunder clashing against stone. Rulo hurled a tornado of flame forward, a spiraling column that coiled with heat so intense the moisture in the air hissed as it evaporated. Bumi sidestepped, the fire grazing his robes and charring them instantly, but he didn't so much as flinch. In response, he twisted his palms and erupted a spike of rock from beneath Rulo's feet. Rulo jumped, twisting midair and launching a fireball at Bumi's head. The old king raised one hand lazily, and the rock at his feet jumped up like a shield, absorbing the blast and crumbling into steaming pebbles. Then he retaliated. 3 rapid punches into the ground sent a wave of jagged stone teeth tearing through the battlefield like a serpent. Rulo backflipped twice, landing near a shattered cart. He planted his feet, arms whirling, and unleashed a stream of fire like a whip that cracked across the space. Bumi smiled as the flames neared. Then with one breath, he lowered his center, flattened his palm, and sank into the earth. What the hell? Rulo shouted, eyes scanning. Then Bumi burst from below, his fist connecting with Rulo's gut, lifting the man clear off his feet and sending him crashing through a stack of weapon crates. The wood shattered. Zuko, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes. Rin! You and Donji, get the others back to the harbor, he shouted. But sire. Go! Zuko barked. Wait for Admiral Kuvak. That's an order. He didn't wait for a reply. Flames erupted beneath his feet as he propelled himself forward and landed beside the dazed Rulo. The general, groaning, wiped blood from his mouth. About time. I didn't want to get in your way, Zuko muttered. But clearly, we need 2 dragons for this old ox. Bumi stood now at the center of a freshly upturned plateau. Oh, I get to fight the prince now too, he giggled. Twice the flames. This is gonna be spicy. Zuko's left foot dug in. Fire gathered in his fists. Rulo stood beside him, his chest heaving. Together, they charged. The second round began. Zuko led with a fire-enhanced lunge, a spear of flame shooting straight for Bumi's throat. Bumi swatted it aside with a rock shield as Rulo came in from the left, hurling twin fireballs. The king spun, raising the earth behind him like a fan that swallowed the blasts. Before the flames could settle, Zuko stomped forward and unleashed a flaming wheel kick, the blaze arching toward Bumi's side. This time, Bumi met it with a dense slab of granite that he hurled forward. The stone and fire collided, erupting into a violent explosion that sent embers and shrapnel raining down on all three. Zuko staggered but kept his footing. Rulo wasn't so lucky. A stray chunk of stone hit him in the shoulder, and he dropped to one knee. "Keep going," he barked through clenched teeth. Zuko ignited both arms, dashing around Bumi to draw his attention. He landed a punch across the king's back, but Bumi twisted with it, rolling his shoulder as if massaging a cramp, then slammed his elbow backward, catching Zuko in the ribs. The prince coughed blood. Rulo took the moment and charged with a wall of fire that nearly reached the treetops. Bumi didn't flinch. He stomped, and a sinkhole opened beneath Rulo, swallowing the fire and nearly the man himself. Rulo leapt out just in time, barely landing upright. Zuko pulled himself up, bruised, coughing. "You need to go, General." Rulo shook his head. "I'm not leaving you. You're holding me back." Zuko roared, voice filled with desperation. "I can't fight him like this." Rulo hesitated, and that moment was all Bumi needed. The king dropped his posture. His arms swirled once, then twice. Then he slammed both fists into the ground. The world cracked. From beneath Rulo, spikes of earth shot upward in a perfect circle, then closed like a vice. Rulo's scream was muffled by stone. The general's body was crushed in an instant. Zuko stumbled back, eyes wide, disbelief painted across his blood-smeared face. "No!" Bumi turned slowly toward him, dusting his palms. "I didn't want to do that. But you two wouldn't stop buzzing." Zuko fell to one knee, pain flaring through his ribs and chest. Blood dripping down his side. Eyes narrowing. The laughter of King Bumi echoed again. This time, it wasn't just mad. It was terrifying. Rulo was dead. The ground where he once stood steamed and bled, the crushed remnants of armor glinting like broken glass between the jagged jaws of rock that had entombed him. Zuko stood still, the roar of the battle dimming in his ears as the world around him narrowed into a tunnel. At the far end, the towering silhouette of King Bumi, half shrouded in dust and sunlight, stood unconcerned. Zuko's heartbeat thundered in his chest, fast and erratic. His breaths came sharp and shallow. "You killed him," Zuko muttered, his voice trembling with something too old for his age, rage, grief, vengeance, all twisted into something primal. King Bumi cracked his knuckles. He was strong, he said, his tone no longer playful, though a mad smile remained. "But strength is never enough. Not against me." Zuko didn't answer. He pressed his right foot into the dirt, fingers twitching in the air. Something inside him stirred. A burn deeper than firebending, a roaring echo that had haunted him since he woke up in this world. He wasn't Zuko. Not completely. He was Victor Crane, born on Earth, obsessed with power, obsessed with never being weak again. Obsessed with not losing. So he let go. Ki, pure, internal energy, began to rise inside him, and he twisted his wrists. Flame spiraled to life, brighter than ever before. Not yellow. Not orange. Blue. And white. Bumi tilted his head, curious. Zuko crouched low, fists clenched. Then he vanished forward, a blast of fire propelling him in a blur of speed. He reached Bumi in less than a second, and his first strike was a rising uppercut engulfed in a blue inferno, aimed right for the king's jaw. Bumi blocked, arm raised in time, though his feet slid half a meter across the cracked earth. A first. Zuko spun midair, twisting into a second strike, a fire kick laced with white sparks, fueled with raw ki. It howled as it arced, crashing into Bumi's side. This time, Bumi grunted, his body shifting slightly with the impact. Zuko landed, slid back, then lunged again. He didn't let up. His body blurred as he cycled through explosive strikes, every move fueled with white-hot jets of ki-enhanced fire. Twin bursts from his palms flared like miniature suns. He launched a spiraling inferno that resembled a dragon's breath, the shockwave flattening debris as it roared forward. Bumi crossed his arms and summoned a barrier of layered stone, the flames crashing into it and pushing the king back a full step. Then Zuko vanished again. He reappeared behind Bumi with a roar, blasting fire from both legs to spin himself into a whip kick that left a trail of embers in the air. He landed 3 more hits, each one leaving a charm mark on the king, each one met with only mild resistance. But then, Bumi moved. Like a storm breaking through silence. He ducked under Zuko's next blast and rose with a twisted pivot, his elbow catching Zuko in the ribs with a sickening crunch. Zuko's breath left him in a single sharp gasp. Before he could fall, a pillar of earth erupted from beneath, slamming into his back and launching him into the sky. Zuko twisted midair, trying to control the arc, but Bumi followed, leaping into the air with impossible speed for his age. In midair, he hammer-fisted the prince down, slamming him toward the battlefield below. Zuko crashed through a boulder, smashing it apart and bouncing across the ground in a trail of dust and blood. His body convulsed. His arms refused to rise. But he didn't scream. He refused. Instead, he planted one shaky palm to the dirt. Then the other. He stood, shaking, coughing blood onto his armor. One eye swollen. One side of his ribs caved in. But still, he stood. Bumi landed gently, dust puffing around his sandals. Impressive, he muttered, rotating his shoulders. You're not the same boy who was banished, are you? Zuko wiped the blood from his mouth and said nothing. I'll make this quick, Bumi said, and slammed his palms into the ground. The earth beneath Zuko rose in a dome, then collapsed inward, trying to crush him. Zuko blasted fire downward, leaping up, barely escaping the death trap, but a second wave of boulders struck him midair, and he crashed again. Pain danced across every nerve. He didn't have the energy to get up this time. Not fast enough. He looked up and saw Bumi walking toward him, hand raised, a dagger-shaped shard of earth hovering at his side. Zuko tried to summon fire. Nothing came. The dagger rose higher. And then, Foom! A blast of fire, massive and controlled, hit Bumi from the side, engulfing him in a swirling cyclone of red-orange heat. Zuko flinched, eyes squinting from the light. From the smoke, a silhouette emerged. Tall. Robed. Hair in a loose bun. Zuko's heart skipped. Uncle? General Iroh, surrounded by residual flame, stepped forward, his stance wide, his breathing calm. His eyes narrowed at Bumi. Bumi staggered from the impact, his robe scorched on one side. He looked at Iroh, and for the first time, grinned in recognition. Well, Bumi said, brushing soot from his chest. Now the tea gets spicy. Zuko, barely conscious, slumped against a piece of stone. His vision flickered. Chapter 32, Resources of the Order. Smoke drifted across the broken battlefield like the breath of a dying dragon. Zuko's chest heaved as he lay on his side, his palm pressed to the blood-caked ground. Every inhale burned, every rib screamed. His good eye squinted through the ash, and there like a hallucination painted by the spirit stood General Iroh, flame-wreathed and unbending, a calm storm in human form. The soft hum of power still glowed around the old general's outstretched palm. Across from him, King Bumi cracked his knuckles and let out a low, guttural chuckle. Well, Bumi muttered, his voice echoing like a cracked boulder. Look who crawled out of retirement. Iroh didn't flinch. This doesn't need to continue. Call off your forces. End this madness. Bumi's laughter burst from his throat, loud and wild. Oh, I see. Now it's madness, he bellowed. Where was your voice of reason when the Fire Nation was leveling cities? Killing children? Taking names off the maps? His words slammed into the open air like falling stones. The battlefield, for a moment, held its breath. The world has been begging the Fire Nation to stop for 100 years, Iroh. Now the shoe's on the other foot, and you don't like the fit? Iroh said nothing. Bumi's smile faded into something darker. You can't stop this. The Fire Nation will pay for its bloodshed, starting with your nephew. I won't let you, Iroh said calmly. From the ground, Zuko coughed and forced himself to speak. Uncle, he rasped. What? Where did you come from? Iroh didn't answer. The ash swirled again. 5 days earlier, Fire Nation capital. Jade Serpent District, Lower Caldera Alley. The tavern was old. Not just by Fire Nation standards, it felt old, like the kind of place that had refused to die with the times. The woodwork was dark with soot and age. Lanterns swung gently from iron chains, their flames flickering inside thick red paper. The scent of smoke mixed with the scent of toasted sesame oil and boiled pork, drifting like incense across the warm air. A small crowd of locals and travelers murmured around their tables, sipping from lacquered cups, passing dice back and forth across uneven wooden boards. Laughter rose and fell in unpredictable waves. But in one quiet corner, the Dragon of the West sat alone. General Iroh, now dressed plainly in traveling robes and a simple dark sash, cradled a hot cup of jasmine tea between his calloused fingers. Steam curled upward from the cup like a dancer. Before him sat a pie show board, tiles laid out in early formation, a solo practice game, by the look of it. But the fire in his gaze wasn't on the board. It was turned inward. Zuko. That night, days ago now, when his nephew disappeared from the capital without a word. 24 ships, hundreds of men, and no official declaration. Not even a notice to Kuvak. Not even Iroh himself. Why? The tea soothed his throat, but not the tightness in his chest. He knew that look in Zuko's eyes during their last conversation. The boy had plans. Dangerous ones. I wonder, Iroh muttered under his breath, placing a tile gently in the lotus position. What kind of future are you chasing, my dear boy? A shadow passed over the table. Up for a game? A voice asked. Iroh looked up and smiled. The man who stood before him was ancient, even older than Iroh himself, and that was saying something. Wrinkled skin folded over his cheeks like parchment, and his beard, long and stark white, was braided twice and looped around his collar. He wore Fire Nation robes from a bygone age, deep crimson with an embroidered black sun stitched over the heart. By all means, Iroh said, gesturing to the empty seat. I am always open to learning from my elders. The old man chuckled with gravel in his throat. I may be old, Iroh, but I can still discipline you for that attitude. Discipline and tea are both better when served warm, Iroh replied with a bow of his head. The man chuckled again and sat across from him. Their hands moved almost immediately, reaching into the soft cloth pouches on either side of the board. One by one, they placed their opening tiles, slow at first, respectful. But it didn't stay that way. The game between them evolved with terrifying speed. Red and white tiles were laid in cascading flurries, the pieces clicking into place like falling rain. A small crowd began to gather, at first just a pair of younger soldiers who recognized Iroh, then 2 older men from the tea table, and then a few foreign merchants who didn't even know the game but could sense the tension in the air. The match was alive. Each move was bold, almost theatrical in its precision. Every time Iroh's fingers hovered over a tile, the old man would smile faintly, anticipating his thoughts, and every time he placed a tile, the old man would answer with a counter so profound it left murmurs in the crowd. White lotus in the dragon's mouth. An open hawk? In this tempo? They whispered, not daring to breathe too loud. The tiles formed patterns that told a story, a duel, a dance, a war of philosophy. Iroh's hand hesitated twice, even 3 times, as the pressure mounted. The old man across from him never blinked. Then, at last, the final move was placed. A quiet, unassuming tile. Dead center. Iroh leaned back, stroking his beard. I concede, Iroh admitted. The last tile still gleamed faintly under the tavern lanterns, casting a long shadow across the center of the board. Then, like an exhaled breath, the crowd that had gathered to witness the titanic match between the two ancient minds drifted away, murmuring among themselves. The air returned to the ordinary, the dusty scent of wood smoke and stewed pork settling back in. For a while, neither man spoke. Steam curled from the rim of Iroha's fresh cup of jasmine tea. He lifted it with reverent fingers and took a slow sip, letting the warmth bloom through his chest like spring in an old garden. The man across from him, his long white beard still looped neatly into his sash, reached forward and touched the final tile on the board with the tip of his index finger. His face was unreadable, deep lines etched by decades of war, peace, and everything in between. "It has been a long time since I last came close to losing a match, Iroh," the old man finally said, his voice dry as papyrus. "It is good to know you are still you." Iroh inclined his head with a half-smile. "Master Rue. That means more coming from you than any medal or title I've ever been given." The smile faded almost instantly. "I'm not here for tea and flattery," Rue said bluntly. "I've been made aware of your recent activities. Activities involving mobilization of Order resources." Iroh did not flinch. He gently placed his cup back on the wooden saucer, folded his hands over his stomach, and leaned back slightly. The lantern light above caught the faint gray of his temples. "Master Rue," Iroh said slowly, "I am the Grand Lotus. The Council vested me with that title. I have acted within the authority and rights given to me. My decisions—" "Indeed," Rue interrupted, his tone razor thin. "The Council has granted you that title. But as you just saw with our little match," he tapped the board gently, "that is not the highest authority of the Order." There was no venom in his words, only the deep, dry certainty of a man who'd lived long enough to see kingdoms rise and fall. Iroh stiffened. Tension hummed quietly between the two elder men. "The White Lotus was created to be more than what separates the four nations," Master Rue continued, his eyes sharp beneath his heavy brows. "It was never meant to serve kings or lords or nations. And certainly not bloodlines." "I am well aware of the founding principles of the Order," Iroh replied. "It was forged to protect knowledge, spirit, balance. I haven't forgotten our vows, Master Rue." Rue gave a soft, almost imperceptible snort. "Then you understand why your actions raise concern. You mobilized agents. You intercepted reports from Kuvak's fleet. You diverted a White Lotus ship to Nanhai." "I did what needed to be done," Iroh said flatly, "because I trust my instincts, and I trust my nephew. He has changed, more than most can see. There are forces at play. And I believe those forces are in direct contradiction to the balance the Order was founded to maintain. Nearly 10,000 years ago." The silence returned briefly. Then Rue smiled, a thin, lopsided twitch of the mouth that could have meant anything. "I know who you are, my young disciple," Rue said. "Don't forget, it was I who taught you everything. The forms. The breath cycles. The dragon's spine movement. I made you the Dragon of the West." Iroh said nothing. He knew better than to argue. "And," Rue added with the sharpness of an old blade, "I know about the secret you keep about the twin masters of our ancestors, the Sun People." The blood in Iroh's face receded slightly. His eyes narrowed. "That has nothing to do with this," he said quietly. "Everything is connected," Rue said, and then sipped from his own cup of tea a waitress just brought. The way he drank was different, like someone rereading a sacred text. Iroh exhaled slowly. "So this was just a test," he said. "To see if I still have the discipline." "No," Rue said. "I already knew you did. This," he gestured broadly to the table, "the tavern, the world, was to remind you that no one man commands the Order. Not even the Grand Lotus, not even I." Iroh nodded. "I apologize for the insinuation," he said softly. "But you must understand. I didn't act out of ambition. I acted out of fear. I feel that Zuko is standing in the eye of a coming storm." "Good," Rue said. "Because you're right." Iroh raised an eyebrow. Rue leaned forward now, his voice hushed. I came here myself, because something has emerged. A shadow moving in antithesis to us. A rival order? Iroh asked. Yes. Something not as old but no less powerful than us. He paused, then continued, they are hidden. Even we, with our reach and knowledge, know almost nothing about them. They exist in whispers. Their roots go deep, even here, in the Fire Nation capital. Iroh's voice dropped an octave. What are they after? Zuko. The throne. The Fire Nation itself. Maybe more. That silence returned again, but this time it felt colder. Heavier. Like something hanging over both men. That's not the reason I came to talk to you myself, though, Rui finally said, sipping once more. Iroh tilted his head. The recent movements of your nephew have attracted the attention of one of our highest-ranking members. Someone who hasn't moved in decades. Who? Iroh asked. Rui's eyes gleamed. The Mad King. Iroh's face didn't change, but the silence was telling. The lantern above their heads crackled faintly, casting long, dancing shadows across the lines of the pie show board between them. Iroh set his cup down with a soft clink. Why now? He asked, voice barely above a whisper. After all these years of silence, why now? Rui's fingers brushed his beard in slow contemplation. His eyes, once sharp and narrow, seemed to gaze far beyond the walls of the little tavern. I am not sure, he admitted. But I believe something in the world has shifted. A new ripple in the pond. Something or someone has become a kind of trigger. He looked Iroh directly in the eye. The sudden changes we've been witnessing, the movements, the strategies, the premature plays, they're not coincidences. Someone disturbed the balance, and now the older forces are waking. You mean, Iroh said, lowering his voice. The Mad King is going into action because of this recent trail of events. I mean, Rui said grimly, he is serious. More serious than any of us have seen him in decades. So he's going after Zuko? Iroh asked flatly. Rui nodded once, but slowly. Yes. Not as a member of the Order, though. This is not our business. That is why I came to you personally. He's not wearing our symbol. He's moving under his authority as an Earth Kingdom king. You will find no record or acknowledgement from Ba Sing Se. He is acting without the authority of the Earth King. He sipped again. But as always, he has a following. And he has power. Earthbenders. Mercenaries. Idealists. Assassins. You name it. He has returned to his tactics in the old days when he was going toe-to-toe with your father. Iroh leaned forward, voice calm but cutting. Then there will be no issue if I act not as the Grand Lotus, but as a general of the Fire Nation. There was a pause. Rui gave a small exhale, not quite a sigh, not quite a breath. Two high-ranking members of the Order going head-to-head, he murmured. The war has been forcing that of us for a century now. I'm afraid it won't be the last time either. He raised his gaze, and for the first time all night, his expression softened into something almost like regret. And I'm scared to admit it won't be the last. Then Rui pushed his chair back, slow and deliberate. The wood creaked under his weight. The sound of the tavern returned, cups clinking, dice rolling, hushed laughter, but the space between them remained heavy. He placed both hands on the table and leaned forward just slightly. Just be warned, Iroh. His voice was cold now. Do not mistake your allegiance to the Fire Nation for the love for your nephew. With that, Rui turned and walked away. He didn't say goodbye. Iroh remained seated for a long time after. The steam from his cup had vanished, the jasmine now lukewarm. His eyes stayed on the pie show board, on the tiles that told stories, revealed destinies, and sometimes warned of doom. And as the old general finally stood and adjusted his robe, he knew the game had changed again. Back in the present. Smoke still curled in the air like the aftertaste of fire and blood. Rubble glowed red where molten stone had licked it, and the scent of singed cloth mixed with scorched metal. The battlefield had quieted, but it was not peace. It was the calm before a second storm. Zuko stared, barely standing, pain radiating through every cracked rib and torn muscle in his body. His golden eyes fixed forward in disbelief, his voice raw. "Uncle!" The silhouette of General Iroh stood between him and the oncoming doom, King Bumi, muscles tensed, robes discarded, bare chest rising and falling slowly, as if measuring the wind. Iroh didn't look back. His eyes never left the mad monarch across from him. His feet shifted only slightly as he spoke, his voice a calm, unshakable river. "King Bumi, end this. You've proven your might. This war doesn't need two old men trading blows. Not today." A dry cackle echoed across the field like stone cracking under pressure. Bumi grinned with wide teeth, shoulders slack, lips twitching with amusement. "Oh, Iroh. I haven't waited nearly 2 decades for a scolding. No, no, no. Now is the time for action. The world has spun long enough in Fire Nation hands, and I'm tired of watching." His bare feet shifted across the ground, toes curling slightly into the dirt. He raised one arm lazily, then dropped into a stance so sharp it looked like his bones might snap into place. A single stone under his heel cracked, his power brimming just beneath the skin. Iroh's face showed no anger. Only resignation. "I do not wish to fight you," he said softly. "But you will," Bumi said. The earth groaned. Then, in an instant, it began. Bumi's heel struck the ground with a seismic boom. A slab of rock the size of a rhinoceros beetle erupted upward like a fist from the underworld and shot toward Iroh. But the dragon of the west had already moved. With a wide, sweeping arc of his right arm, Iroh unleashed a torrent of flame, not just fire, but a burning wall, 10 feet high, that roared forward like a dragon's breath and split the rock midair. The sheer pressure of heat melted its edges, carving it in half before it even reached him. The air hissed as vapor hissed from the scorched stone. Bumi laughed again, delighted. "Oh, you haven't lost a single flicker, Iroh." Iroh's eyes narrowed. "You either," he replied. "How is it that you still move like this? You must be over 110. 112, Bumi grinned, "but who's counting?" He stomped both feet and vanished. The ground under Iroh cracked, and 4 stone spires shot up like spears. But Iroh pivoted, spinning on his heel, his right leg sweeping outward, and from his foot came a fiery ring that collided with the earth's spikes midair, exploding them into burning gravel. A flash of lightning flickered in his palm for an instant, but he let it fade. "Not yet." Bumi clapped both hands together with childish glee and then shot a boulder the size of a tank toward him. Iroh caught it with fire. It wasn't a parry. It wasn't a dodge. The fire wrapped the boulder in a spiraling blaze that twisted it midair, redirected it, and sent it crashing into the remains of a shattered tower. The resulting shockwave knocked several soldiers from both sides off their feet. Zuko watched from behind a ruined barricade, bloody and dazed. His mouth slightly open. These weren't benders. These weren't generals. These were monsters of war. Iroh stepped forward, fire trailing in lazy embers from his fingers. His breath was steady, but his stance lower, rooted. Across from him, Bumi cracked his knuckles and took a wide, squat stance again, arms coiled and ready to break mountains. They paused. A mutual understanding passed between them, warriors respecting the battlefield, the old rules of strength and grit. "I suppose neither of us has lost our step in old age," Iroh said. "Speak for yourself," Bumi grinned. "I'm just warming up." They both exhaled. Then, they took their stances. The world seemed to hold its breath. The Battle of Legends was about to begin. Chapter 33, Iroh vs. Bumi. The wind shifted. The battlefield, littered with smoldering wreckage and broken stone, now bore witness to something mythic. Bumi stood barefoot on the raw earth, shoulders hunched, arms loose, like a man preparing to wrestle a mountain. Iroh, steady and still, stood opposite him, his breathing calm, his center unshaken. Neither spoke. There was no need. In the space between them, the very air bent inward with pressure, a meeting of opposing forces older than most. Earth and fire, stubbornness and balance, chaos and poise. Then Bumi vanished. One moment he stood, laughing in that gravelly, mad cadence, and the next, the earth beneath his feet imploded, propelling him forward like a living projectile. His body became a blur of tense sinew and spinning limbs, a rock propelled by rage. Iroh met him with fire. A heavy snap of both arms and a twisting pivot of the waist birthed a pair of high-pressure jets, concentrated cones of flame that screamed through the air like twin spears. They collided with Bumi midair, not to stop him, but to redirect him. The Earth King spun off course, crashing to the ground in a roll, but came up laughing. "You still fight like a teacher, Iroh." Iroh exhaled, lowering his arms. "And you still fight like a lunatic." "Correct," Bumi declared and slammed his palms together. The entire ground shifted. From beneath Iroh, slabs of stone peeled away like pages from a book, attempting to fold around him. But Iroh stomped, grounded his heel, and shot a column of flame straight downward, the force of the blast launching him into the air. Bumi tracked him mid-ascent. A flick of both wrists and a boulder ripped from the side of a distant hill, arcing upward like a homing missile. Iroh twisted midair, forming a ring of flame from both hands, rotating his body through it and igniting the boulder like a comet before it struck. The flaming mass crashed behind him with an earth-splitting roar. Iroh landed hard, rolling into a low stance, one palm to the ground. "Tell me, old friend," he muttered, rising slowly, "why now?" "Because I've waited 100 years to break the Fire Nation's nose," Bumi said cheerfully. He stomped once, and a wall of jagged spears burst from the ground, sharp stone teeth racing toward Iroh. The general raised both hands in a rising arc, and a fire shield bloomed outward, like the petals of a blooming flower, incinerating the front line of spikes. But Bumi was already behind them. With shocking speed, the Mad King leapt from spike to spike, moving like a dancer across the tips of mountains. He landed just meters from Iroh, a boulder forming in one hand, shaped like a fist. He punched with it, the rock arm stretching forward like a battering ram. Iroh sidestepped. One half-step to the left. And then he twisted. With a whip crack of his forearm, a ribbon of flame lashed from his sleeve and coiled around the rock arm, severing it from Bumi's connection. The stone crashed beside him. But Bumi was already low, sweeping the legs. Iroh jumped, barely clearing a rising stone that tried to take him in the gut. Bumi followed up with a high knee, but Iroh brought his forearms down hard, letting two dense jets of fire burst downward from his palms, creating a pressure pocket that pushed him back and away. They separated. Both men were breathing harder now, not from exhaustion, but exhilaration. They had not fought equals in decades. Iroh wiped sweat from his brow. "I thought your back was crooked." "I just like the view," Bumi grinned. "You're completely insane," Iroh muttered. "And you're going soft, General." Then they were at it again. This time, Bumi didn't charge. He stomped and lifted both arms skyward. A slab of earth, not stone, but pure granite rose from the center of the field. With a spiral of his hands, it broke into shards, each hovering like daggers around him. Iroh narrowed his eyes. He twisted both wrists and ignited his chi into a dual spiral, both hands glowing white-hot. The flames spiraled around his forearms like living dragons. The projectiles launched. Whistle. Snap. Crack. Stone met flame in midair. Each rock burst like a clay pot against the spiraling inferno. Ash rained down like volcanic soot. Then, Iroh stepped into a stance no one had seen him use in 20 years. Tiger willow root. He swept one leg behind the other, bent his knees, and with one massive inhale, he exhaled a tidal wave of fire. It rushed toward Bumi like a living wall. Bumi crouched. The stone beneath him cracked, then lifted, an elevator of earth taking him high above the wave. But the heat still reached him. Sweat began to pour down his neck. When the flame crashed and faded, Bumi jumped down. Landed in a squat. "I give you credit," he said, rubbing a reddening spot on his shoulder. "That singed a little." "I'm not done," Iroh warned. "Neither am I." They circled. The earth smoldered between them. The sky, now darkened by ash and smoke, cast them in red silhouette, two relics of a world at war, about to show that age means nothing when true power answers the call. Their stances locked again. The second round would begin. The sky had begun to darken. Not from clouds, but from the slow haze of dust and smoke, kicked up by the unrelenting rhythm of battle. The land beneath the duel had become unrecognizable, torn in half by seismic violence, trampled by titanic will. They had moved 10 paces forward, 20 paces back, neither able to plant roots for long. Ground cratered where Iroh's fire had struck. Earth lay warped where Bumi had shattered it. Iroh struck first. A low sweep of his arms, legs locked firm into the horse stance, birthed a circular wave of fire that rushed outward like a spiral blade. The flame was tight, compressed, white-orange and whistling with heat. It sliced across the ground, kicking up debris, carving a shallow trench as it spun toward its mark. Bumi didn't block. He ducked low, touched 2 fingers to the soil and dived into it. The spinning flame spiraled over the spot where he vanished. Then, from beneath Iroh, the ground exploded. A slab of granite burst like a geyser, catching him in the back. His breath left him in a grunt as he was thrown forward. He landed hard, rolled, burning across broken stone. He barely had time to lift his arm before another rock volley came down like rain. Each boulder fell faster than a thrown spear, sharp and brutal. Iroh twisted sideways and blasted a pillar of fire vertically, deflecting 3 of the stones midair. One still glanced off his shoulder, cracking armor, tearing fabric, scraping skin. He winced. It had been years since he fought like this. Real combat. The siege of Ba Sing Se. The longest siege in history, 600 days of attrition and tactics. But even then, he had never gone blow for blow against a living force of nature like Bumi. He turned his hand. A fireball shot outward. Bumi batted it aside with a rising wall of stone. Another blast came, wider, angrier, a crescent wave of fire that stretched 10 meters across. Bumi spun on his heel, his foot churning the dirt in a spiral as he lifted an angled wall to deflect the blow. The ground cracked under the pressure. And then Bumi surged. There was no hesitation. With a leap that defied gravity, he closed the gap between them in 2 bounds. Stone rose beneath his feet to meet his strides. He landed in front of Iroh with a spinning kick, his heel wrapped in a tight roll of compacted rock. Iroh blocked with both forearms. The impact still shook his bones. Bumi didn't stop. He struck again. A jab with his right, stone-knuckled fist. Iroh pivoted just enough to avoid the full force, letting the blow scrape his ribs instead of breaking them. He dropped into a crouch, and from both palms burst twin columns of fire, slamming point-blank into Bumi's chest. The Mad King slid backward, his bare feet carving a trail through the ground, but he remained standing. His chest smoked, bruises forming beneath the singed skin. He smiled. Iroh stepped back, breath ragged. His knees hurt. His shoulders screamed. Each motion carried weight now. The coils of fire he summoned were just a fraction slower than they had been minutes ago. He could feel it, his edge dulling. Bumi was bleeding now, small scrapes on his cheek and forearm, a welt forming across his ribs. But he showed no limp, no stutter in his movements. His back, once hunched in jest, remained straight now. His stance was open, agile. He didn't just look younger, he moved younger. He rotated his torso once and slammed his fists down into the earth. From behind Iroh, a massive stone column erupted, then fractured into a flurry of smaller shards, each launched at chest level. Iroh spun again, fire whirling around him, turning into a flaming vortex that disintegrated most of the rocks. But not all. One sharp piece clipped his thigh. Another struck his forearm. A third grazed the side of his neck, leaving a line of red. Iroh stumbled, just a step but enough for Bumi to notice. The old king stomped his foot. A large boulder rose. He punched it toward Iroh. Iroh exhaled, lungs burning, and met the boulder with twin fire jets from his palms, slowing it but not enough. The stone slammed into him with diminished force, but enough to knock him off balance. He fell to one knee. He got back up. Zuko watched from the ruins behind him, smoke clinging to his blackened coat, bandages still crusted with blood. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from awe. From something deeper. Reverence. He had thought he'd reached this level. He'd thought the battle with Zhao, the manipulation of generals, the mass maneuvers and backdoor politics made him a master of the game. But this? This was war incarnate. This was power carved by time, sharpened by loss, and honed in fire and stone and pain. Two legends. One losing. Iroh's breathing grew heavier. His stance faltered for half a second before he steadied it. Bumi narrowed his eyes, not mocking now. Assessing. Measuring. And then he bent again. The ground quaked. The next round was coming. Iroh's arms rose. And Zuko, still hidden among rubble, knew if something didn't change soon, the legend of the Dragon of the West might end in that field. Chapter 34, Iroh vs. Bumi, 2. For a moment, the battlefield stilled. The smoke thinned enough to reveal the ruin they'd carved into the earth, deep fissures, shattered barricades, curled roots unearthed from molten blasts. The camp had been turned inside out, the terrain beyond it forever changed. Fire still smoldered in patches. Rocks jutted at strange angles, like broken ribs from the land itself. In the center of it all, two old men stood. One, swaying on his feet, blood seeping through the rents in his sleeve, his breath hot and ragged in the air. The other, crouched low like a boulder preparing to roll, eyes locked with sharpness that had not dulled in 100 years. Iroh panted. One knee dropped slightly. His stance had slipped, by an inch, maybe two. But Bumi saw it. "You've gone soft," Bumi said, the humor gone from his voice. "You're not the man you once were." Iroh didn't respond. Bumi stepped forward, dust rolling off his shoulders. His voice cracked like gravel under heavy boots. "You lost your fire the day Lu Ten died." The name cut through Iroh's silence like a hot knife. He didn't flinch, but something inside him did. The echo of a boy's laughter. A battlefield strewn with banners. The ashes of pride. "You think you're the only one who's lost something?" Bumi snapped, stepping into full view, his eyes now wild with more than madness, memory. "You think my throne came without a graveyard? You think the walls of Omashu were built without bleeding for every stone? Every friend, every comrade, gone. But I stood. Because I had to." Iroh raised his head, the wear in his face etched like stone. "And you mock me for surviving." "I mock you," Bumi growled, "for turning your back on everything that made you dangerous." There was silence. Not from lack of words but from gravity. It hovered between them like a weight neither could put down. "I never turned my back," Iroh finally said, softly. His breath still heaved, but he stood taller now. "I simply chose where to face." Bumi's lip curled in half a sneer. "You lost your crown to your younger brother. You let your empire rot. You." "I made peace with the ghosts," Iroh said, louder now. "But I never forgot how to breathe fire." His feet shifted. His spine straightened. His arms lifted, not trembling now, but fluid, precise. "I may have lost my son," Iroh continued, voice calm like water over hot coals. "But I have another chance. To fix what I couldn't. To make it right." Bumi said nothing. He watched. Listened. Waited. Iroh's body stilled. The dust around him spun in tiny eddies. The air pulsed, faint, then stronger. Heat built, not in bursts, but steadily, rising from beneath his skin like a tide breaking free of its moon. Then, he moved. A single, smooth breath. A forward palm. And the flames came. Not thrown. Not hurled. They unfurled. From his fingertips to his shoulders, to his chest and down his legs, fire moved with him like cloth in the wind. It curled over his back like a living cape, swept past his arms like wings made of heat and fury. No blue. No distortion. Just pure, living fire, deep orange and white at the core, tongues of gold licking the air. He didn't blast. He danced. Every motion was part of the fire, and the fire was a part of him. Bumi's eyes narrowed. He lowered his stance. The ground beneath him lifted with him, a platform of stone curling upward and carrying him forward. Then they clashed. Fire met earth. Iroha's flames weaved between Bumi's rising spikes, dodging and curling around them like serpents. A fist, flame-coated, slammed into a rising stone wall, melting a hole through it. Bumi struck low, lifting a crescent of earth to throw Iroha skyward, but the general twisted midair, launching a stream of horizontal fire downward, carving a searing trench in the ground. Bumi rolled aside, rocks rising to cushion his landing. Iroha landed beside him with a ground-pounding pillar of flame, shaking the debris loose. Bumi lunged. Stone coated his limbs again, forming gauntlets. He swung, a massive overhand punch that cracked the air. Iroha caught it, not with his hands, but with a circle of fire shaped like a spinning disc. The stone cracked in the heat, but not enough. He slid back. A trail of scorched earth followed his retreat. They clashed again. Bumi rose atop a chariot of earth he shaped beneath his feet, sliding toward Iroha. He threw chunks of boulder mid-ride, each one like a hammer the size of a man. Iroha ducked, spun, countered, each fire strike precise, controlled. He didn't waste an inch of movement. Each step forward was laced with destruction. Each dodge left heat in its wake. Still, Bumi closed in. The final moment of this round was an impact that shook the ground itself. Bumi leapt high, higher than he should have been able to, and slammed down with both fists. A spike of stone the width of a tree trunk shot from beneath. Iroha threw both arms up and released everything in one final surge. The fire burst out like a volcanic ring, melting the top of the spike, searing it to slag. But the shockwave from Bumi's impact sent Iroha flying backward, smashing through a half-crumbled barricade of their destroyed camp. He hit the ground hard, slid through dirt and fire. He groaned. His limbs twitched. Bumi stood still again. Chest rising. Arms loose. No laughter this time. Just focus. Iroha coughed once, propped himself up slowly. The next round would come. But now, Zuko could still see it. His uncle was slipping. The heat shimmered across the wreckage like a mirage. Twisted pillars of melted steel bent like reeds in the wind. Craters still steamed from where fire had struck stone and stone had struck fire. Iroha stood amidst the ruin, arms lowered at his side, his chest heaving with deep, deliberate breaths. His robes were charred along the sleeves and shoulder, clinging to sweat and scorched skin beneath. A shallow cut above his eyebrow bled down to his jaw. The sting was real, but it kept him sharp. Bumi, not 20 meters away, cracked his knuckles one by one. The smile had long since faded. He stood tall now, posture no longer wild and hunched. No joking. No taunting. Just two old masters, facing the edge of their reserves. Iroha took a long breath. Felt the tension in his chest, in the earth around him. He slowly drew his fingers into a clawed form at his side. One hand forward. One hand behind. The stance of the lightning dragon. Bumi's eyes narrowed. Iroha exhaled through his nose. His palms opened slowly, and then... snap! His fingers drew across the air, a flicker of white light tracing the path. A low hum sounded in the air. Static sparked at his elbows. Energy danced between his fingertips, coiling like vines of pale flame. His fingers traced the sky again, circular, precise, curved like water but charged like a storm waiting to break. Then he launched it. The bolt of lightning tore through the battlefield like a divine spear. It shrieked across the sky, brilliant, raw, and honed. Bumi reacted fast but not fast enough. He raised a wall of earth and layered it again with a second, then third slab still. The lightning ripped through the first two, bursting into an explosion of rock and dust that knocked him from his stance. The ground split in a jagged line where the lightning had passed. Iroh followed it. He surged forward with fire bursting from his heels, closing the distance in seconds. Flames wrapped his arms like gauntlets, trailing embers behind each punch. A right hook scorched the air as it passed. A flaming elbow collided with Bumi's stone-wrapped shoulder, sending sparks in every direction. Bumi grunted, sliding back but not falling. Another streak of lightning built between Iroh's fingers. This time, Bumi struck first. A rippling shockwave of stone blasted up from beneath, forcing Iroh into the air. Iroh twisted mid-leap and hurled lightning downward. It slammed into Bumi's side, searing through a patch of stone armor and ripping a snarl of pain from the old king's throat. So, still a storm in those bones, eh? Bumi muttered, now winded. Iroh landed hard, fire cushioning his fall. You're not the only one who ages like wine. Bumi chuckled. Lightning, fire, thunder. You're still the dragon of the west. Another bolt surged forth, this one wild and jagged. Bumi slammed his hands together, and a pillar of stone exploded upward to meet the attack. The lightning carved a searing trench across it, but this time it failed to fully break through. Dust and light battled midair. Bumi leapt out of the cloud, flipping overhead. Iroh caught him midair with a spiraling plume of fire that exploded into a ring beneath the king. Bumi crashed to the ground, sliding across torn terrain. But he rose again. Faster than Iroh expected. Enough warm-up, Bumi growled. He stomped the ground once. Everything shook. The terrain warped, twisted. Boulders rose and spun like orbiting moons. Cracks split open and swallowed debris whole. He bent low, preparing to launch the entire section of battlefield upward. King Bumi! A shout cut through the roar. Both masters froze. A young Earth Kingdom soldier, bloodied, panting, arm in a sling, was sprinting up a ledge, waving one hand. My lord! From the southern coast, Fire Nation reinforcements. Hundreds of banners. Warships! Bumi paused. The ground stilled. He looked across the shattered battlefield at Iroh, who stood panting amid the heat and smoke. Well, Bumi muttered, brushing dust from his shoulder. Looks like the tides turn again. Iroh didn't lower his stance. Bumi rolled his neck. I'll be seeing you, General. That nephew of yours still has a date with Fong. He stomped twice. The earth lifted beneath his feet, and in a single breath, King Bumi shot backward into the Earth Kingdom lines. All around them, the Earthbenders began retreating. Rocks drew up in formations, walls created to block pursuit. In waves they pulled back, orderly, precise. Their casualties were gathered, their wounded carried, their path smoothed as they marched east. The attack had ended. For now. Zuko blinked. Blood clouded one eye. His ribs burned with every shallow breath. He had seen everything. Not all of it, no, he'd passed out once, maybe twice, during the chaos. But enough. Enough to know. This was not the kind of fight he had faced with Zhao. This was a war of gods. Iroh's boots approached. Zuko turned his head weakly as his uncle knelt beside him, hands steady, eyes filled with calm even through exhaustion. You like to hold back on things, Uncle, Zuko murmured through broken breath. Iroh didn't answer. He just adjusted Zuko's shoulder, supporting his weight. Zuko stared at him, eyes glazed. Here I was, thinking my bending was getting close to yours. A shallow exhale. But I can see. I have a long way to go. His head dropped. Zuko passed out in the dirt, bloodied and spent. Iroh held him. His robes were tattered, his beard singed, his limbs aching. But his arms were steady. Chapter 35, Return of Yogen. There was no sound. No air. No warmth. Just black. Aang blinked and opened his eyes into nothing. The stillness was suffocating, a void stretching endlessly in every direction. He looked down but saw no feet, no ground. Just himself, floating. "Where am I?" he asked aloud, though no echo came. His thoughts raced. He had been waiting. In Omashu. Waiting for Bumi to return. Then nothing. And now, this. Then, suddenly, a voice, calm and flat, but unmistakably alive. An airbender. Aang turned. There, floating a few meters ahead, was a man, middle-aged, tall, weathered by time. His eyes were sharp and studying, and the blue arrow tattoo on his head matched Aang's own, except the ink was faded, cracked with age. His clothing was a strange amalgamation of styles: Fire Nation armor, Air Nomad robes, Earth Kingdom leathers, a patchwork of identities. The leather on his shoulders had the rusted insignia of a symbol Aang did not recognize. "Who are you?" Aang asked, instinctively shifting into a defensive floating posture. The man did not answer directly. His sharp and gray eyes scanned every part of him like a predator studying a deer. "So you're the current vessel," he muttered, not entirely to Aang. "Whose vessel?" Aang asked, cautiously. "Where is the other one?" "What other one?" "The foreigner boy. He doesn't belong. The one with a storm inside his soul." "I don't know what you're talking about," Aang said, baffled. The man frowned. "You will ruin my glorious return. He'll sense you. I won't allow it." With a swift flick of his hand, wind spiraled unnaturally around his palm, and with a push, he struck Aang square in the chest. The air left Aang's lungs. A flash of white engulfed his vision. And then, nothing. Yogen stood silently in the black once more. But he was not alone. A second voice, familiar and lined with menace, echoed through the void. "So I was right, you have been having company." Yogen didn't turn. He didn't need to. "Kano," he muttered, his voice half exhausted, half annoyed. The abyss began to ripple, as though heat rose from a fire not yet visible. Shadows folded into themselves until the cloaked form of Kano emerged from the darkness. A faceless hood, pitch-black robes, the symbol of a twisted lotus marked subtly on the hem of his sash. "You lied," Kano said. "I lie often." "You'll have to be more specific," Yogen quipped, his staff spinning lazily in one hand, as if to hide the tension forming in his spine. "You said you were alone." "I was. Until the wind blew in a child. You know the rules, Yogen. This is not a place for wanderers. And yet I am here." Still. A pause. Then Kano stepped closer. "The Master will not tolerate such actions. The Master has kept to his part of the deal, Yogen. We can always renegotiate the terms. Though I doubt the current inhabitants outside can handle the negotiations." "You are not my prison warden," Yogen snapped. "This place isn't controlled by any of us. He came. I didn't summon him. And yet now he has seen this place. It doesn't matter how. The terms were very clear, there will be consequences for his presence here." Yogen's expression hardened. "Then let him know." His voice dropped. "Maybe it's time the world remembered why it feared what came before Rava." Kano's head tilted, curious, as though sensing the weight behind the words. "Don't get ideas, Yogen. You may be ancient, but you are still sealed," Kano warned. "Nobody even knows who Rava is, let alone you." Yogen stepped forward, his eyes suddenly glowing dim red, the arrow on his head flickering like a coal ready to catch flame. "That seal weakens every time one of you comes here to remind me of it," Yogen warned. "One day soon, I will return to the outside world." Silence. Then Kano said, "You won't be warned again." And he vanished, swallowed by the dark, leaving Yogen to drift in the silence. He exhaled. Again, alone. His fingers tightened on his staff. He had waited for a long time. Now, 2 vessels had touched the abyss in under a month. One carrying the soul of a boy who was more than a boy. The other. Her. He looked up into the endless dark above. "It's coming. I just need more time." The wind shifted softly over the manicured hedges of the Omashu royal garden, carrying with it the sweet scent of roasted scallion cakes and pickled plum rice balls. Somewhere nearby, a turtle duck splashed into the koi pond, disturbing the still surface. The mid-morning sun had climbed gently above the stone walls, bathing the palace grounds in a warm golden hue. Aang's eyes shot open. He jerked upward with a gasp, nearly knocking over the carefully arranged picnic spread beside him. His hand immediately reached for his chest, then his neck, then the air around him, still here. Still real. Still breathing. "Aang?" Katara asked, eyebrows furrowed. Her hand had already shot out to steady him, the way she always did. "Are you okay?" What in the name of steamed sea prunes was that? Sokka mumbled around a half-chewed rice ball. "You just passed out mid-chew." Like plop. No warning. Aang sat there frozen, blinking at the sky. He didn't answer at first. He could still feel the chill of the void pressing on his skin, the emptiness around him, the man's voice echoing in his ears. "So you're her current vessel." Katara leaned forward, brushing back a loose strand of hair from her face. "Aang, talk to us. You scared us." Aang shook his head slowly and rubbed his eyes. I was somewhere else." Sokka raised an eyebrow and leaned forward with exaggerated concern. "Like, mentally, emotionally, or spiritually? Or did a bad dumpling just drop-kick you into the spirit world?" "No," Aang said slowly, "it wasn't the spirit world, at least, not like I've ever known it." He looked between them, then down at his gloved hands, flexing them like he wasn't sure they were still attached. "It was just black. Everywhere. No color. No wind. No sound. Just me. Floating." Katara's voice dropped to a whisper. "What happened?" "There was a man," Aang replied, glancing off to the koi pond like the reflection there might show him something. "Middle-aged. Airbender tattoos. I'd never seen him before, but..." His voice trailed. "But what?" Sokka prompted. "I knew him," Aang said at last, his brow furrowing. "Or I felt like I did. There was something in the way he looked at me. Like I was part of something I didn't understand. Something old. Ancient." Katara and Sokka exchanged a glance. "Did he say anything?" Katara asked gently. "He called me a vessel. He said I was her vessel." "Who's her?" Sokka asked, now fully interested and suspicious. That's usually not a good sign in spooky ghost realms. "I don't know," Aang admitted. But he also asked about someone else. "A foreigner. He said I'd ruin his return if I stayed. Then he shoved me, and I woke up here." Katara reached for his hand and gave it a small squeeze. "You're safe now. Maybe it was a dream." "It wasn't a dream," Aang said, firmer this time. "I felt the air. I heard his voice. His tattoos, they were real. I saw the bend of the wind when he moved his arm. He was an airbender, but different. His clothes weren't like the nomads. Not the monks. Nothing like what I know. They were everything." "Everything?" Sokka asked, licking plum sauce off his thumb. "Fire Nation armor. Earth Kingdom fabrics. Even bits of Water Tribe stitching. And still, the arrow tattoos like mine." Sokka sat back and exhaled. "So we've got some mysterious airbender super ghost." "Who isn't a ghost," Aang interjected. "Fine, not ghost, who lives in the nothingness and shoves kids around." "Classic, Sokka muttered. Katara tilted her head, concerned. Could he be a past avatar? Aang shook his head again, more unsure than before. Maybe. Maybe not. But he wasn't like Roku. Or Kyoshi. There was no glow. No spirit energy. Just him, and something in him that felt off. He went quiet. What if he was trapped? Aang wondered aloud. Trapped like I was. Or worse. Like he's been there a long, long time. Katara sat in silence for a moment before offering him a small, hopeful smile. Then maybe you were meant to see him. Maybe there's a reason. A connection. Yeah, Sokka added, chewing again. Or maybe your brain needed a nap and picked the most terrifying way to get one. Despite himself, Aang gave a weak chuckle. But inside, the unease gnawed at him. He looked like an airbender. But he wasn't. And he knew something. Aang looked up at the horizon beyond the garden walls. The wind brushed against his cheeks once more. Warm. Familiar. Safe. But for the first time in a long while, it didn't make him feel comforted. It made him feel watched. Chapter 36, The Cold Above. Far to the north, beyond the jagged glacial cliffs and frostbitten waves of the unallomed sea, there rose an ancient bastion of blue and white, the Northern Water Tribe. A city carved from ice and pride. Its walls, tall as mountains, shimmered with veins of moonlit crystal, wrapped in fortresses and tiered citadels carved from the frozen marrow of the North Pole itself. Above it all stood the royal palace, towering like a sapphire flame into the Arctic sky. Its domes were slick with frost, curling into spiraled minarets that caught the low polar sun and refracted its dying light into rainbows across the snowbound courtyards below. Inside the palace, the air was cool but alive, pulsing with the rhythm of fountains that danced upward in narrow channels along the walls, powered not by machines, but by master waterbenders, ever graceful in their routines. Within the royal chambers, a solitary canopy bed lay beneath translucent silk curtains, shivering slightly in the frigid draught. Then, a scream. It tore through the silence like a spear through cloth. Princess Yu shot upright from beneath her pale blue sheets, sweat trickling down her temple despite the biting cold. Her lungs gasped for breath, chest rising and falling like a tide caught in a storm. Her eyes were wide with the distant look of someone who had seen something no one should ever see. Blood. Fire. Screams not of the throat, but of the soul. Her hands trembled as they clutched the sheets, her white hair tangled and damp against her face. A moment later, the ornate door burst open with the creak of aged hinges. "Princess Yu," came the familiar voice. "I heard you. Are you all right?" A tall, elderly man in formal water tribe robes entered. His hair was tied tightly into a topknot of thick white, his beard neatly plaited. His eyes, though old, were sharp and unwavering. His stance, as always, was rigid as ice. "Master Pakku?" Yu breathed, startled but quickly composing herself. She pulled the covers tighter around her nightgown. "What are you doing here?" "I was on my way to see your father," Pakku explained, his tone measured but lined with concern. "We were scheduled to discuss reinforcing the outer defenses, but then I heard your scream." She looked away. Her knuckles tightened against the blankets. "It was a nightmare." "Do you remember it?" he asked carefully. She hesitated. "I saw fire. Red skies. Earth shattered like glass. People, men, giants, ripping through the land like gods at war. I heard names I didn't recognize and others I knew all too well. I saw devastation. In a place I've never been, but I could feel it. Nanhai." Pakku was silent for a moment. Then he exhaled deeply. "That is no simple dream," he said. "Because this morning, just before sunrise, we received a hawk from our informants. There was a major engagement in the southern Fire Nation part of the Nanhai province." She turned to him sharply. "The Mad King himself led the assault," Pakku continued. "And opposing him were two of the Fire Nation's most formidable forces. Prince Zuko, the current crown prince, and, he paused, brow furrowed, General Iroh. Yu's brows raised. Iroh, the dragon of the west? He nodded. That's right. So then. Yes. The two gods in your dream may very well have been them. There was a pause. The torches in the wall crackled faintly. Yu stared at her hands. He's real then. The Mad King. I thought he was a myth. Many do. But King Bumi of Omashu is very much real, Pakku said grimly. He was born during the years before the start of the war. He's not only survived, he's thrived. They say he once broke an entire siege line using only his toes and a melon. Yu's eyes widened. He is the most powerful earthbender alive, Pakku said. At least, since Avatar Kyoshi. Yu swallowed. Well, it's good then. That he's on our side. Pakku hesitated. Perhaps, he said carefully. Yu glanced at him. A character like Bumi is unstable, he said. He fights for balance, not loyalty. He's eccentric, unpredictable. He may stand with the Earth Kingdom now, but if he deems our allies to have tipped the scale too far, he may tip it back himself. There was an uncomfortable silence. Well, thank you, Master Pakku, Yu said softly. I'll be all right. You should go. My father's waiting. Pakku bowed slightly, still watching her with quiet wisdom. As you wish, Your Highness. With a final nod, he turned and exited the room. As the heavy door shut behind him with a thud, Yu sat still for a moment. Then, her expression changed. The fear melted. Her delicate features hardened. She was still. Too still. Her eyes slowly slid to the far side of the room. To the shadows beyond the curtain. You didn't tell him the real nightmare, a man's voice said from the darkness. She didn't flinch. From the wall's edge, he emerged, as if he had always been part of the cold itself. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with hair like a midnight glacier. His face was young, but his eyes were timeless. His presence filled the room like a tide. Avatar Kuvak. I never do, Yu said. You saw more than the Fire Nation, Kuvak said quietly. Didn't you? She nodded. Her voice cracked. It wasn't the fire or the earth or the destruction, it was the void between it all. Almost the same void I saw the night you first came to me. Kuvak looked down at her, solemn. It's awakening. Yu's voice dropped to a whisper. What is? Kuvak didn't answer. Not yet. Instead, he looked toward the window, toward the faraway province of Nanhai, where blood still steamed on shattered stone. And where destiny had begun to stir. Yu sat at the edge of her bed, the soft furs pulled around her waist, her legs tucked beneath her. The sky outside was painted with the pale hues of early morning, but her mind remained rooted in the darkness from which she had just awoken. Kuvak still stood as if he could see through time itself. I haven't told anyone else, Yu said, her voice soft but steady. Kuvak didn't turn to face her, but his head tilted slightly, acknowledging her words. It started about a month ago, when the Avatar returned, she said, hands gripping her bedsheets. At first, I thought I was imagining things. Just the excitement. Just the nervous energy of the world starting to change again. But that night, when I knelt in the temple of Tuayin-La. She paused. Her throat felt dry. I felt it. My prayers, my connection to the moon spirit, it was like something had pulled it taut, like a string stretched to its breaking point. A tension I'd never felt before. Kuvak turned his head halfway, his expression unreadable. It passed, Yu continued. Just as quickly as it came. But it came again. Yesterday. Just before the hawk arrived with news of the battle in Nanhai. She looked at him now, eyes searching. It was different this time. More jagged. Older. As if something ancient brushed past me. I could feel it in my bones, in my chest, like the moon spirit recoiling. Not in fear, but in recognition. Kuvak still said nothing. I was born under the moon, Kuvak, she whispered. I was born, because of the moon spirit. I know its rhythm. Its calm. Its anger. Its silence. And what I felt was not from this world. The air in the room grew colder, somehow. The ice-lined walls seemed to hold their breath. Kuvak finally turned to face her. As you know, he began, I spent much of my time as Avatar, not dealing with nobles, or councils, or even nations. I walked in the shadows. I spent my life fighting spirits that wished to escape the spirit world and consume this one. He took a slow step forward. I became more than just a bridge between the worlds. I became a ward. A hunter. A guardian. He stood before her now. His presence was immense, yet somehow sorrowful. I felt the hollow that lingered in the places those spirits had been. I learned to taste their energy in the very winds that passed through forgotten temples. He crouched before her, their eyes level now. And I can tell you this, you. What you are sensing is not one of them. Yu's brow furrowed. Her lips parted slightly. Then what is it, she asked. If not a spirit? Kuvak looked away. Not to hide something. But because even he didn't know. I don't know, he admitted finally. But I know little of the old ones. The ones who never had names. The ones who crawled through the gaps of the spirit world in silence, who didn't whisper madness, they became it. And this may be them. You stood now, slowly, the cold tiles beneath her feet quickly kissed with warmth from the furs still clinging to her ankles. Then explain my feelings, she demanded gently. Explain why Tue and Law feel farther than ever before. Why when I kneel in the temple, I feel watched. Why I wake in cold sweat and know I've seen places that don't exist. Kuvak clenched his jaw. His gaze drifted upward again. Toward the sky. Toward the moon, though it wasn't visible in the daylight. It's something new, he said finally. Or something so old, even the spirits forgot it. You wrapped her arms around herself. Why won't they speak to me anymore? Why do they feel like they're hiding? Kuvak slowly stepped forward and placed a single hand on her shoulder. Because whatever this is, even the spirits are afraid. Her breath hitched. Kuvak stepped back. The moment between them softened slightly. But you, he added, that doesn't mean you are helpless. Your connection to Tue gives you clarity. It means you are seeing truth, even if that truth is incomplete. She nodded slightly, her resolve hardening in her chest like frozen water. I need to know more, she said. About the moon spirit. About whatever this is. Kuvak gave a single solemn nod. Then you must find someone who sees like you do, he said. Someone who also walks with a spirit. The Avatar? She asked, almost hesitantly. Kuvak's mouth formed a faint smirk. The boy, yes. But there is another. Yu's eyes narrowed. Kuvak turned again to the window, his silhouette framed in faint, glacial blue. Someone who came from beyond the wheel. A soul not born of this world, but forced into it. Someone who shouldn't exist, and yet does. Her heart skipped a beat. You mean? Kuvak did not say the name. She turned away, eyes distant. A long silence passed between them. Then, slowly, you walked back to her bed, sat down again, and ran her fingers across her temple. Then it's true, she said quietly. Our fates are tangled already. I could feel it. But I didn't want to believe it. Kuvak looked back at her. You won't find your answers here forever. I believe you will meet both of them very soon. She nodded. And when the time comes, you'll have to choose what you protect. She didn't speak after that. Kuvak stepped back into the shadows. And just as he came, he vanished. Leaving you alone with the moonlight now beginning to break through the clouds outside. Chapter 37, Fire Prince Awakens. Zuko awoke to pain. It crawled over every inch of his body like fire ants, sharp and insistent. His ribs screamed with every breath, and his back throbbed with deep aches that pulsed like war drums. His eyes blinked open slowly, the dimness of the room doing little to soften the raw throb behind them. It took a moment before he realized where he was. The ceiling above him was stone, roughly carved and stained with soot from countless candles and oil lamps that had once hung here. The air was dry and bitter, thick with the stale scent of charred wood and old poultices. He was alone. The cot beneath him was hard, its thin blanket barely worth the title. The bandages wrapped around his torso were tight, too tight, but he appreciated the discomfort. Pain reminded him he was still alive. He didn't cry out. Not even a grunt. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay still. A moment of stillness, then breath. Another. He lay there, his golden eyes fixed on nothing, caught in the churning storm of memory. Bumi. Like a storm in human form. Like the earth itself decided to stand up and throw fists. Zuko had known the man was strong, he wasn't an idiot, but nothing could have prepared him for that. The earth obeyed Bumi's every gesture as if gravity itself bowed to him. He moved like a mountain with the speed of lightning, every attack as creative as it was crushing. And then there was Iroh. The man he had known all his life. The man who had once laughed at tea leaves and sunrises. He had watched that same man breathe fire and shape it into art. He had watched as Iroh matched Bumi blow for blow, the ground itself splitting beneath them, the very air igniting with each strike. Zuko swallowed, the motion sending a wave of fresh agony across his side. He had fought Bumi. Or tried to. He had pushed beyond his limits, driven by desperation, by rage, by pride. And what had it gotten him? Blood. Broken bones. The realization, horrible and cold, that he was still far from where he needed to be. That even after everything, his manipulation, his political chess games, his mastery of tactics, he was not ready. He had thought, maybe, he was beginning to reach the level of masters. After Zhao. After the South Pole. After Kyoshi. But this? Zuko shut his eyes again. There were tears. There was firebending. Then advanced firebending. Then people like Azula, prodigies with power and talent wrapped in a razor-sharp mind. And then there was Iroh. Then there was Bumi. And perhaps somewhere even higher, there was someone like the Fire Lord or Avatar Kyoshi before them. He wasn't at their level. Not yet. But he would be. The thought didn't come with rage or desperation this time. It came with clarity. His pride had taken a blow, but not his resolve. No, this only confirmed what he had already started to suspect in the pit of his soul since the night he met the foreign airbender in the Black Abyss. He needed more. More power. More control. More knowledge. Not just of fire, but of the other elements. Of bending itself. Of ki. Of energy. Of the strange spiritual forces he kept brushing shoulders with. The future he had set into motion was no longer something he could coast through on knowledge alone. This world had changed because of him, and now it demanded more from him than it ever had from the Zuko who came before. Victor Crane, he thought faintly, remembering the name no one here would know. You didn't come all this way to be humbled. He pushed his hand slowly toward the side of the bed, gripping the edge and forcing himself upright. His body groaned. His skin felt tight. Sweat formed across his brow. But he sat. Even in the ashes, the ember that burned inside him hadn't gone out. Not yet. A soft knock tapped twice against the doorframe before it creaked open, no guards, no fanfare. Just her. Azula stepped inside like a whisper of smoke, her steps sharp and deliberate. She was dressed in the red-trimmed silk of an honored guest, not the full formal attire of a princess, meaning this visit wasn't for appearances. Her golden eyes flicked over Zuko as he sat hunched on the edge of the cot, shirtless and heavily bandaged. You look like someone tried to cook you alive, she said lightly, her hands clasped behind her back. Which, knowing you, wouldn't be the first time. Zuko didn't answer immediately. He looked at her, blinking once. His eyes were shadowed but alert. Did you come to gloat? Azula clicked her tongue. Would I ever do something so petty? He raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to list the times? She gave a tiny smirk but said nothing. For a moment, the silence lingered between them, unusually civil. Then Azula's gaze narrowed. She stepped forward, drawing closer into the lamplight. I heard you tried to take on the Mad King himself, she said, her voice quieter now. Is it true? Zuko looked back down at the floor, the memory of Bumi's insane strength still burned into his muscles. Tried is a generous word. Her eyes studied him. The bruises were darker now, peeking from beneath the bandages. His hands were scraped, his lips split. He didn't even flinch when he moved, either from discipline or the simple futility of showing weakness. You lost, Azula said flatly. Yes, he admitted. She tilted her head slightly. And yet you're still alive. That part wasn't up to me. Azula's jaw twitched, just slightly. Uncle? Zuko gave a faint nod. She turned her back to him for a moment, folding her arms. So the old dragon still has his fire. I was wondering. Zuko shifted, drawing in a breath that made his ribs ache. Why are you really here, Azula? Azula paused at that, still facing the wall. Her voice, when it came, wasn't laced with venom. Because everyone's treating you like you're made of glass. Rushing around, acting like you're going to collapse at any second. He didn't deny it. Even Rin was pacing outside like a worried mother hen before I told him to go get something useful done. She glanced over her shoulder. You hate pity more than pain, don't you? You're not wrong. She turned back fully. Then you'll be happy to hear I brought you something. Zuko gave a dry look. A dagger to finish me off? Azula rolled her eyes and tossed a folded letter onto the small table near the bed. Updates from the command tent. Kuvak's casualty numbers. His proposal for troop rotation. A report from Ensign Lee about the fleet's ships and crew manifests. Zuko reached for the letter with slow fingers, his expression sharpening despite the pain. I didn't think you'd play messenger. I didn't. I intercepted it. I thought you might want to hear it from someone who won't stutter when you bleed on the floor. He gave her a humorless smile. How considerate. She studied him in silence for a moment, then moved toward the cot's edge. Her arms crossed again. You've changed, she said finally. Zuko looked at her sidelong, wary. How so? The Zuko I remember wouldn't admit he lost. He'd break something instead. Curse the skies. Blame me. I still might do all of those things, he muttered. No, Azula said. You won't. That version of you died a long time ago. She took a breath. The one sitting here, this one's different. Less of a fool. Still an idiot, but less so. He let that sit a moment, then asked, and what does that mean? It means, she said, brushing non-existent dust from her sleeve, you're finally starting to become the man you've been pretending to be. Zuko blinked at that, unsure whether to take it as an insult or not. He settled on silence. Azula turned to leave but stopped at the door. The council will be meeting in 3 hours, she said. They'll not expect you there. I'll be ready, Zuko said. She looked at him, hard. Make sure you are. Because the next time the earth shakes, it won't be Bumi. Zuko watched her go. The door creaked shut behind her. For a while, he just sat there, staring at the faint flicker of candlelight on the stone wall. He hadn't said it, not aloud, but he knew what she meant. Next time, it wouldn't be a battle of survival. It would be a war of legacy. A knock came once again. Then another. Followed by Rin's voice, firm, familiar, controlled. Prince Zuko. May we enter? Zuko blinked toward the door. Come in. The door creaked open, revealing Rin first, dressed in his regulation officer's jacket, only the collar was loose, undone in rare comfort. Behind him was Ensign Li, stiff and proper as always, posture upright like he was reporting to the Fire Lord himself. "The princess informed us you were awake," Rin said as they stepped in. "She didn't mention interrogating me in the process," Zuko muttered as he reached for his water cup. Li, without asking, took the liberty of adjusting the room's lantern slightly to let in more light. "Forgive the intrusion, my prince. But there is much to discuss." Zuko drank, wincing as he did. "Then start. What happened? How long was I out?" 3 days, Li answered bluntly. Zuko blinked, his jaw tightening. 3? Precisely 78 hours, give or take, Li said, folding his arms behind his back. "The healers initially thought your internal injuries would worsen. Broken ribs, a cracked femur, some minor burns, and a possible concussion." "I didn't ask for a damn inventory," Zuko grunted. "Just the time." "You asked what happened," Li said plainly. "That is what happened." Rin cracked a subtle smirk at the exchange but cleared his throat. "There have been no new incidents since the battle. The Earth Kingdom forces pulled back completely, but it was a tactical retreat. Not a surrender." Zuko looked down into his water. "And our people?" Rin's eyes narrowed slightly. "We lost almost a third of the outer camp personnel in that initial surge. The siege shattered half our supply caches. If Admiral Kuvak hadn't arrived when he did." Zuko raised a brow. "So Kuvak did show up?" Li nodded. "With him came nearly 5,000 troops, 6 siege-class vessels amongst the total 25 ships that came, an entire detachment of military engineers, and curiously 2 high-ranking strategists from the Royal Academy." Zuko sat back, processing that. "And he's taken command?" "No," Rin said. "He's been careful. You're still officially the commanding figurehead in Nanhai. But..." Li stepped forward. "But in practice, Admiral Kuvak has instituted a complete reorganization of our military structure here. He's overhauled the port security, instituted double shift rotations, reassigned lieutenants based on their performance during the last engagement, and personally took charge of repairing the damaged artillery batteries. In short, he's brought order." Rin crossed his arms. "Efficient. But watchful." Zuko's lips tightened. "He's still my father's eyes." "Yes," Li said. "And I dare say he's very good at it." The three sat in silence for a moment, the air heavy with the realization that the tides of control had begun to shift, even without words spoken. Zuko had been out 3 days, and the battlefield had changed hands without a single duel. "You'll need to make a move soon," Rin said finally. Zuko nodded slowly. "I will." Li adjusted his cuffs. "For now, shall I compile a full report of Admiral Kuvak's new command layout? I believe understanding his restructuring could assist in future planning, assuming you wish to take command back." Zuko gave the young ensign a long look, then smirked faintly. "Yes. Do that. And include everything, right down to who he lets stand near him at breakfast." Li bowed. "As you command, my prince." "And Rin," Zuko added as Li turned to leave. "Yes? Have the healers prepare a mobility brace. I want to be walking by tomorrow." Rin gave a small sigh. "You should be resting." "I've been doing nothing but resting." Rin's eyes narrowed. "You can barely stand." Zuko looked at the sunlight spilling through the window and clenched his jaw. "Then I'll crawl." Zuko leaned back slowly into the bed, the ache in his ribs pulsing like a second heartbeat. The pain was constant, familiar now but not welcome. He turned his gaze toward Rin and Li, still standing near the foot of his bed. He drew in a breath and asked, "Where's my uncle?" Both men exchanged a look. "He's still on base," Rin answered first. "He never left after the siege ended." Zuko narrowed his eyes. "Then why isn't he here?" "Well, he also had injuries, so he's been keeping to himself," Li answered. "Mostly walking the perimeter." Sometimes alone by the cliffside, sometimes along the wreckage of the harbor. Talking to the soldiers. Helping them where he can. Why? Zuko asked, his voice low and heavy. Rin hesitated. I think the battle shook him, sire. Not the fighting, he's fought worse. But something about that fight. The weight of it. The aftermath. Seeing you like that. Zuko exhaled slowly. Did he say anything? Not much, Rin said. Just that you were alive. That the worst had passed. He's been meditating a lot. Alone. Zuko swung his legs over the edge of the bed, grimacing as his side screamed in protest. He clutched his ribs but didn't stop moving. I want to speak to him, he said. My prince, you're still recovering, Lee started. This is fucking important. Zuko snapped. Rin stepped slightly backward, concern clear on his face. Let me bring him to you. No. I go to him. Zuko's voice left no room for negotiation. Rin reluctantly nodded. Very well. He's usually near the old cliffside barracks this time of morning. Zuko grabbed his outer robe and pulled it on slowly. Every movement sent bolts of pain through his battered frame. But he didn't care. I have questions only he can answer. He reached for his boots and sat down slowly, methodically. And as he dressed, the flame behind his eyes rekindled. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Chapter 38, The Flames Within. The scent of ash and herbs lingered faintly in the air as Prince Zuko limped forward, his arm slung over Sergeant Rin's shoulder. Each step sent waves of dull pain through his ribs, but the fire in his chest burned hotter than ever. The base was quiet this morning, the kind of calm that comes only after a storm. Loose planks were still being replaced, crates reorganized, scorch marks scrubbed off stone. The air had a faint scent of oil and recovery. 3 soldiers passed along the corridor. One of them straightened quickly and bowed. Prince Zuko, sir, he said. It's good to see you on your feet again. Another chimed in. We all saw the fight with the Mad King. What you did, it gave us time to survive. Thank you, sire. Zuko gave them a tired glance, then a nod. Get back to work. The war's not over. They bowed again and left, leaving Zuko and Rin to continue through the halls. Your body isn't ready for this, Rin muttered, his voice gruff but not disrespectful. You shouldn't be moving yet. Zuko grunted, clutching at his side with his free hand. And yet here I am. Rin didn't answer, only adjusted his grip to ease the prince's weight as they rounded a corner and approached one of the quiet meditation rooms that had been converted into temporary quarters. Zuko paused outside the door and gestured. Wait here, Rin. I want to speak with him alone. Rin hesitated, but after a beat, nodded and took a step back. Try not to collapse again, sire. Zuko smirked despite the pain, then lifted a hand and knocked. Come in, came Iroha's warm, gravelly voice. Zuko pushed the door open and stepped inside. His uncle was seated cross-legged at a low table, steam rising gently from a clay teapot, his eyes closed as if he had been meditating. The moment he saw Zuko limp in, however, his eyes opened and his brow furrowed. You should be resting, Iroha said sternly. Your ribs were fractured in 4 places. And that gash on your thigh could have gotten infected. I'm not here to debate my recovery, Zuko interrupted as he shut the door behind him. He dragged a cushion over and slumped onto it with a wince. I came to talk. Iroha raised a brow. About what? Whatever it could be, it isn't more important than your recovery. It is very important, more than anything. Firebending, Zuko said simply. About what you did. Against Bumi. I want to know how to reach that level. There was a pause as Iroha poured them both tea, his movements slow, deliberate. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he handed Zuko a cup and gestured for him to sip. Zuko looked down at the amber liquid and took a sip. Hot. Bitter. Comforting. The strength you saw, Iroh began at last, is not something learned in a day, or even in a year. It is earned. Through discipline. Through pain. Through understanding. Zuko was quiet. He looked down at his hands, his fingers twitching slightly as he remembered the flames, the shapes, the desperation of his last duel. I want that strength, he said again. I need it. Why? Iroh asked. Not harshly. Just, firmly. Zuko looked up at him, golden eyes unwavering. Because if I don't, I'll lose. All of it. The war. The throne. Everything I've built. I need to be stronger. That level, yours and Bumi's, I thought I was close. But now I see how far I still have to go. Iroh studied him carefully, then leaned back with a nod. Then we begin not with power, he said, but with understanding. Zuko's brow furrowed. Fire, Iroh said, holding up one hand. A flame flickered to life above his palm. It is the element of life and destruction. It is breath and rage. It is power, yes, but also balance. Do you remember our conversation that day in the South Pole, before you captured the Avatar? Zuko nodded as he watched the flame. Iroh closed his hand. The flame vanished. As you know, the original firebenders, Iroh continued, were dragons. Creatures of great wisdom and passion. They did not use fire to dominate. They used it to illuminate. To survive. To grow. Zuko nodded slowly. Roku said something like that in the scrolls. Fire was an extension of their bodies. Roku understood, Iroh agreed. But firebending changed. During the war, it became a tool of conquest. A hammer. Your father, he teaches power without restraint. But that is not true strength. Zuko was silent for a long moment. Then he asked, what about ki? Ah, Iroh said with a smile. You have been experimenting. I see my lessons to you have not been wasted over the years. Zuko gave a faint smirk. Let's say I've remembered some things. From our training of generating lightning, we use this mysterious energy, Iroh said. Ki is the spirit within. Our energy. What drives us? For firebenders, the sun is our greatest ally, it fuels and enhances our ki. But without discipline, that energy burns uncontrolled. He tapped his chest. Discipline and focus. You control the fire. Not the other way around. Zuko took that in. And experience, he asked. Experience teaches pain. Pain teaches humility. And humility opens the path to wisdom, Iroh said. You are learning. But you must not rush. You have come so far in such a long time. That time you fought against Zhao. The way your fire moved like an extension of your movements. Channeling it into your movements. I don't have time, Uncle, Zuko said. The war is moving faster now. Kuvak is watching me. Azula is plotting. Fong will strike again. And the Avatar is still out there. Iroh nodded solemnly. Then we begin tomorrow at sunrise, he said. Outside the barracks. Bring no guards. Just you, and the flame. We will teach your finer control. Zuko stood, wobbling slightly. You'll teach me everything? Iroh smiled faintly. No. But I will teach you enough that the rest becomes clear. Zuko smirked. Good. And with that, the prince limped to the door. Behind him, Iroh looked down at his teacup and whispered quietly. Let the dragons hear your fire. The hall outside Iroh's chamber was quieter than before. Zuko limped down it slowly, each step a small war against the pain that coiled in his ribs and throbbed through his shoulder. The battered muscles in his legs screamed every time he put weight on them, and he winced sharply as he turned a corner, one hand dragging across the wall for support. Prince Zuko, a familiar voice called out. He looked up just barely and found Hinaro standing down the hallway. Her eyes widened as she stepped toward him. "You're awake?" "I mean, I knew you were, but you're walking?" Zuko kept moving, his breath low and tight. "It's going to take more than a few broken bones to put me down." "That's not encouraging," she said dryly, stepping beside him. She didn't offer her arm, but she slowed her pace to match his limp. "You really shouldn't be on your feet. They say it's a miracle your ribs didn't puncture your lungs." Zuko grunted, not looking at her. "I will live." They passed a few soldiers at the end of the hall, who nodded quickly and stepped aside without a word. Hanero glanced at them, then at the prince beside her. "You're lucky, you know. If the admiral hadn't arrived when he did." "I'm aware," Zuko cut her off, voice like steel. "I was there." Hanero didn't respond, and the two of them walked the next few paces in silence. As they reached the stairwell that led back to the officer's wing, Zuko paused, bracing himself against the wooden frame of the doorway. The burn of his ribs flared like molten iron pressed against his bones. Still, he didn't groan. Didn't stumble. He simply closed his eyes for a moment, drawing in a breath. "You must not rush," his uncle had said. But his thoughts raced too fast for meditation now. It had been over a month since he arrived in this world, since Victor Crane died on Earth and woke up in the body of a banished prince. From day one, he had thrown himself into training. Every hour. Every day. And his firebending, it had become more than skill. More than muscle memory. It had become his breath. From the first time he manipulated his flames in this new body, he could tell something was different. Something deeper. The flames came easier. Larger. Hotter. He hadn't paid much attention at first, but over time he realized, his key reserves, the very energy that powered his bending, were significantly greater than they ever had been. Greater than the Zuko of this world, too. That, combined with his knowledge of physics and movement, allowed him to build a bending style far different than what Zuko used in the show. Gone were the high flips, the narrow dodges, the sharp, staccato bursts of flame. Now his firebending was fluid, wide, and devastating. Walls of flame. Cascading arcs. He bent fire like a war machine, not a dancer. He had thought that was enough, better than the raw style the original Zuko used. The blue flames, the scale, the devastating crescendos of heat. He thought he had reached the pinnacle, close to Iroh. Maybe even close to Ozai. But watching his uncle battle King Bumi had shattered that illusion like ice under a hammer. There were tiers to this. Tiers that went beyond raw heat. Beyond control. Beyond size. It was about unity of body and breath, of mind and fire. His bending lacked that. He opened his eyes. "Hanero," he said, not turning to her. "How would you describe my bending?" She blinked, confused by the sudden question. "Your bending?" He turned to face her, sweat beading lightly across his forehead from the exertion. "Tell me. Be honest." "Well," she said, brow furrowed, "it's loud. Powerful. Bigger than anyone else I've seen. Like a siege engine wrapped in a human. I'd never seen a firebender push like you do." "But?" She didn't answer. Zuko narrowed his eyes. But it's rigid," she admitted. "Predictable. You don't faint. You don't play. You burn until the problem goes away." Zuko exhaled slowly. "Thank you. Is that good?" He shook his head. "No. It's true." The walk back to his quarters was slower now, more thoughtful. He leaned less on the wall, more on his own feet. Original Zuko's style, that agile, reactive, counter-heavy dancing of flame and footwork, it wasn't weak. It was fast. Opportunistic. Acrobatic. Victor had thrown that away early on, in favor of force and dominance. And it had worked up to a point. He could overpower. He could raise. But now? He remembered Iroh, walking through Bumi's barrage as if the fire danced with him. He remembered Bumi himself, flinging the earth as if it were silk in his hands. Zuko stopped outside his door, standing still in the corridor. Whatever Uncle teaches me tomorrow, he thought, it won't be enough on its own. I need to go beyond. I need to take everything I've built and everything I've ignored and build something new. His own path. A hybrid of strength and motion. Raw power and unpredictability. Something worthy of the Fire Nation Crown Prince, and the foreign soul buried within him. You going in? Hanero asked behind him. Zuko blinked, pulled from his thoughts. Yeah, he said. Eventually. He gave her a nod, then stepped through the door, leaving her to her confusion. He closed it behind him and leaned against the wooden frame. Tomorrow would be the beginning. The real beginning. The door shut behind him with a soft click, sealing Zuko once again in the quiet of his quarters. The fire within the small brazier had gone low, just a dim orange glow now, the kind of flicker that danced like a memory, not a threat. He winced as he reached the edge of his bed and sat down, gingerly turning to lay back on the bed. Every muscle in his torso protested. His ribs felt like glass held together by sheer will. Tomorrow, he told himself. Tomorrow I begin. He was just easing down, fingers unlacing the front of his tunic when the door creaked open behind him again. I didn't say come in, he muttered through gritted teeth. It's just me, Hanero's voice said coolly. She slipped inside like a shadow in the torchlight, arms folded beneath her chest. She didn't wear armor, just a red cotton tunic tucked into simple trousers, but she carried herself like she was always a breath from unsheathing a blade. Zuko lay still, watching her from where he rested against the pillow. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. You and Lee, he said flatly. It's been more than 72 hours. Hanero blinked once, then narrowed her eyes at him. I beg your pardon? I gave you 3 days, he repeated, voice calm but edged. You're married now. You are both part of this. And yet, here we are. She exhaled sharply, her arms still folded. You were bleeding out in a healer's tent 48 hours ago. Maybe forgive us for not focusing on the honeymoon. Zuko ignored the sarcasm. It wasn't a suggestion. I gave that order for a reason. You mean your grand plan? She asked. The one that makes pawns out of everyone? Breeding heirs like livestock for your new Kyoshi rule dynasty? Zuko sat up slowly, his ribs screaming with each movement. He didn't flinch. Yes, he said. Be careful of what you speak in this waltz. They locked eyes for a long moment. Her stance didn't waver, but something in her gaze flickered. A hesitation. You don't understand, Zuko said, voice quieter now. You think this is about tradition or obedience. It's not. This is about control. Control of bloodlines, of loyalty, of future claims. Your role, his role, is part of a design larger than any one of you realize. And what about love? She asked, bitterly. Or does that not factor into your calculations? Zuko's face barely changed. Love, he said, almost like testing the word, is a luxury in wartime. Most of our ancestors married for alliance, legacy, power, and they ruled entire kingdoms. Love came later. Sometimes. Hanero stared at him. Her arms dropped to her sides, but her fists clenched. You're unbelievable, she whispered. He looked her over then, eyes dragging slowly across her face, her posture, the tension in her limbs. He wasn't ogling, he was assessing. Measuring. Gauging. She felt it and hated that part of her bristled under that gaze. What? She asked, irritation blooming. Zuko leaned slightly forward, his voice low and unreadable. You're angry, but not afraid. Not of me. Not of any of this. You're not nearly as scary as you think, she said. He almost smiled at that. Almost. Whatever he had been about to say next was cut short by a firm knock on the door. They both turned. Zuko exhaled, annoyed. Who is it? Prince Zuko, came a gravelly voice from beyond the wood. It's Admiral Kuvak. Requesting a word. Zuko froze. The warmth in his face vanished. The humor. The mild flirtation. It all evaporated like steam beneath a sudden cold. Hanero caught the shift and stepped back automatically. Of course, Zuko called, his voice even again, but only just. He turned to look at the door like it was the edge of a blade, both a challenge and a test. The moment he'd been expecting since the storm had split the fleet. Since he fled the capital. Since he abandoned his orders and played the game like it was already his board. Kuvak had arrived. And the reckoning would begin. Chapter 39, Kuvak's Interrogation. The silence stretched long after the knock. For a heartbeat or two, nothing stirred but the soft rustle of the brazier's dying flames. Then the door creaked open. Admiral Kuvak stepped in like a shadow pulled from stone. Tall and broad, dressed in the deep crimson and black of Fire Navy Command, he radiated an aura of discipline so absolute it made the very air seem sharper. His hair was tightly pulled back into a warrior's topknot streaked with gray, and his neatly trimmed beard framed a face that looked like it had never forgotten a single order issued or disobeyed. Your Highness, Kuvak said with a deep bow of the head. I am relieved to see you conscious. Zuko nodded faintly. Admiral. Hanero turned toward the elder officer. Her expression gave nothing away. Kuvak's eyes flicked to her, and though his voice remained courteous, it was colder than before. If you would allow us a moment of privacy, miss. Hanero's jaw tightened. She glanced once at Zuko. Zuko didn't speak, but the slight tilt of his head gave the command without needing to say it. She bowed faintly and slipped out, shutting the door behind her with a click that echoed like the closing of a vault. Only then did Kuvak move fully into the room. He walked to the edge of the low table near Zuko's bed, hands behind his back. Not sitting. Not yet. Zuko watched him, still reclined on his bed but now propped higher on his cushions. The pain had dulled but hadn't left. You're limping, Kuvak observed, eyes scanning Zuko's posture. They told me you took quite the beating. Against King Bumi, was it? Zuko nodded slowly. It wasn't a fair fight. Or maybe it was. Depending on how you define fair. Kuvak hummed. You're lucky to be breathing. Zuko let out a faint chuckle that never reached his eyes. Yeah, that makes two of us. The Admiral gave him a long look before turning to face the corner of the room. For a moment he simply stood there, back to Zuko, as if gathering his thoughts. Then, without turning, he spoke again. For nights before your appearance in Nanhai, do you remember what you did that evening in the capital? Zuko's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this an interrogation? No, Your Highness. This is an inquiry. A necessary one. Kuvak turned now, voice calm and precise. You vanished. Without notice. Without clearance. In the middle of the night. You commandeered a vessel not designated for your personal use. You took little to no staff, no official papers. Just a skiff. Zuko didn't reply. Kuvak's tone remained diplomatic, but the weight behind each syllable was undeniable. Then, 4 days later, you appear in Nanhai. Mid-siege. You request reinforcements and military supplies. You behave as if nothing had happened. Even Princess Azula didn't know of your disappearance. Or so she claimed. Zuko shifted his shoulders slightly, feeling the strain in his ribs. I didn't take official leave, he admitted. Because it wasn't official business. The Admiral blinked once. Slowly. That is not a satisfying answer, Your Highness. Zuko tilted his head, his golden eyes now narrowing. Then maybe you're asking the wrong question. Kuvak raised a brow. Then what is the right one? Zuko leaned forward just slightly. You want to know if I'm loyal. If I'm acting in defiance of the Fire Lord. If I'm still fit to command this fleet. Are you? Kuvak asked flatly. The cordiality now hung by a thread. Zuko exhaled. I didn't go AWOL. I had matters to settle. Ties to bind. Loyalties to test. To whom? To myself, Zuko said. And to the Fire Nation. Kuvak studied him for a long time. The silence was thick. A needle could have fallen and been heard across a crowded courtyard. At last, the admiral folded his arms. You've inherited more than just a title. This division, this campaign, it isn't a toy. 5,000 men. 25 ships. These are not pieces in some game of yours, Prince Zuko. Zuko didn't flinch. You think I don't know that? Kuvak's gaze was steady. Then prove it. Not just to me. To them. To the people you command. Zuko smirked faintly. I already am. Kuvak didn't return the smile. He finally moved, pulling a sealed scroll from his coat and setting it on the low table beside Zuko's bed. Latest reports. Movements along the Nanhai border. You'll want to read them. Zuko glanced at it, then back at Kuvak. Do you still think I'm a threat? He asked. Kuvak paused at the door, his hand on the frame. No, he said. But I think you're something else entirely. And with that, the admiral left. The door shut behind him with a quiet thud, but the weight of the conversation lingered like the last ring of a gong after it had been struck. Admiral Kuvak stood just beyond the threshold, in the hallway lined with steel and lacquered wood. Torches burned gently in the wall sconces, casting flickers of amber light against the deep red Fire Nation walls. His face, stern as it always was, remained unreadable, yet his pace was slower than usual, thoughtful, measured. He didn't immediately head toward the officers' wing or the mess hall. Instead, he walked past the rows of rooms, silent, mostly empty now after the last few days of bloodshed. His boots echoed faintly down the corridor, a rhythmic sound that matched the clipped edge of his focus. As he turned the corner toward the strategy chamber, a figure emerged from the opposite end of the hallway. Admiral Kuvak, said a composed voice. He stopped. Princess Azula stood there, arms folded over her chest, her golden eyes gleaming like sharpened daggers in the firelight. Her hair was tied high, not a strand out of place. Her uniform, crisp and noble, made her look like she had just stepped out of the palace instead of a province under siege. Your Highness, Kuvak replied, with the briefest of bows. What brings you to the halls this late? Azula's lips twitched slightly, not quite a smile. I could ask you the same. Sneaking in to check on my brother under the veil of night. How suspicious. The admiral said nothing for a beat. Everything I do in the name of our nation, he replied calmly. As do I, Azula answered smoothly. But we both know Prince Zuko is not simple. He leaves the capital without orders. He appears in Nanhai during an invasion. Then he suffers a catastrophic loss at the hands of an old madman. It begs the question. Kuvak tilted his head. And what question would that be? Azula's smile faded just enough to show her true intent. Whether the crown prince is still in control, or whether he ever was. Kuvak didn't flinch. You've been watching him too, haven't you? She asked. That's why you delayed your full arrival. You were waiting. Watching. Evaluating. I do what must be done to ensure the Fire Nation prevails, Kuvak said. Regardless of who wears the crown. Azula's eyes glinted. And if the wrong person ends up wearing it? Kuvak didn't answer. That was answer enough. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that dripped with veiled sharpness. Do not mistake my brother's theatrics for power. He has his plans, yes. But you and I, we are both far more reasonable. Kuvak raised a brow. And yet, I serve the prince. As do you. For now, Azula whispered. Their eyes locked like drawn swords, two sharp blades testing the other's edge. Finally, Kuvak nodded faintly. Then we'll both watch, very closely. And without another word, the admiral stepped around her and vanished into the shadows of the corridor. Azula remained where she was, unmoving. Behind her, a soft footstep padded into view. "I assume you heard everything?" she asked, not looking back. "Yes, Princess," Mai said, stepping beside her. "Ty Lee is still in her quarters. Let her rest. She needs the sleep," Azula muttered. "We've got a lot of pieces on this board. And I intend to control every single one." She turned, the flame-lit hallway stretching before her like a long corridor of possibilities. Of power. "The admiral will play his role," Azula said. "So will my dear brother." She smiled, though it lacked any warmth. "Everyone always does." Chapter 40, A Cruel Dream. The scream echoed from his mouth before his eyes even opened. Victor sat bolt upright in bed, his ribs howled in protest, the torn skin along his back screaming with fire. He clutched at the sheets, drenched in sweat. His chest rose and fell like a drum beaten in panic. For a heartbeat, no, several, he didn't know where he was. White walls. Soft sheets. Clean scent of sterilized plastic and blooming antiseptic. A heart monitor chirped gently to his left, and tubes trailed into the bend of his elbow. He blinked once, twice. A skyline loomed in the distance, tall spires of glass and concrete bathed in morning mist. New York. The silence was broken by the gentle shuffle of footsteps. A young nurse in blue scrubs entered the room with a clipboard in hand and a warm smile on her face. She didn't look startled to see him conscious, only relieved. "You're awake, Victor," she said, moving swiftly to check the vitals on the machines. "We were beginning to worry." He stared at her like she wasn't real. "Hospital?" His voice was hoarse. It felt too heavy, too old to be his own. "Yes." "You've been in a coma for a week," she answered. "You were struck by a delivery truck downtown. Do you remember any of that?" Her fingers worked quickly and efficiently. Temperature, pulse, ocular reaction. She made quick notes. Victor Zuko, tried to speak. His throat was dry, words caught in the back like he hadn't spoken in months. "So it was all just a dream?" "A dream?" she asked, pausing to glance at him. He didn't answer. How could he? Aang. Azula. Katara. The siege. The Avatar. Fire and earth clashing like ancient gods. Iroh, he whispered under his breath. "I'm sorry." He shook his head. "Nothing. You're lucky, you know," she said kindly. "Your father's downstairs. He's been here every day." The words caught in his chest like a knife. My father. Before he even woke up in the body of Zuko, he hadn't seen any of his family in 18 months. Usually he saw them twice a year, but things had changed. His ambitions and work got him busy and he pushed everyone away. Leaving him all alone on that fateful day. Losing everything he had worked for. The nurse didn't notice the look in his eyes, the utter devastation. She smiled as she finished scribbling her notes. "I'll tell the doctor you're awake. He'll want to check on you. Try not to move too much, all right? You're lucky to be alive. Suffering not as much as expected. You've got some nasty bruises and a hairline fracture in your ribs." She left before he could speak again. Victor slowly looked at the chair beside the bed. Worn cushion. A jacket draped lazily across the arm. A half-empty coffee cup. A small plastic bag of snacks. He could almost feel the presence of someone having been there. Could almost smell his father's cologne, citrusy and sharp like bitter memory. "You're alive. You never left." The words tumbled through his mind like broken glass. His breath caught. Emotion welled in his throat. The door creaked open again. "Mr. Claude, we have a surprise for you," the nurse's voice called cheerfully from beyond the curtain. Claude. His father's name. Footsteps. Laughter. A man's voice, joking with someone just outside the door. That laugh, deep and tired and so painfully familiar. Victor turned his head toward the door, his chest tightening like a vice. His father stepped in. Or he would have. Because just before the man's silhouette broke the curtain's edge, Zuko gasped and woke up. For real. This time, the pain was very real. Bandages clung to his side, soaked in dried blood. The pillow beneath his head felt damp with sweat. The stone walls were cold, and the candlelight barely flickered across the old Fire Nation architecture of his private quarters. He stared at the ceiling. Then, he screamed. Not in pain. In anger. In heartbreak. In grief. Fuck you, he bellowed, slamming his fist into the mattress. Fuck! 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 Tears welled in his eyes, though he refused to let them fall. His chest heaved. His throat was raw. Rage bled into sorrow like a wound reopened. That's a cruel fucking joke, he growled through gritted teeth. He clawed at his forehead, digging into his scalp as if trying to rip out the dream by force. A dream? That was a dream? The memory still lingered. The sound of his father's voice. The warmth of real sheets. The idea that maybe, just maybe, it had all been fake. All of this madness. Azula. Iroh. The war. Bumi. The Avatar. And just like that, it was stolen from him. Whoever the fuck you are, he whispered, staring into the darkened ceiling, whatever sick fuck can do this to people. I will find you. And I will fucking end you. He sat upright, grimacing through the pain in his ribs. The pain helped. It told him he was awake. He was Zuko. No, he was Victor. But this life. This was his now. Zuko rose from the bed like a soldier standing after being shot. The emotional weight of the nightmare, of Victor's ghost clinging to his skin, was fading, but the embers of it still burned. He sat there, his feet on the cold stone floor, letting the chill crawl up his bare legs. His chest still hurt. His ribs protested. But he welcomed the pain. It made everything real again. Each movement sent a whisper of protest through his nerves, but the fire in his belly drowned it all out. He grabbed the inner robe, then the black and crimson outer layers he typically wore beneath his armor. His fingers worked through the buttons with force. No hesitation. No trembling. No warning. He was here. He had things to do. He stood tall in front of the mirror. Face still battered. Neck still bruised. Eyes sunken from the days of sleep and swelling. But he looked at himself and saw Zuko again. Time to work, he muttered under his breath. His voice was hoarse but steady. He fastened the final clasp of his belt and limped out of the chamber. The hallway was quiet at this hour, only the distant sound of waves crashing against the outer wall of the bays and the occasional clang of metal boots on stone from patrolling guards. A soldier saw him, one of the younger ones posted outside his quarters, and immediately straightened. Prince Zuko, the young man said, eyes wide, clearly startled to see the prince up and walking. I am glad to see you. I'm fine, Zuko said bluntly, not slowing his pace. Go back to your duties. He didn't wait for the response. The air outside was crisper than usual. Winter wasn't far now. The northern wind brushed his face, carrying the bite of the coming frost. But the sun was still not out, barely, like a shy girl peeking through a curtain, and it was enough. The warmth kissed his skin. A quiet gratitude rose in his chest for the simple blessing of the sun. He walked along the edge of the harbor walls, his boots echoing against the ancient volcanic stone as he made his way toward the far reaches of the compound, the outer training grounds. That was where Iroh would be waiting. No soldiers came this far out unless assigned. It was open to the cliffside, where the stone jutted like a jagged tooth out of the sea. Below, the waves slammed the dark rock with a rhythm older than war. The ocean didn't care about crowns or fire or conquest. Zuko stood there for a moment, breathing it in. He flexed his fingers. The dream, no, the vision, had shaken him. It had cracked something inside of him he thought was long buried. He had seen the other side again. That cursed hospital room. The skyline. The machines. His father. But this was his life now. This was the world. He hadn't chosen it. And if he was to command it, reshape it, he needed to be stronger. Much stronger. Stronger than Azula. Stronger than Kuvak. Stronger than Iroh. Stronger than Bumi. Stronger than the gods of this world if he had to be. He clenched his fist and let out a slow, burning breath. His uncle would arrive soon. Today, Iroh would teach him more, show him what true firebending could be. And Zuko Victor would absorb every single lesson. Every technique. Every gesture. Every whisper of truth behind the flame. The sky burned crimson in the east as the sun began to rise, but still under the horizon. The light caught in the sea spray like dancing fire. He stood alone, arms folded behind his back, waiting. The cold morning air kissed the edges of the base, still wet with dew and strewn with scorched stone and ash from the siege that had nearly turned Nanhai into ruin. Zuko stood still at the far edge of the base, overlooking the distant cliffs that dropped into the ocean below. But instead of pacing or fidgeting like usual, he sat down in silence. Cross-legged. Spine tall. Hands resting gently on his knees. Fingers relaxed. He let his eyes close. The pain that had stabbed through every rib, every tendon, every sinew of his body just hours ago seemed like a whisper now. It wasn't gone, no. He could feel it if he wanted to. But it no longer commanded his attention. He took in a slow breath. The air was clean. Tainted with smoke and the scent of blood, yes, but clean in the way only the ocean could be. He could feel it swirl inside of him, feel it draw the ki from deep within his core and up through the channels of his limbs. He exhaled. Slowly. With discipline. The horizon ahead slowly brightened, a sliver of gold rising behind the jagged cliffs. The sun was only just beginning to rise. Its warmth was faint but unmistakable, a familiar pressure against the skin of his arms, his shoulders, the bridge of his nose. Zuko whispered to himself, "Good morning." The ki in his body responded, as if stirred by the greeting. The moment he acknowledged the warmth of the sun, he felt the movement of energy flow smoother, faster. The tension in his shoulders softened. His heart no longer beat with urgency but with rhythm. Then it happened. Without effort, without even a thought, flames began to gather. They didn't burst into life with aggression or fury. They rose gently, like they belonged there. Like they had always been there. A soft swirl of fire spiraled up from his seated form and danced around him, shaping itself into a perfect ring of flame. Then it rose. 3 feet high, rotating around him in a slow, steady vortex. Not wild, not raging. Steady. Controlled. A tornado of warmth and will. The fire cast shadows across the ground, flickering golden against the gray stone beneath him. He didn't smile outwardly. But inwardly, he did. For the first time in days, maybe longer, he didn't feel the bruises, the cracks, the scabs, or the cuts. All the injuries he had gotten from Fong, then the fight against King Bumi himself. He didn't feel the pressure of expectation. He didn't feel the ghosts of his past lives, his failures, or even the crushing memory of his dream. All he felt was this. The fire. The sun. The ki. His self. The fire gently flickered down as he heard footsteps approaching from behind. "I must say," Iroh's warm voice called out. "You do know how to make an entrance, nephew." Zuko opened his eyes and turned his head. His uncle approached slowly, hands clasped behind his back, his robes neat and his presence, calming, as always. His face held a small smile, but his eyes saw everything. "I didn't know you were watching," Zuko said, standing up slowly. The flames receded like loyal guards dismissed. "I always watch over you," Iroh said. Zuko looked at him for a long moment. There was a pause. A silence thick with the things unsaid between them. He finally broke it. Why did you come? Iroh blinked, surprised. What? To save me. From Bumi, Zuko said. His voice wasn't accusing. Just honest. After how I left the capital without a word. After how I ignored everything and everyone. The distance that grew between us when we finally returned to the capital. Why did you come? Iroh was quiet for a time. Then he stepped forward and gestured toward the cliffs. Zuko followed his gaze but didn't speak. I admit, Iroh began softly, when you left the capital that night, I was angry. Not because of the scandal. Or the risk. But because I thought you didn't trust me. That you were headed on a path you didn't want me involved or needed my help. Zuko said nothing. The guilt was there in his posture. But, Iroh continued, watching you now. I think I was wrong to be angry. Zuko looked over sharply. You have grown, Zuko. You've grown into a leader, Iroh said. Into something more than what I thought you could be. And perhaps more than what you think you are. There was a flicker of shame in Zuko's eyes. But I couldn't beat King Bumi. And one day, you will, Iroh said. Zuko exhaled slowly. I have watched you since you first left the Fire Nation 3 years ago, Iroh continued. Watched you chase a dream. Watched you lose yourself. But now you are building something real. Something powerful. You needed space. I understand that now. Zuko finally looked at his uncle. Really looked at him. Thank you, he said, the words soft but honest. Iroh nodded once, satisfied. Come. We begin now. Zuko squared his shoulders, pain still hiding under the surface, but his eyes sharp and alive. What are you going to teach me? He asked. Iroh's smile returned. This one was mischievous. Nothing and everything, he said. As the sun broke fully over the horizon, bathing the cliffs in warm gold, the two firebenders stood at the edge of the world, master and student, uncle and nephew, ready to begin. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 7. Peace.